Afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex, and today we're going to be covering the designs of all the Arkham Horror investigators. I'm pretty starved for Arkham Horror tier list content. I love listening to them because the fact that this is not a competitive game means that all sorts of different metagames and conclusions come up to the surface in a way that wouldn't be possible for a truly competitive game with a very locked-in meta. So everyone's opinions seem really fresh and unique to me. However, the tier lists that I've seen have always been either about the investigator's power level or how much that person enjoys playing those investigators. And that's all very good and interesting, but I've never seen anyone do a tier list based on the strength of the investigator's design before. In a way, all of these characters all tell their own stories. They're all a marriage between theme and gameplay in a way that's supposed to be narratively evocative to make you feel like you're playing the character. And at the same time, they're also being designed as interesting gameplay puzzles. They're new ways of expressing existing card types. So the core of what I'm looking for is how well is this central idea, theme, or story expressed through the character's design, backstory, and signature cards. I've tried to make this tier list as objective as possible, but the inherent flaw in that is that I am subjectively choosing objective criteria. Despite the fact that I'm kind of grading with a rubric, it's still a rubric that I created. I am also not taking the investigator's power level into consideration. I think in general, strength is not a particular design ethos of the game. Since these investigators aren't in direct competition with each other, the designers of the game do not have to design the characters to be strong. So a weak but evocative character will beat a strong but uninspired character on this list. I also won't be taking into consideration how much I like the character. Granted, there is a significant overlap. I would say most of the characters in this tier list at the top are characters that I really, really love. But a character isn't just the strength of their design, it's also the overlap of the cards that they can take and what they can do on the board, and that can be fun independent of the design. And finally, I just really like this game. I've played a lot of card games in my life. I think that this is the best one. And as a result, this tier list is going to be very top heavy because I think that this game is just genuinely inspired in terms of its design. It has been consistently amazing from day one. And with those disclaimers out of the way, let's get started. Appropriately enough, starting off the tier list with my first character that I ever played, Roland Banks. And we're just going to put him right there in the A tier. I think Roland's design speaks to an ethos of simplicity. He gets clues for fighting and gets access to cards that both fight and get clues. But I think the strength of the design comes from how surprisingly evocative a lot of minor details about Roland's design are. His story, of course, is that he's a by-the-book agent who's struggling to come to terms with the unreality of the struggles that he faces against, and that his training hasn't equipped him for what's currently happening. And I think that background of being a by-the-book federal agent comes across nicely in his card pool, but that instability comes through strongly in his low horror value. Combined with his weakness attacking his sanity values, it makes him feel very mentally unstable, which I really like. There's a sentiment in the community that Roland is kind of the poster child or quote-unquote main character of Arkham Horror, and I think it's only natural. He feels a bit like an unstable hero who's got a lot to learn. It's narratively very satisfying. And honestly, I wish more weaknesses in the game were designed like cover-up. It feels like an absolute obstacle to overcome, and it's so devastating that you're constantly keeping it in the back of your mind. And it's so flavorful when you start to ask your teammates to help assist with the cover-up by getting clues. But his gun is a bit uninspired. It makes sense within the context of the core set. Him having an extra good weapon that no one else has access to does push him more towards fighter. But he won't go any higher than A just on the basis of being a little bit simple. There are other characters who are equally evocative, but also much richer and more complex. Now we will be doing the parallel versions straight after their original counterparts, which means we have parallel Roland, and I'm going to put him in B tier, just below original. I really like this approach to Roland conceptually. The core concept of the directives, I think, are a fantastic idea. I think they suit the character brilliantly, and they do make you feel very federal agent. And in gameplay, choosing to break the directive usually does correspond with a bit of an oh shit moment that fits the story very nicely. My main problem is that I honestly just think some of the directives are a bit boring. And even worse, sometimes they just don't have upsides and downsides that seem very related to each other at all. The most egregious one in my opinion is Leave No Doubt, which is the one that makes it so that you can't move more than twice around and gives you +3 to sanity, and I'm just not sure what these two things have to do with one another. And I really dislike the idea of Roland being a 9/8. Consult Experts, the one that makes it so that you can't voluntarily assign damage or horror to ally assets and gives you an additional ally slot, also feels like a very throwaway gameplay first design that's not very evocative at all. The other three though I think are a lot more interesting. They generally have very powerful upsides with downsides that you really have to puzzle out and work around, which I think is very fun. But there's still the issue of the upside and downside generally not feeling very resonant, both in gameplay and theme. Probably my favorite in gameplay is Seek the Truth, which is the one where you can't commit cards to skill tests unless you've discovered a clue of this round. But if you discover a clue and an enemy's at your location, you draw a card. And yeah, gameplay wise, it's cool, it's interesting, but what is actually happening here? And I guess that wraps up my problems with Parallel Roland. He's very fun, very cool, very evocative, but just, I feel like we could have done better. It's a bit more unique, but it's a lot less elegant. And next up of the original core set characters, we have Daisy Walker, and I will have to put her in B tier, I think. There's nothing terribly wrong with Daisy, but I just think the design is a little bit vanilla. The extra action for tomes, it really is the most basic way of explaining that this character is a librarian and has an affinity for books. And it's so flexible and unrestricted that it feels a little bit flavorless whenever you're using it. Like, I just read the book every turn. You read the book, read the book, read the book. I think it's also difficult to argue that Daisy hasn't had a profound effect on the design of future printed tomes, or rather good tomes with action abilities. You know, they printed Old Book of Law in the core set, and the next good tome that they printed was honestly Grim Memoir. I also don't really like the tote bag at all. I mean, it makes sense as a card, it's a tote bag, it holds books, but it doesn't actually do anything. Like, why do you even want to hold this many books? It kind of counterintuitively gives you hand slots for things that aren't books. It lets you hold your magnifying glasses and your Old Book of Law, and that's just so... it's just so who cares, you know what I mean? I do like the Necronomicon though. That's very, very funny. I like this old school style of weaknesses that just completely hose you and do something horrible, and they're hard to get rid of. And the concept of turning the Elder Sign into an auto-fail, it's very ominous. It does feel like the Necronomicon is kind of working behind your back. But yeah, her signatures don't do much to move the needle for me. Also, something I think that made sense in the core set days, but would probably be done differently now, is her deck building. In terms of her story, she's just a Miskatonic student / librarian who has access to the restricted section with all the cursed books and stuff. But this is like a lot of Mystic access. Like 0 to 2 is like an insane amount of Mystic for a story like that. And don't get me wrong, the deck building doesn't always have to be perfectly resonant with the theme of the character. I do think that it's more important for a character's deck building to be more of a gameplay consideration. Like, Patrice has the same level of Mystic access, but I don't hold that against her, because that's clearly for gameplay identity reasons rather than storytelling reasons. I honestly wouldn't bring it up, except for the fact that we actually have 2 instances of Seeker Mystic overlap with a similar kind of story that I think are done a little bit better. And I don't think her design is bad, it's just a bit above average. Nothing more, nothing less. Unfortunately, with that, we will have to move on to Parallel Daisy, and she will be our first F-tier character. I consider this character to be a near total failure. Like, unfortunately, it's not even like an interestingly bad design. There's just almost nothing to actually latch onto here. And I'm not taking into account any gameplay considerations like, oh, the front half of Parallel Daisy is obviously weaker than regular Daisy, why would I ever play it? You can play the character just because the character is cool or interesting. It doesn't have to be strong. But this ability isn't just not strong, it's frequently not present. It's a once per game ability that wants you to have multiple action tomes. But the static willpower boost pushes you more towards cards like Dream Diary or Kelano Fragments. I honestly believe that this character is as close as you can get in this game to a Seeker with no ability. And I remember when this character came out, when they started doing the parallels, I thought, if this is what parallel characters are going to be like, I actually just don't care. Like, I'm not interested. I even take issue with the deck building. The deck building is just every tome and some Guardian and Mystic cards. Guardian and maybe Rogue are the two classes that I would least associate with Daisy, but now she can just take Guardian cards. I will give some bonus points for the advanced version of the Necronomicon, which is just so cheeky, like Cultist Tablet and Elder thing. That's kind of crazy, and I do actually really like that. But again, the advanced tote bag is just so boring. It's the exact same as the original, but now you can play tomes fast, and it really just enables like weird cycling stuff where you restore secrets on your old Book of Lore 3 by playing a second old Book of Lore 3 and then cycling your deck and playing a third Book of Lore 3. In the end, I would call this character one of the few characters in the game that is genuinely near flavorless, which is crazy. This is the most flavorful game, in my opinion, and this character has none of it. They didn't have any to spare for this character. And now we have quite an infamous investigator. We have Skids O'Toole, and he's going to be our first C-tier investigator. I do have a bit of a fondness for Skids, kind of like in the community. I think he's a bit of an underdog. Everyone kind of hates him a little bit. But as for most characters that kind of hover around like low B or C tier, it's just like, there's not much here, you know? Spending money for an action is just so mechanical. It doesn't really tell me anything about him. There are other extra actions in this game that are a lot more character driven, I think. Finn is a great example. The Guardian splash is famously incongruent with Skids' identity. It's like one of the first things that people talk about when talking about Skids is how dissatisfied they are with having a Guardian access character that struggles to fight so much. And I think the core of that idea is one of the cores of why I'm not too fond of Skids. I feel like Rogue 5 Guardian 2 is very, very cool, but this character isn't really speaking Rogue Guardian to me, not that much at least. I get that Skids is supposed to be like a bit of a noble rogue, like he's trying to pay for his hospital debts and all that kind of stuff, but the Guardian stuff is just a little bit too defender-y, a little bit too selfless. I think considering his backstory, Survivor would have actually been a much better deck building, and I mean, the Parallel kind of did that. We'll get to that. His signature is also infamously bad. Like, it so frequently doesn't do anything, and while I do think that the idea or the fantasy of the card is very cool, the fact that it's so marginal or fringe and that you just end up committing it most of the time, it's deeply unsatisfying in gameplay. It's your signature card. It should be loud and exciting and interesting, and Skids just doesn't have one. I also think that Hospital Debts is just so close to being good. I like the idea here. I like the gameplay that you're saving up the money for the hospital debts. You get a good feeling of who Skids is as a person just through the title and imagery of the card, which I respect a lot. But why is it -2 experience? I always think that this card gives you a mental trauma because why wouldn't it? You're failing to pay off the debt. It's weighing on your mind. Instead, it just means I can't get pickpocketing level 2. Okay. So yeah, C tier for slightly wasted potential, I say. Next in line for the Parallel Investigators, we have Parallel Skids, and we're going to put them all the way up in A+. This is just a far superior design in my opinion. This is what I was referring to back when we were talking about Roland, in the sense that Roland is a very simple but flavorful design, and this is one that's just as flavorful, but has significantly more complexity and variability in how you play the game. To me, it just makes so much more sense that his ability gives him the opportunity to generate a lot of money, but also lose a lot of money. Literally, in-game, they have simulated that gambling ex-con aspect of him. The narrative here is a lot stronger than just spend money to do nebulous things, basically, and is significantly more complex in gameplay as well. I think an investigator's ability ideally should serve as a platform for all sorts of different styles of deck building. And this ability does it. It's synergistic with big money style cards, but it's also synergistic with like weird rogue skill cards and tricks. You can do all sorts of weird things like generating a test outside of your turn to commit quick thinking to in order to take actions out of sequence, which can have applications such as having an enemy hunt towards you instead of a different player, and then during the timing window before the enemy attacks, generating a test and committing quick thinking to then evade the enemy. And that's something I consider on this list. The ability is dead simple, but opens up all sorts of complexities in gameplay. His deck building is a little bit more restrictive, but I would argue that the Fortune and Gambit splash say more about his character than the Guardian 0-2 splash do, and are honestly more interesting in general. And the having multiple copies of the same card at different experience points, I think it's such a cool idea. I wish they did it more. It's not always the right thing to do, but it's a new style of deck building, like, you know, the famous 6 lucky skids is really, really cool. But in all honesty, if he had slightly more interesting deck building, maybe he would get up to that S tier. The advanced On the Lam is honestly just how the card should have been originally. It's really silly in hindsight that the original version makes it so that the enemies stay on you but can't attack you, like you're not really getting away from them, you're just dodging their punches. But the new version works exactly like it should. The enemies don't hit you, they stick on you, but then at the end of the round, you lose them, you're still on the lam. The weakness didn't really change too much, but I think that's fine because it doesn't really need to be changed too much. The experience thing is still a bit weird, but that's more of a nitpick, to be honest. And I think most of us can agree that original Skids feels a little bit weird, but Parallel Skids feels like a classic rogue, like a poster boy for the whole class identity. Which means it must be a good design, right? And now we have Agnes Baker, the waitress, and she is gonna go in the B tier. If this was an enjoyment tier list, she would be a lot higher. I love playing Agnes a lot. But it's similar to the Daisy problem, like a very one-to-one kind of ability, very mechanical ability with somewhat uninspired deck building. The difference here is that I think that the ability is a lot less straightforwardly strong like Daisy's and has a little bit of nuance to it. Especially the whole once per phase idea, incentivizing you to find ways to horrify yourself during like the enemy phase, mythos phase, investigation phase. It does restrict her a little bit in the sense that you have to be fighting or doing some kind of fighting adjacent role in order to get things out of your ability. But that's not necessarily a problem. Investigators are allowed to have their niches or pigeonholes. She also does have the core set deck building of, you know, level 5 one class, 0 to 2 another class, and it doesn't feel very justified. When I'm playing Lucky and Look What I Found and Live and Learn and all that kind of stuff, I don't feel very Agnes. Or to put it another way, I can't think of a better character to occupy Guardian 5 Seeker 2 than Roland specifically. But for Agnes, I'm like, oh, I wonder what a Mystic Survivor would actually look like, because it doesn't look like this. The heirloom is funny because at the time it was made, it was very, very bad, like comically bad. There's a niche to it now, but now it's getting a little bit too niche. In contrast to her ability, which pushes you more towards fighting than investigating, her signature pushes you towards rapidly playing spells, and it's the only card that really pushes you in that direction. And taking the accessory slot is just so painful. It makes it such an unsatisfying signature card because you don't even want to play it because you feel like you can't justify the space for it. The weakness, however, is an absolute banger. It's absolutely devastating, but if you're clever, you can actually use it to your advantage. I've had Agnes decks with Peter Sylvester where I just keep the weakness in my hand to trigger my ability, but you can't do it forever. It just doesn't work. So eventually you just have to bite the bullet and play the card, and it always feels awful, which is great. It's so flavorful because you're trying to push away this dark memory that you don't want to recall, but the more you push it off, the more mental damage you take, and eventually you just have to submit to it. So yeah, she's not in B because she's bad, she could just be a little bit better. And that brings us to Parallel Agnes, and I am very pleased to announce that I want her in S tier. The design is simple yet elegant, recontextualizing various cards and opening up new styles of play while perfectly capturing the flavor of the character. The new deck building is also excellent, in my opinion being the perfect home for this style of deck building. The limited splash also allows for a lot of interesting combinations of cards that are unique to Parallel Agnes. Just taking a damage to reduce the cost of spells would already be like a very cool ability. It changes up the dynamic of your deck building in the sense that you don't need economy anymore, but you do need some kind of health healing or soak. But the cherry on top is the shuffling back into your deck. It leads to this unique situation where you can have a goal of reducing your deck down to 5 or 6 different spells that you want to reuse all the time. It's such a fascinating puzzle. It's so simple, but no one else works like this. No one else makes decks like she does. I think I've played Parallel Agnes through campaigns like 4 or 5 times, and every time I did, I played a deck that was completely different, and they all just felt great. And it's so funny because the original Heirloom of Hyperborea just made no sense with the original Agnes, but it just feels like it was tailor-made for this character. It went from I'm gonna mulligan this away if I see it to I'm gonna play Backpack 2 just to find it, and that's how you know a signature is great, when you're doing everything you can to get a hold of it. I think the advanced weakness was also handled very tactfully. I don't think there's really many ways that you could make that weakness worse and still make it playable, but they've turned it into an interesting modular card where you can spend like a heap of resources for it, or you can use your ability on it. And I already thought the weakness was great, and now it's just a little bit more interesting. This didn't factor into my decision, but I'm pretty sure that I heard that Maxine Newman considers this her strongest design, and I think that's a fair opinion to have. It's absolutely inspired. Elegant, flavorful, evocative, complex. What's not to love about it? Now we have Wendy, who I think is maybe a bit of a fan favorite, but not from me. I'm gonna have to put her in the C tier. Maybe a hot take since I'm putting her on the same level as Skids, which is a good time to mention, by the way. These are not ordered within the tiers. I enjoy playing Wendy, but I think her main problem is that she's basically faceless. Like, I just don't think there's really a character here. Her ability and card pool are both incredibly bland. Don't get me wrong, the deck building and ability are pretty fun, like they're nice to play. But when I think core set, like basic core set stuff, it's kind of Skids and Wendy who I mostly think of, to be honest. Like, when I play Wendy, I very rarely am playing her because some card has come out and I'm like, ooh, this would be really cool in Wendy. I'm playing her because Survivor Rogue is awesome deck building, and I just want to play some Survivor cards with some Rogue cards. And like, yeah, there are a handful of good ones like Winging It or Glimmer of Hope or something like that. Things that you want to discard and now you have a discard ability. But my issue is that there's a bit of a conflict in that these cards that you're trying to discard, you want to discard them proactively. Like, I want to do a cornered style effect where I'm discarding my cards to gain advantage or resources or something like that, and I want to do it now at my own time. But then that clashes with Wendy's ability being a reactive ability that you trigger when you have to. So now you're just discarding cards just to discard them on a test that doesn't matter, or you're waiting for a test that you're going to fail. There is some strategy to it in the sense that you can try taking tests at 1-up and try to luck your way through it by discarding cards. But at the end of the day, I don't feel like Wendy is the quote-unquote discard character. And the Rogue Splash just feels like, oh, we have a character who has high evasion, so we've got to give them Rogue access because it's the core set. I do think the Rogue Splash is very, very funny. Like, this 14-year-old girl is just like ordering assassinations with small favor and stuff like that. But obviously I'm not considering unintentional humor for the design tier list. And it does sound like I'm ragging on Wendy at a moment, but I don't think she's a bad design, just a bit of a bland design. If I thought the design was out and out bad, she'd be in D or F tier. If I did have to point to a bad aspect of her design, it is definitely her amulet. It feels a lot like the Heirloom of Hyperborea in the sense that it feels like support for a character that isn't here, and it has a similar problem in the sense that there are such strong Survivor and Rogue accessory slots that you just don't play it half the time, or at all, really, because you're not going to get value out of it. I am somewhat fond of the weakness just because it is so brutal, and I think that the weaknesses in Arkham should be more punishing in general. They've kind of strayed away from that idea. But it still is just take a chunk of horror and get rid of all your discard pile. So yeah, maybe first hot take of the tier list. Skids and Wendy are equally mid designs. And now, unfortunately, we have another F tier character. I really think that Parallel Wendy is just awful. It's interesting as well because it's for the complete opposite reason of Parallel Daisy. Parallel Daisy feels like absolutely nothing is going on, and Parallel Wendy just feels completely unrestricted and unrefined. I think Maxine's run on Arkham Horror can be summed up as being an era of unbridled creativity and unrestrained ideas. There's so many abstract and left field designs in both the characters and campaigns that are just bold and unexpected. And the best of these designs feel simple in their complexity because the theme and gameplay are so closely linked that it becomes intuitive. Parallel Wendy feels like the dark side of this creative philosophy. There's so much going on, and it's just all nonsense to me. There are a lot of characters that start with permanence in play, and I think that for the most part, they've been handled with a lot of restraint. For example, the Gatebox and Tony's Bounties, these are actually just abilities that could be on the Investigator card. But these ideas have been enhanced by being put on the table instead of on the card. Tony's bounties are on his bounty contracts card, and it's cool because you get to see the bounties at the start of the game and distribute them as you wish. It feels more connected with your decisions to see a starting point. They could have just slapped limit 6 times per round on the Investigator card, and you could have just put on the resources from the token pool. But it's cooler doing it like this. You know, you have the bounties right in front of you, and then you move them from your play area to the enemy. It feels a lot more personal and tactile. Same with the Gatebox. Now you can interact with the card with stuff that puts secrets and charges on things. And look at Luke's Investigator card. There's barely anything on it. You can fit it there. You could just say limit 3 times per game. Sophie as well is the same. You could totally fit that on Mark's card, but it's just so much more interesting and so much cooler to have a card that you flip back and forth depending on how much damage you take. Wendy's new conch shell though is there because it's just such a massive ability with so many words, and it's so unnecessary. And look, I get the joke. I get that she can take blessed or cursed or both, and you need two different abilities to make just the curse ability good and just the bless ability good. Like, you want to seal curses on enemies so that the curses aren't in the bag, and you want to seal blesses on enemies so that you can use the blesses later. But this design feels like they had like 4 ideas for a character and they didn't want to cut any of them. They didn't want to simplify it or make it elegant or anything. It's just every single possible ability that this character could have, just do all of it all at once. And look, if you're like a high level player, like you've played this game to absolute death, I can see the appeal of Wendy because she is very strategically complex. There are a lot of different ways you can build her. There are a lot of different ways you can play her. And I do admit there is an inherent value to that. But in pretty much every imaginable way, this feels like a custom character, like some non-professional designer was like, I want to make a blessed character and I'm just going to do it like this. I also think the advanced signatures are just absolutely laughable. Like, you know how when I said that the amulet felt like it was support for a character that doesn't exist? That character still doesn't exist. This isn't an Agnes situation where now it makes perfect sense. It still is just not supported by the character that you're playing as. New Abandoned and Alone is similarly just non-synergistic with the new character in a way that's very unsatisfying. We've seen parallel characters that are curse or bless versions of existing characters, and they were capable of making the signatures work with the bless and curse mechanics in a way that's fairly interesting, but there just wasn't really an attempt here. And I know I said that the tiers aren't really ordered, but if I had to pick my 2 least favorite designs in the entire game, it's Parallel Daisy and Parallel Wendy. So you can consider them honorary F- compared to the other F tier characters. I want to take a moment after every expansion to kind of reflect on the expansion itself and what I think of the overall design and the flavor of the expansion. I think the core set, for what it is an excellent set of characters. It's definitely a first attempt. A lot of the abilities are very simple and not very boundary pushing, very safe, I would say. And I think that's a very sensible approach. I don't think it would make much sense to have a character like Luke or Mark in the core set, or God forbid, Charlie or Lola or something like that. So yeah, it's a good start. I remember being very happy with these characters when I first started with the core set, and I think for the most part they've aged fairly well. I mean, there aren't any characters below C tier. And in terms of the parallels, I think it's wildly hit and miss. I think the parallels in general are really, really hit and miss, and honestly that's kind of okay because they're not official products, or they're not officially printed products. I think it's okay to like try something, and if it fails, it's really not that big of a deal. I think I would be really upset if I brought a brand new campaign and Parallel Daisy and Parallel Wendy were in there and it's just like, wow, I just hate half the characters. And that's actually like never happened in the history of the game. There's never been a set where I just dislike half the characters that strongly that I would be upset about it. And some of the designs really were very boundary pushing and interesting. All right, now we have our first of the Dunwich Investigators, and I might upset a few people here, but I'm going to put Zoe in the C tier. By this stage, you've probably got a bit of an idea of my criteria and how I am actually grading these characters, so maybe it's not much of a surprise, but yeah, she's just very, 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 very basic. I appreciate how simple it is. It does feel kind of good to just be able to get the resources from engaging enemies. It does make your deck feel a bit smoother, but I think honestly that's something that only feels smooth if you're new at the game or have a limited card pool and can't really deck build as effectively. And I don't really think it sells the idea of this character very much at all. Like, she's kind of a berserker, like a zealot, and it's just such a sensible mechanical ability, just like gain a resource. And resources are very nebulous. They mostly represent like your liquid assets, whether that's like your spirit or actual money, stuff like that. And what that boils down to is, since the resources and what they represent are so nebulous, it means that they aren't very evocative in the context of Zoe. Are they religious fervor, determination? I don't really know. There's nothing really to suggest what they are. There's a sentiment for Zoe that a lot of people will refuse to play firearms in her and they'll play her like a berserker, and honestly I think that is a symptom of a bad design. Bad is too strong of a word, more of a boring design. Because this character's ability or deck building don't guide you towards any particular playstyle, so in the end people use like an honor system and try to play to match the character because you can just play her in any particular way and it's all the same. She's just the Guardian and has some economy. And this is going to be a recurring theme for all the Dunwich characters, but I just think their deck building sucks in terms of design. It's just so boring. It's not enough to impact how you play, but it also doesn't tell you anything about the characters. Sometimes it's neat in the way that like you could play Renfield and Well Connected in Pete and do like a big money type thing. But for all the other characters, you just put the most like basic value cards like Deep Knowledge or Vicious Blow or something like that. And it's just incredibly bland every time you do it. And to clarify, I'm not saying that the Dunwich deck building is like boring to play or unfun, because just the card game itself is fun. I could play a Guardian character with no ability and just Guardian cards. I will still have fun because this game is just so awesome. But it just doesn't really make your imagination run wild, like it doesn't draw you towards the character, in my opinion. Her signatures are a lot better though. Zoe's cross is very cool, like it's a very aggressive kind of accessory slot weapon, which I think is very nice, especially for the time that she came out. And Zoe's weakness, spawning an enemy to kill, is really cool, and Smite the Wicked, awesome. The weakness is the best part of this character in my opinion. It's becoming a bit of a theme, isn't it? Boring characters with cool weaknesses. Interesting, I never really noticed. Next up, Parallel Zoe, and we have another smash hit success Parallel Investigator up to S tier. She's quite new as of the recording of this video, so honestly I recommend if you haven't like given this character a try, do it. It's so cool, so fun. Just I couldn't imagine a better idea for Zoe. I mean, everyone knew she was going to be a Bless Parallel because the new design team has been doing Bless and Curse Parallel Investigators. That seems to be their thing that they're really trying to push. I think it's a great way of pushing the Bless and Curse mechanic because obviously you can't just keep printing the tokens with every new Bless or Curse character you want to do. And some of them I think feel a bit forced, but this one does not. I'll just put it like this. 2 abilities. 1 generates Bless from damage. 1 generates damage from Bless. When you say it like that, like you get it, right? These 2 abilities feed into each other so well, and they encourage a type of aggression where you want to be constantly damaging enemies to keep the bag full of blesses, and she just has so much damage potential in her attacks as well. This character now accurately represents how unstoppable and bloodthirsty she is in her story. But it's still got that like religious / spiritual edge to it. She does feel like a holy knight now. And the Blessed generation having the once per phase ability is just so cool. I really love abilities that allow you to do things multiple times around by playing with phases, because think back to Parallel Daisy. I said her ability is underwhelming because it only happens once a game. Meanwhile here you have an ability that works multiple times around and is guiding your decision-making skills. You want to deal the damage in the Mythos phase, in the enemy phase, in the investigation phase. It's a very exciting way of generating Bless, I think. It's tactical as well, because to get the extra damage, you need to get rid of the blesses before you've actually pulled the token. You're kind of lowering your odds a little bit for this massive hit. And yeah, it's a bit of a simple design, but simplicity isn't inherently bad. Original Zoe is simple, but it doesn't inspire anything. It doesn't encourage different strategies. This one encourages a style of all-in aggression. I would consider Zoe and Tony to be 2 of the most aggressive characters in the game because they have abilities that are built upon attacking and dealing damage. So there's no strategically not attacking or saving enemies for later. You want to get them right now. And part of why I'm so high on Zoe is because her backstory and her lore is absolutely fantastic. It's brilliant. And now we have a character that lives up to it. If I had to criticize, I would say that the advanced signature and weakness are not that great, to be honest. But at the end of the day, they're supposed to be optional replacements for the original signatures, so I'm not really going to hold it against her. And straight from S, we will be proceeding to F tier with Rex Murphy. If you've been following the logic of this tier list, it might be a bit of a surprise to see him this low. You would expect him to maybe be like at a C level. But the issue is that he's been tabooed. quite severely as well. The character was clearly and obviously overpowered in a way that I'm not entirely sure. Like, I don't know how it really passed testing, like it's clear from the very first time that you play him. I remember being an absolute beginner to the game, like I had bought Dunwich as my first expansion, and I played Zoe and Rex, and I was like confused as to how it was this insane. And now if I want to play with new players and they want to pick Rex, I have to say, oh, the card was misprinted, because otherwise they're going to trivialize the game for all the other players. And it's such an easy fix, like once per round, it's still so powerful. He's still, in my opinion, one of the strongest characters in the game. And we'll have a bit of a chat about other elements of his design, but honestly, a character getting a taboo that's this severe, I think is an automatic qualification for F. And yes, all the other things I said about him earlier are true. His ability is just numerical, part of the game goes up by 1, in this case clues. For Zoe, it was resources. This is worse than Zoe's though, in my opinion. If I were to not consider the taboo, by the way, I would have put him in D tier. And the main reason is that I think that Rex has a complete failure to translate theme into gameplay. There is no part of this character and this story that can actually be accurately translated to if you succeed by 2, get a clue. I would argue that it's actually the complete opposite of his backstory. He's excellent at proving that the mythos is real, he gets clues like no one else. And at a certain point, you do have to make theme concessions for gameplay. I wouldn't mind so much if Rex's gameplay loop was interesting. But it's just Seeker, but better. That's all it is. There's no unique strategy, so it wasn't worth destroying the theme for this. You already know how I feel about the Dunwich deck building. I'm not going to mention it on every Dunwich character. And his signature is just draw cards for having clues. Again, just so uninspired. And his curse is a little bit more interesting, but it's actually very mechanically irritating. And when I say mechanically, I mean like the physical mechanism, like having to constantly redraw tokens. It just doubles the time that it takes for the token pulling phase, and it's very irritating in play. Not much else to say, because other than the fact that he's been tabooed and is completely overpowered, there's not actually anything interesting to say about him. And now again, another big turnaround, we have Parallel Rex in A+. But for the record, he is like inches away from being S tier. For much the same reason as Zoe, to be honest, it is just a perfect marriage of theme and gameplay. And it changes your evaluation of so many cards just with one line of text, just swap curses and clue dropping. I remember when this came out and I read it and I just thought about it for a couple of seconds and I was like, that is just the absolute most perfect way of capturing who Rex is. And the thing that's the most incredible about it to me, it's such a smart design, because these two Seeker archetypes, Curse and Clue Drop, came out separately, and they don't actually have really anything to do with one another, but with just one line on your character card, you see how the connection works. They both give benefit for cost, and there's no reason why you can't swap the costs on the cards. And it's perfect. He loses the clues, he loses the evidence that he's found, and he's cursed. He doesn't have good luck. It fits so well that if I didn't know any better, I would have assumed that they were both planned around Parallel Rex. And all it took was just one sentence. It's a design that's so elegant, I would actually cross over to calling it beautiful. There is just one slight issue that stops him from getting into S tier, in my opinion. And unfortunately, it's gameplay. I've played Parallel Rex a couple of times now. That is to say, like a couple of standalones and 1 or 2 campaigns. And I honestly just feel like I've run out of ideas. Because the gameplay issue of this character is that in order for the ability to function, you need to put in a chunk of 2 different archetypes. And that is like a lot of deck real estate. You can't really do much else. There's not a lot of wiggle room for variety or experimentation. The main thing you can do with him is just adjust the balance of Curse versus Clue Drop. And it is very fun to play. They interact in interesting ways, in the sense that you can generate just so many curses with Rex that if you want a full curse team and you want one person to generate all the curses, he can do it. And it's interesting as well, because for Clue Drop, you don't really want to drop the clues until you're set up. So until you're set up, you can run like a little bit of curse stuff and just use your Clue Drop cards as curse generators. And you don't necessarily try to use the curses, you just so much try to mitigate the curses until you're ready to go, and then you start using Clue Drop stuff. And now your deep knowledge is insane, because it's like drawing you 3 cards and giving you an extra action and putting a clue on your research notes. But yeah, that's the main thing. I've played him very little in the grand scheme of things, and I don't know when I'd play him again because I don't know what else I can really do with him. And gameplay is a consideration here. I think all of the S tier characters play very satisfyingly and have a lot of build variety, and any of them could be someone's favorite investigator to play, not just as an art piece to look at. And that's Parallel Rex. He's more of an art piece, a beautiful design that doesn't really play as strongly as I would like for an S tier character. And now we have another semi-infamous character in Jenny, and I'm going to put her in the C tier, very predictably. I always thought Dunwich was my least favorite Investigator expansion in terms of the characters, and doing this has just really solidified it. The last 4 characters that we've done just have these marginal +1 to game component effects that just do not change your perspective on cards or inspire any kind of deck building. And even if you try to do something different with them with like that deck building, it just never comes together. Like, yeah, you can try something like Dark Horse Jenny because she gets 2 resources, so it's like 2 boosts for Fire Axe and Mariner's Compass, but like you have to run Underworld support and just 1 copy of Fire Axe and Dark Horse and Mariner's Compass. You just don't do it. It's not worth it. I realize I've kind of come out of the gate swinging in this one. I want you guys to know that I'm not actually that mad at Jenny. I think I'm just getting sick of having almost nothing to say about these characters. When you consider these 4 Dunwich characters, Jim, Jenny, Zoe, and Rex, it's interesting because they're all basically the same character, just like a super marginal ability. But Zoe and Rex work in gameplay because they have strong card pools that work with their stat line. Whereas Jenny and Jim have awful stat lines and card pools that don't really help you. And for Jenny's theme, I think this is very much the bare minimum to communicate what is actually happening. She's rich, so she gets money. She does everything herself, so she has even stats. And there is just nothing else to it. The Twin 45s I think are also pretty terrible in the sense that they take up 2 hand slots in a character and class where you don't want to do that. Like, she's supposed to be like a master of all, right? She can do everything herself, but now you've played the guns and now you can only fight because both of your hands are now just dedicated to fighting. I think I take special issue with the fact that it's a fake money payoff. The card doesn't get stronger by having more money or by paying more. You just get more ammo than you need, really, and it's just still not a good card that you get to use more times. You could do something a lot more ambitious. It could be like a gun where you can buy ammo and boost it with money or something like that. Like these weird custom pistols that you just pour money into. But instead, it's like if you spend 6 resources for it, it's just functionally identical to the dual class Thompson. It is literally just a dual class Thompson that you can pay more or less for to adjust the ammo. That's all it is. I know that it's technically a better rate than the Thompson. That's not the point. For the record, Tony's Long Colts is just an infinitely better version than this. If this character was designed today, I strongly believe that she would just have 2 signatures. Searching for Izzy is again also fine, but I feel like at this point it is also kind of a bare minimum, like decent weakness. It's just not like a failure compared to the guns, in my opinion. Although I do think that the double action investigate is brutal in a way that's not very engaging, or rather it doesn't feel satisfying to deal with the character. Compared to Cover Up, where you can get your buddies involved and you can also get clues by killing enemies and stuff like that, it doesn't really feel like anything Jenny is doing is specifically about beating Book v Shroud. Also, this is just something a little strange. I'm not really counting this for the rating, but her Elder Sign specifically says +1 for each resource you have. And I'm not sure if I can find an example of it being worded in a different way, but I feel like that should say +1 for each resource in your resource pool. I'm not sure if it's just in my head, but it just feels incongruent with the rest of the card verbiage. Also, a quick note, I'm not considering replacement signatures for this, and by that I mean like the special promo signatures. I didn't mention them for Roland because I didn't think they were really worth mentioning. I want you to know that if I was considering the Green Man Medallion, I would probably lower Jenny an entire tier or put her in F. It is actually the only piece of Arkham content that I do not own. I have Barkham, Return to Night of the Zealot, all the crazy stuff, every other book, but I skipped this one because it doesn't change Jenny, and the Green Man Medallion is a blight. It is one of the worst designed cards in the whole game because it encourages an all-for-one mentality that is maybe on theme with how rogues are selfish, but at the end of the day, it is not selfish in a way that promotes healthy gameplay. A card like You Handle This One is in theory a selfish card and it's very on brand for Rogue, but it's still a team card. You're still giving it to someone, you still discuss what's going to happen. With Green Man Medallion, it's like, you guys handle this, I'm just going to sit here and farm experience all game and just clock out of this game, and I hate it. There is a solid chance it is my least favorite card that has ever been printed in the game. And there you go. I mean, I guess I did have a lot to say about Jenny, but not really. I feel like I talked about her guns and the Green Man Medallion and her Elder Sign more than I did talk about Jenny. Okay, now we have a character that I was very excited for, but I think unfortunately missed the mark. We're going to have to put Parallel Jenny in D tier. At the end of the day, I don't really have any strict problems with Jenny, like she's just very boring. I do have a bit of an issue with Parallel Jenny. I have a couple of issues really. And I do kind of feel bad putting her this low because this is a problem that could be fixed. I'm just going to be real with you, I just think that for this character, the deck building, it's just not there. Leo Anderson for talents and then being able to destroy them for resources, I do think this ability is really cool and I think it has a lot of potential. And maybe in the Drowned City they print a lot of just banger talents that you can make a really interesting deck around and my problem kind of goes away. But at the moment, this character feels like it's designed around an archetype that just doesn't exist in the game at the moment. And straight up, I have actually never played this character. I will play the character for the power ranking and enjoyment tier lists, but I think I can weigh in on the design without necessarily having to play the character as long as I give you that caveat. But my experience with Parallel Jenny so far is that I will try to make a deck for her and then I'll look at it and I'll just be like, man, I could be doing literally anything else right now. It feels incomplete and it feels like rather than me supporting talent cards, I've made concessions in deck building to make the ability actually work. Like, I'm spending so much experience on the level 4 talent assets and then I'm not going to get rid of them. They're so good in play. And now I'm putting in talents with the express purpose of killing them, like the 2 Guardian ones that soak for 3 damage or 3 horror, and you can just take 2 damage and 2 horror and just like destroy it afterwards, but that still just isn't good. It doesn't feel like I'm doing anything. Like, you don't even put those cards in Tommy. It feels like I have to put these cards in to make the ability function. I think I would have preferred if this character was just a brand new character, like not a parallel, and they just released an Investigator expansion with this hypothetical new character in it. And again, maybe they are planning this in advance, and maybe there are going to be some really good talents that come out and make her feel like a distinct character, but I think I'm still going to have that problem of, why didn't you just make this an original character? Maybe you could say something like that about Parallel Agnes or Parallel Roland, but especially in the case of Parallel Agnes, I don't think you could come up with a character that suits that idea better than Agnes, so it's fair enough. As for the advanced guns, they're the exact same weapon, they just get you money when you kill stuff. Still incredibly uncool, and still absolutely not worth it for how goddamn crushing Searching for Izzy is. What, a double action Investigate at +2 Shroud that I can't use lockpicks or anything on? Like, come on, you're not passing that, it's insane. Anyway, yeah, sucks, but you know, not as bad as Parallel Jim, in my opinion, both in terms of disappointment and in terms of design. There's still hope. Maybe one day this is one of the coolest characters in the game. Probably around the same time as Marie. Now we have a bit of an infamous character, Jim Culver, and I will be putting him in the D tier here. The C tier has been categorized by kind of flat, boring, or otherwise uninspired characters without any serious flaws. And I think Jim exemplifies a kind of C- philosophy. It's a very mathematical ability. The skull deck doesn't really exist, so you're only getting benefit just from the skulls changing the math of the bag. But the math is just so marginal. It's such an uninteresting way of boosting stats, and that's all it is it's like a percentage stat boost. And honestly, if you run the math, half the time you would get more of a benefit from just having 5 willpower instead of this skull thing. And I think the theme is just very, very loose here. The skulls don't literally represent death, they just happen to be a skull. And Jim's backstory is involving being able to speak to the dead, so the skulls are zeros. It's such a surface level, almost childish way of looking at it, and I really don't like it. And the trumpet's just random horror healing that, again, it's just not supported. Props to Final Rhapsody being very cool imagery-wise and having the end times trait. but it's still just a number weakness. It just deals you some damage and horror. It doesn't actually do anything. In a game full of bright and vibrant designs, he is just the most baseline numerical kind of character. And the only reason he's not down in F with Parallel Daisy is because at least his ability is just like a sentence. Parallel Daisy edges it out by just having so much text on the card that is just completely worthless. When I do the power level and enjoyment tier list, I'm gonna probably go a little bit more in depth into the math on Jim and how it actually works, but just for now, what you see is what you get in terms of the design. It barely does anything. Now, Parallel Jim seems to be a fairly popular reimagining of the character, so it may surprise you to know that I think that this design is actually worse than the original Jim. This is probably one I expect to be one of the more controversial opinions. I think the opinion on Jim has been quite positive overall, and I just don't see it. I don't understand the appeal of this design, and I'm really glad that other characters aren't designed like this. To me, Parallel Jim is two half-baked abilities stapled together, and none of these abilities are interesting or fleshed out enough to justify a character around them. If you showed me a character that just had the spirit deck, it'd be an F tier. If you showed me a character that just had curses put charges on assets, it would be an F tier. Okay, to be fair, maybe they'd be D tier, but the point still stands. And having them both together, it just means that they're an F tier. And I will admit, he plays pretty fun. I've played him twice. I had a good time. He's pretty alright. But it's just such a clunky way of making a character, and yeah, it can play okay, but it's ugly. Admittedly, the curse thing does feel very Dunwich. I guess points for that, staying true to the spirit of the character and expansion they came out of. Just ability that gives one game component. There aren't many characters in the game that literally have two abilities, and there's a good reason for that. It's because often they're just going to feel completely unrelated to each other. Such is the case here. And the trumpet is just like, let's increase the numbers on the horror. Now it just heals all the horror you could ever possibly take. And Final Rhapsody now just will pretty much always deal you 5 damage and 5 horror. Even the advanced cards are just like, make the numbers bigger. It's so uninteresting. I mean this in pretty much the worst possible way. He feels like a custom content character. Like a character that has not received the same kind of care, attention, playtesting, and forethought as an official character. So yeah, very disappointing design. Hope we never see one like this again. All right, now it's time for Ashcan Pete, and I'm going to put him in B tier. What a relief. Even B feels like A+ now. It's so weird. This is just, it feels like a different character, like from a different expansion. This does not feel like a Dunwich character in hindsight. Everyone loves Duke. It's the first time that they had a character where an asset started in play. It's very, very cool. Feels like an extension of the character. And when I said that Wendy was not really it as a discard character, I think Pete is a lot closer because you can be a little bit more proactive about discarding your cards. And I think the success of this character is evident in the fact that when I show new people the game, a lot of the times they do want to play Pete. It almost feels like I should place him higher than B+, but honestly that's just because he's so great in comparison to the rest of the Dunwich trash. And there is really nothing wrong with Pete's design. Like, I don't have criticisms, I just feel like it doesn't reach the heights of other characters. At the end of the day, Pete is still just kind of an asset that starts in play. That's most of his ability. You can get creative with the exhausting things by discarding, and I think that is a genuine plus for the character. And I think he enjoys a fairly good build variety, especially compared to the other Dunwich characters. You can play like a weird Bless deck with Jacob Morrison and ready him. You can do the David Renfield well-connected thing. It's a bit of a meme, but it's still something you can do. Readying things is just a strong and versatile ability, and you can get creative with it. I just think that at the end of the day, Pete's ability can be replicated by playing a different character and playing a cool asset. And Duke is a very, very cool asset, but again, it's just, there are characters that I think are even better than this. Racked by Nightmares is also like kind of bland. I like the evocative imagery of the artwork and the name and all that, but it just like exhausts your stuff and it's not very inspiring. And I will fully admit that maybe I am kind of biased. Like, I feel like I've exhausted Pete, haha, because he was like the obvious standout when the Dunwich box came out, so I just played him to death. And he doesn't really get new tools because he is like kind of basic in terms of his gameplay, and Survivor unfortunately has not gone in the direction of discard synergies. But hey, maybe the Drowned City will change that and make him a bit more interesting to play again. And again, they're not ordered in the tier lists, but honestly, you could consider Pete to just be like this close to A tier, and maybe on a different day I would put him in A tier. Now this might come as a surprise, but for Parallel Pete, I am going to put him in F tier. I feel like I've seen almost nothing but praise for this character, so maybe this is a controversial opinion, but this is such a clumsy way of making a character like this. And I want to preface this by saying that Parallel Pete is fun, and he does enable some weaker or underplayed cards while encouraging a new strategic approach to enemy management, and I do appreciate that to a certain extent. However, I have a couple of extreme issues with this character, all of them of roughly equal severity. My baseline conceptual problem with Parallel Pete is that I believe this character should not have been a parallel. He would have seriously benefited from a supporting box with more cards that attach to locations. While it is cool that you can make effective use of cards like Hiding Spot now, all Parallel Pete decks just end up looking exactly the same. There simply aren't enough trap-style cards to enable self-expression in deck building. I struggle to imagine a Parallel Pete deck that doesn't immediately max out on Makeshift Trap. He needs way more cards to have any sort of build diversity, which is why I think this character should have come in an Investigator expansion. As it stands, in my opinion, there are 3 actually good Parallel Pete cards: Makeshift Trap, Hiding Spot, and Map the Area, and that last one I'm not even too sure about, to be honest. There are others that are potentially decent, like Snare Trap or Under Surveillance, but those 3 are the only ones that I would seriously consider running because they're actually good, not just because I want to give them a go. Even if you just look up the complete list of cards that attach to scenario cards, it's so severely lacking. And I, capital H, hate Pete's guitar. I'm not going to be hyperbolic and say the design is embarrassing or anything like that, but I think to me this is clearly the worst signature card in the entire game, purely based on design. Not power level though. This card is completely cracked. It is an overtuned mess of a card, and it's like this as a clumsy band-aid fix to the trap archetype's shortcomings. The guitar is simply too universal in its application. It did not need to work on connecting locations, and it did not need to heal horror or gain resources. The resource generation is a fix because you're making an expensive recursive event deck. Ideally, you're playing an event every single turn to trigger your ability, so you need money. So they put money on the guitar. And it moves enemies because traps are really inconsistent because enemies aren't perfectly predictable or may not even move. So they've made it incredibly easy to trigger your traps by being able to push the enemies into them. And by easy, I mean it completely trivializes the strategy of the trap archetype. There is no reason to be intelligent about the placement of your traps and think ahead to the future. You don't lay traps as a prophylactic move on characters that can't handle enemies. With Pete, you never intelligently lay traps, you simply place traps. And testlessly, actionlessly, borderline globally, push enemies into them. I also dislike how trivially easy it is to gain the resource or heal the horror. I don't think it's possible to die from horror damage as this character, and eventually you just end up moving enemies around that you didn't have to for shits and giggles just to get a resource or heal a horror. It doesn't feel special using this, it feels obligatory. It is also just thematically laughable. It doesn't make sense on any level. It's like a sick joke. Like, Pete has 2 things on his artwork, the dog and the guitar, and we've used the dog, so I guess the guitar will do. It's even just the art again, with the dog cropped out. It is this game's thematic nadir, its lowest point. Now, all this goes back to my central point. This design had the potential to be a fully fleshed out, brand new survivor with a cycle of supporting trap cards, but it has been wasted on a character that doesn't fit the theme in the slightest. And to be fair, I could see Pete being like a trapper character, but not like this. And this whole idea of parallel characters wasting ideas is something that I was concerned about when parallels were first announced. But to Arkham's credit, that idea has been mostly entirely avoided. I couldn't imagine parallel Zoe, Rex, or Agnes being tied to new characters instead of these existing ones. They just fit so well. And even though I dislike parallel Wendy, I acknowledge that it's difficult to print more Bless and Curse characters as they have a requirement of being packaged with the tokens. So it's a sensible solution. Parallel Pete to me is the biggest standout for this problem. And I do acknowledge that this character can be fun and interesting, but this isn't an enjoyment tier list, it's a design tier list, and this is just uniquely bad, in my opinion. I am really sorry if you like this character. And maybe I'm missing something. I know Justin from playing board games talks often about how Parallel Pete makes you rethink previous cards, and I just don't get it. There's like 5 cards that he can take that are sensible. All the good Arkham characters make you rethink existing cards. Just look at Tommy or Yorick, or hell, Trish. Half the random clue cards in Seeker and Rogue just take on a completely new life with this character, and it's so much more elegant. My final parting shot for this discussion is that I've played Parallel Pete 3 times now, and every single time I felt like a playtester. So I don't know. Sorry for being a hater. And with that, we've reached the end of the Dunwich Investigators. I have definitely been a bit more negative about these characters, and this will probably be the most negative I will be about any set of characters. And I think at the end of the day, these characters in part should be evaluated around the context of their release. This is the first expansion in the game, and likely these characters were at least partially developed by the time core set came out, if not finalized, which I suspect is more likely. And I think if these were the only 5 characters in the game, it would be a bit more acceptable. And I certainly wasn't complaining when I bought Dunwich, because I played Zoe and I had a blast because the game itself was still so fresh and interesting. In a way, it might not have been appropriate to make really flashy, bizarre designs for the first expansion while everyone's still just kind of getting used to how the game operates. So conceptually, I don't have a problem with them all being dead simple. I just think that they're simple in a way that's not interesting. And this game has demonstrated, even in the core set, that there can be simple and interesting characters, like Roland, for example. And future expansions will usually have 1 or 2 simpler characters peppered in with some bizarre designs. Take Dream Images, for example. That is a wild box, but it's still got Tommy in it. So it's not an issue of being simple, it's an issue of being so simple that it doesn't translate into theme or gameplay decisions. And on the topic of parallels, since we're done with most of them, 2 full cycles of parallels, while the core set parallels did have 2 F-tier characters, I think that the ethos of these parallel characters was a little bit better done in the core set. I remember when the parallels came out, my biggest concern was that they would make characters that would then not be able to be expanded upon in a real expansion. We're essentially making characters without cards here. And even with Parallel Agnes, I thought, okay, we're finally getting the Mystic Spellslinger character, but we could have had a Spellslinger character and a box of supporting cards, and now we don't get that until they decide to do it later. If they decide to do it later. The difference, I think, is that the parallel designs are so well suited for the character, it actually doesn't feel appropriate to use this design for a different character. If they made some kind of blood mage type character that traded damage for spells, I would think, oh, it's a shame that this couldn't be Agnes. Wendy gets a free pass because you can't really make too many Curse and Bless characters, and at the time there was only 1 dedicated Bless character, and it was just Sister Mary and Mateo by proxy, and there wasn't a Curse character. The rest of this video is going to be a lot more positive because I honestly think that every other Investigator expansion is just a complete home run, banger, awesome, love it. Okay, very exciting. Starting on our first Carcosa Investigator, it's Mark Harrigan, and he's going all the way to the top. Just anecdotally, I can't explain how awesome it was. Having finished Dunwich, brought the new expansion, you open up the player cards, and you see this. He is just a shocking character to look at if you're used to playing Zoe, you know what I mean? And before we get into singing his praises, I think there is a legitimate potential for criticism here. I put Rex in F tier because he was tabooed, which indicates that he is overtuned, which is a design mistake. And I think that you can make a very legitimate argument that Mark Harrigan is overpowered. Overpowered in the sense that he is, to many people, obviously the best Guardian. And I think this is a philosophical issue at its core. Is Mark Harrigan pushing out other investigators and other strategies? And I think my conclusion is if this was a competitive game, I would think Mark Harrigan is a bad design. But this is a cooperative game, so you do not have to compete against the best strategies available. You aren't necessarily strategically invalid for picking Leo Anderson over Mark Harrigan. However, hypothetically, if you were playing Leo Anderson and you had to fight Mark Harrigan, you're stuffed, and therefore Leo Anderson is now a more invalid character, which is bad design. I decided to make an exception for a character like Rex because his taboo, essentially to me, is an admittance of a design oversight. Rather than invalidating other Seeker strategies, Rex invalidates the campaign in a way that is frankly absurd. Consider this a blanket statement for all other potentially overpowered characters that I'm going to cover, because unless they've been tabooed, I will not consider being overpowered a design mistake. With that out of the way, you can tell stories with card games. And it's a fascinating way of telling a story because it works on implication. Individual small mechanics that when taken as a whole are evocative. And I know I've kind of leaned on that word a little bit too much, but I would say that if we're thinking of that word evocative, Mark Harrigan is it. The flavor and identity of Mark, I think it's the strongest of any character in the game. For starters, that 5 in Fist is just like audacious. It so speaks to him being a much more hardened veteran of combat than Zoe and Roland. Like, this guy has had training, you know what I mean? The 5 sanity also speaks to a mental frailty, and every detail of Sophie is just heartbreaking. It changes trait from spirit on the front side to madness on the other, and the subtitles being in loving memory and it was all my fault. And he uses Sophie to push himself. It's an excuse. He's going to push himself as hard as he can and burn the candle at both ends, and then he burns out and loses all of his skills. And having the ability be on Sophie, the card, indicates that Sophie is the motivation for the ability. You push yourself to the limit and then you start to crumble, and it's just perfect in design. It's perfect storytelling. And I'm going to take the time again to point out, Wendy, this is how you do a permanent for a character. Mark's ability on his card is just the damage for draw thing. Everything else is on Sophie. You could totally fit this on Mark. You could do it like this. Fast, take 1 direct damage, you get +2 to your skill value for this skill test. If Mark Harrigan has 5 or more damage on him, you get -1 to each of your skills and cannot use the above ability. Reaction, after damage is placed on a card you control, draw a card, limit once per phase. That's 58 words. Joe Diamond's ability is 53. Believe it or not, it's an identical word count to Bob Jenkins' ability. But if you do it like that, you don't get to flip the card. It translates to good gameplay too. It's very tactical when you want to actually take the damage and also finding ways to damage yourself outside of investigation phase. It makes you reevaluate cards that can take damage, such as Beat Cop and Guard Dog. Even the level 0 tactics, I think they do give his deck an overall flavor that is a bit unique to him. A lot of the tactic cards just so happen to really fit Mark's identity and what he's trying to accomplish. Active Desperation, Kicking the Hornet's Nest, Practice Makes Perfect, Elusive. They all just happen to be so sensible for Mark, they just fit the character. He was perhaps a more interesting character before totally ubiquitous healing, because you had to be a little bit more careful about when you were taking damage. He felt a bit riskier. Now healing is so awesome and strong that he just kind of feels like an utter turbo guardian, and maybe that's a bit of a failure in theme. He doesn't feel fragile anymore. But I think the story is still there, and it does still come across in gameplay even if you've optimized the shit out of it. Homefront is just a shocking signature card. It's so audacious. And signature cards should have impact. They should feel kind of insane. It's the only card that's unique to your character that's beneficial. Shell Shock is maybe a little medium, but it's still just really cool art, really cool name. It feels very flavorful because you're pushing yourself and then that causes the flashbacks like the PTSD. And yeah, I love Mark, just utter triumph of design. I also really have to stress, imagine buying Dunwich and having Zoe and Rex and Jenny as your characters, and then you open Carcosa and this is the first guy that you see. Like, what happened? Like, where were you hiding this? This is unbelievable. And now, for our next Carcosa investigator, we have Minty Fun, and I'm going to put her in A tier as well. This is so much better. I like putting the characters in the high tiers. I don't like putting them in low tiers. I think Min mostly gets this high on the strength of her signatures, and also the strength of her gameplay and what she's capable of doing as opposed to other Seekers. Analytical Mind makes you feel so in control of the game. It's an excellent fantasy to have someone struggle with the rotting remains and just throw them a guts for 3 willpower from across the map, and just, you really feel like you're guiding people with this character if you lean into it. And you can do some weird stuff. You can have like Leo Anderson with like Greta Wagner on a 3-shroud location, and you just go, investigate it, man. And then they investigate and you commit like a 5-icon deduction level 2. It's in the flavor text, right? You can depend on me to guide you through the unknown. You can absolutely embody that ethos, and it feels great. But her stat line and deck building are so flexible that you can kind of just do whatever you really want. The Seeker Survivor card pool perhaps doesn't make too much sense with the character. Mostly, again, with the Daisy thing. It's like this is a lot of Survivor access for this backstory, but it's here for gameplay. This is a perfect deck building for a skill-based character. The build variety for this character is insane, which is a consideration for this list. And I really, really want to gush about the King in Yellow because it might be my favorite weakness in the game. It really guides your deck building philosophy for Min. Rules as written, while the King in Yellow is in play, you cannot commit cards to other characters because you can only commit 1 card to another character. But even when you're committing cards to yourself, you want to be careful about committing too many because Analytical Mind only works if you commit 1 card, even if it's for yourself. The weakness forces you to overcommit, to be reckless with your resources. And so you put in card draw in order to fuel the ability to commit 3 or more cards to a test. But now, because you've put in the card draw, you see the weakness more often. It becomes an omnipresent weakness that you're going to see more than once a game, and that every time it's not in play, when it's like hiding in your deck somewhere, it's preying on your mind. Just like the actual text of the King in Yellow, you can throw the book away, but you'll pick it back up out of the trash. You can't let it go. Even after you're done reading it, you're thinking about it. And the moment where you just overcommit the crap out of a test just to get rid of it, and you're pulling that token, it's kind of heart-stopping every time. Like, what if this is it and I pull the tentacle? It's actually just fantastic gameplay for a weakness. And in my opinion, it is the gold standard for all weaknesses. If I had to maybe point out an issue or like a justification as to why she is an A+, it's just the main ability. It certainly clears the standard of dunnage, but it is still just kind of like +1 to game component type ability. But I think it's better than that because it's limit once for each investigator, so if you're really spreading out your skills, you can trigger the ability multiple times. Great character, love it. Now for the rogue of the cycle, we have Safina Rousseau, and I think she deserves an A+. Safina is honestly such a bold and innovative design for a card game character. I think it's such a smart idea to play around with the way that the mulligan works to create new strategic options. Possibly one of the most strategically dense points in the entire game is when you first see Safina's opening hand, and now you have to decide which of these events are the ones that you put underneath her. It's not as simple as just putting the best ones underneath. Perhaps you prefer to play your easy mark without having to use a copy of the Painted World, or use the action to draw it out from underneath you. Maybe you want reactive or situational spells that are kind of silver bullets that are worth spending the extra action to draw and play them at the right time. Or maybe you just want to play Hot Streak 4 like 3 times and just do like a big money thing. It's incredibly complex and there's not really a simple answer. You have to consider the rest of your hand, the scenario you're playing, and your deck building all at once. It's seriously changing a very fundamental rule in the mulligans to create new strategic options that only exist for this character. And I think the stat line is actually very cool for this kind of character. A 1 willpower or 2 willpower character wouldn't really work because you want to have the option of using Mystic cards and Rogue Foot Matter cards. And even if you are just going for agility, the 4 willpower makes her feel uniquely defensive among rogues. The Painted World is a complete home run. Like, it's so brilliant that there's 3 copies in the deck. It creates a distinction between accessible events that you want to draw from under Safina and recursive events that you want to leave there. It's great because it's not just like a gun that shoots better, it's intrinsically linked to the character's actual ability. It feels like an extension of the ability rather than just a flavor-ish value card. The weakness might even be my favorite part of her, to be honest. I think it's very unpopular, but I like how devastating it is. It feels crushing and inescapable, but as I've espoused previously, I think that's a good direction for weaknesses to take. It's got a lot more depth than the average double action discard weakness. It's constantly pressuring your decision making. You can't fully rely on the events beneath you because they might go at any time, and I think that's brilliant. My main criteria for a good weakness is that it's flavorful and it creates interesting decision making, and it does both. If I had to pick a reason why she doesn't quite break into S tier, I think the flavor is maybe a little thin. This is kind of an insane ability set for just being a magic forgery kind of person. The abilities are abstract in a way that I think you can't directly translate to theme, or maybe you can, and they just haven't done it and I can't think of one. But there's not like any flavor discrepancies or contradictions, it's just more of a bottom-up design rather than a top-down design, I feel. I'm always going to love a character where the ability, weakness, and signature all feel like extensions of the same mechanical identity. And now we have Akachi Onyele. I hope I pronounced that right, and unfortunately I am going to put her in the C tier. To be clear, she is very, very close to being like a tier up. You could almost consider her an honorary C+. It's a dead simple ability and it is quite Dunwich adjacent, but I did say that simple designs do have a place in the game, and I don't really have a problem with this type of simplicity. In the sense that it's much more impactful and personalized than simply gaining a resource. And it does make your spells feel meaningfully better as opposed to being so universal of an ability that it doesn't feel like any specific aspect of your character has improved. At least with Akachi, I feel like exact cards that I picked have been noticeably enhanced, which is preferable. You could potentially make an Akachi deck where her ability doesn't ever trigger because you haven't put cards with charges in your deck. To be clear, you would never actually do that, but the point that I'm trying to make is that in order for the ability to work, you do have to engage with the ability on a certain level. With Jenny or Zoe, it actually doesn't matter what cards you put in your deck, you're always just going to gain one resource. That's why I think this is a slight improvement over those Dunwich characters. You still are being rewarded for picking particular cards, even if it's very obvious and likely what you would have done anyway. However, we are still grading in a sense relative to other characters, and compared to other simple characters, this is still particularly bland. As I said previously, while it does push you more towards assets with charges, that's already what the vast majority of Mystic decks do, so rather than encouraging unique styles of play, it simply reinforces the default. Unfortunately, the deck building and signatures are similarly passable. Spirit Speaker certainly does feel like you can make your spells last forever, which is fairly cool, and perhaps you might put in a marginal spell with lots of charges just to gain money, which is good to consider alongside the weakness. You may decide to put in spells with unusually high charge values to deal with it. I do think it's good for weaknesses to make you consider ways to solve them. The deck building as well offers very, very little variety. I have played an incredibly wacky deck using Archaic Glyphs Guiding Stones with Bestow Resolve and Desperate Skills to boost her actual intellect. It was a complete meme, but it was fun. I don't think, however, that there's almost anything else worth trying, and certainly not enough at the moment to actually make a difference. I don't think it's very likely to change, however, as there have been 8 expansions since Akachi came out, and there's still basically nothing available outside of class. So yeah, simple character, but arguably an appropriate level of simple for new players. Carcosa is also a very high concept box, so it's good that there's at least one character that is that simple. We have a very special character now, William Yorick, and it hurts my heart, but I will have to put him in A tier. Full disclosure, Yorick is my favorite character in this game. I could actually just play him back to back, and sometimes I feel like I have to force myself to play different characters. My biased opinion is that I think Yorick's gameplay loop is essentially perfect. It's an incredibly well done way of balancing survivor recursion. You have to put in the work, and it's mechanically limited by the length and nature of the scenario. Mechanically speaking, clue-based asset recursion such as scavenging has proven to be a little bit problematic as it allows you to outpace the game. It doesn't really matter if you can only trigger scavenging a max of 14 times a game due to the round limit, because you are doing it in order to shorten the time that it takes to complete the scenario by looping old Keyring 3 or Ice Pick 3 or something of that nature. Enemy-based recursion is actually limited by scenario length and is inherently less likely to be problematic because it's a reactive ability that responds to the challenges of the scenario, instead of being dictated by the pace of the clue finder. And recursion is just so much fun. There's a reason why most card games end up having an element of recursion to them. It's because recursion introduces a new zone of player-accessible cards which increases strategic depth. What was once a pile of used up cards now feels like an opportunity. In the context of just Arkham, it makes you feel very resourceful and clever to set up your discard pile with all sorts of situational assets that have now become viable by not requiring an action to play. It feels like such a light bulb moment for the player to notice all these cards that discard themselves, such as old keyring or matchbox. And there are all sorts of interesting synergies, such as recurring old shotgun while playing fight events or using active desperation as a pseudo reload. Despite how simple the ability is, it rewards creativity marvelously, and you're seemingly only limited by your imagination. It certainly helps that his card pool is incredibly deep. It's a fantastic ability to pair with Guardian Survivor. I have probably played him through a full campaign 10 times or more, and I'm going to do it again. So what's the problem exactly? Why isn't he S tier? The main reason is that I think his signatures, maybe they're not bad, but they're really, really not good. There simply isn't a decision to be made with Bury Them Deep. Gameplay-wise, it's nothing more than bonus experience. The idea behind killing an enemy so badly that it doesn't actually ever come back is a neat enough idea, but it has no effect on the actual gameplay of a scenario. The game simply isn't designed where this is actually something that you can rely on strategically. You can sometimes do something weird like playing with a character that's using Binder's Jar in Scenario 3 of The Circle Undone to seal every single rat. Usually, however, it is functionally indistinguishable from just killing an enemy normally. The Graveyard Ghouls, in my opinion, are even worse and probably could have used another pass-through design. The idea of them preventing recursion seems like it would put pressure on you to deal with them promptly. However, the fact that they engage on you means that you would have to deal with them regardless. You will never be forced to make the tough decision to kill something else and miss out on your ability. I have potentially played this character more than any other character, and I can confidently say that this weakness has never had an impact other than simply being an enemy roadblock. I think Zamacona, Alessandra's weakness, is actually a much more sensible direction for a weakness like this to take. It is also actually mystifying to me that Yorick's ability triggers when you kill the ghouls. I saw someone claim on a card of the day that it's to help Yorick trigger his ability in the event that you're playing a scenario with minimal enemies, such as Miskatonic Museum. I simply don't understand this line of logic. It's antithetical to what weaknesses represent in the game. Dark Memory is an excellent example of a weakness that can be leveraged to benefit you, but it's unsustainable and eventually you are going to have to pull the trigger on it. Fantastic character, sad I can't put my man in S tier, but I can't justify it with these signatures. And now it's time for Lola Hayes, and I think she should be in D tier. This is a very tough one to talk about. I absolutely love that Lola exists in the game. This character is a fantastic puzzle. I don't think that the fact that she is absurdly weak is a mark against her. You know what you're getting into when you pick this character. You play this character because you're in on the idea of a weird character, and you want to figure out exactly what is possible and if it can be done. Maybe this is the viable Lola deck. In that sense, Lola is a perfectly designed character who exactly achieved what the designers were trying to get across. And I don't accept the argument that Lola wasn't intended to be bad, because every single one of her abilities is a restriction. There are no beneficial abilities printed on her character card. However, her weakness has been tabooed, and I do take that into consideration. The old version of the weakness was simply too much of a limiting factor. It made the puzzle impossible to solve. You would try your absolute hardest to get it all to work, but it would all get completely demolished by the weakness, so it was never worth trying. And most viable Lola decks pre-taboo just tried to set up a bunch of static stat boosts and permanents and then swap off the roll and ignore cards. There were so many decks on Arkham DB that just had 2 copies of Another Day Another Dollar and 2 copies of Studious because they were afraid to invest experience into real cards. I consider this a design failure. The character should be the most creative and expressive, but the weakness stifled your creativity. I also just can't believe that there's 2 of them either. You can't just hold out until you find one copy of the weakness, then start playing the game properly. You have to have this weakness wreck you twice, and then maybe you can start playing without worries. That being said, every other part of this character is simply stunning. The role switching combos are so cool, especially trying to set up a combo by staying in a role and carrying it over to the next turn. Play a Seeker card, switch to Rogue at the start of your next turn, play a Rogue card, switch to Survivor. It makes you feel very intelligent when you get it to work, and extending what you're capable of with improvisation fully encapsulates the idea of the character. Changing the roles to suit your needs, it's such a flavor win. As printed, the character's weakness was too punishing to allow you to express yourself properly with this character, and with the taboo, she's finally settled into what her identity truly is, a character for enthusiasts and artists. So does Lola deserve a higher grade? By my own criteria, she doesn't, as there was a clear and borderline character-ruining design mistake in her weakness. So does she deserve an F? Kinda. By the criteria I set, she actually does. However, there's one thing that's holding me back from putting her in F tier, and that reason is that she is an underpowered character instead of an overpowered character. I think with a character like this who breaks the rules of deck building, it was sensible to err on the side of caution. So philosophically, I think they simply went too far on a fundamentally good idea, as opposed to someone like Rex where they pushed an overpowered idea too far, a much more dangerous concept. On that sense, it doesn't feel right to put her in F tier because the underlying ideas and designs of this character are really, really good, and making a character too weak is a better mistake than making a character too strong. In addition, I think that all of the F tier characters are either uncreative or unrefined in a way that Lola is not. This is clearly a well fleshed out idea, and this is clearly a design with a lot of restraint. Conceptually one of my favorite characters, but unfortunately I can't overlook that taboo. So that's all of the Carcosa investigators. Carcosa is the point at which many people fell in love with this game completely, myself included. The 1-2 punch of the campaign being what it is, and these investigators showed what the game is really capable of. And I said the Dunwich characters aged poorly, but these ones have not only stood the test of time, but I think they set the standard for this game moving forward. You could even make the case that these investigators have yet to be topped in terms of a complete package. Of note, after they finished the Dunwich Parallel Investigators, they skipped this cycle and jumped straight to the Forgotten Age with Parallel Father Mateo. I think what they've already done with these characters is difficult to sensibly reinvent. The Dunwich characters, and to a lesser extent the Corset characters, by today's standards do feel incredibly limited or safe, which makes it easy to paint something over the top of them, if you will. But I think it would require a lot of effort and thought to make parallel characters that live up to these characters. And on my part, I'm not even sure if I want them. The characters' abilities fit their themes so well, while simultaneously being so complex, that any ability that could live up to the original abilities while still being thematically relevant would be so different that I would prefer they just make a new character. But we'll have to see. I've been surprised by this game before. Now onto our first Forgotten Age character, with a fantastic design, Leo Anderson. We're going to put him in A+. Leo, I think, is similar to Roland in the sense that a lot is done with relatively little. However, as you can tell from the placement on the list, I think that Leo is the superior design. I think with Leo, you do have to start with his backstory, because despite how simple his ability is, it's so closely informed by his character that it feels wrong to neglect it. Himself and Mitch Brown were the sole survivors of a Mountains of Madness style academic expedition where it's implied that Leo has willfully sacrificed the rest of his team to complete the mission. For starters, I think that this is the best story we could have asked for the Guardian Rogue. It's a very morally grey card pool combining both protection and self-centeredness, and it's on you to decide which direction it takes in gameplay. It's interesting to compare him to Skids narratively. With the Rogue Guardian, it implies that he's using underhanded tactics to reach a noble goal. For Leo, it casts doubt. Maybe he's not as noble as he seems. For Leo, he clearly thinks he's doing the right thing, but he's doubtful of his methods and if the cost was justified. And when you play him, will you turn him around or lean into it? Consider as well the fact that he has 4 willpower, which to me represents a strong conviction and unwavering commitment. Of note, Zoe also has 4 willpower, so I think this is an intentional part of the character. Mechanically, his ability to play allies fast at a discount is very basic, but it's elegant, thematic, and strategic. You're incentivized to use the ability as often as possible. That's how it works in the game. The more you activate your ability, the more value you've gotten out of it. So naturally, you're going to treat your allies as disposable because you're already planning to put a replacement body on the front lines. It also allows you to play lots of allies because one of the big weaknesses of assets is that they require actions to play, and if you spend the whole game playing assets, you've fallen behind. Now allies don't gum you down anymore. You can also be very strategic about it. It now allows you to play allies reactively. You could have Medical Student and Beat Cop in your hand at the same time, and depending on what happens during the Mythos phase at the start of your turn, you could play the Medical Student to heal someone who took a bad treachery, or the Beat Cop to kill something that you just drew. Maybe you drew a weak enemy and you play Greta Wagner instead. It enables a lot of smart decision making. Even making the allies cheap and fast changes the evaluation on them significantly. I would never consider Ventura on any other character, but you make him fast and 3 resources for 4 ammo, now I'm interested. Mitch Brown is also fantastic. It would have been a disservice for this character to have a signature that isn't an ally, but he also subtly pushes you towards non-unique allies. Nameless, faceless, sacrificial goons, rather than stronger personalities. And Bought in Blood is simple, but changes the way that you play significantly. You never want to discard an ally in play, so ideally you hold back only one ally in the hand as fodder for your weakness. Combined with the idea of holding multiple allies in your hand and picking the right one to play reactively with your ability, it creates a strategic tension of trying to get all of them out as fast as possible and keeping some ammo in the tank. You want to keep at least one in your hand, or rather, just one in your hand. The one you leave in your hand is the one that you've designated as a sacrifice to protect your more important pieces. Very thematic. There's not too much more to say. Despite being so high on the list, there isn't really that much that he actually does. This to me is something of a platonic ideal of what a simple Arkham character should be. A fantastic platform that's easy to understand and enables all sorts of different strategies while telling a resonant story. I didn't really get into it as well, but his build variety is just astonishing. You're only limited by your creativity. And now the Forgotten Ages Seeker, Ursula Downs, and I'm going to put her in A. Ursula's a solid design, I feel. An excellent example of a simple character for more beginner players. In fact, when teaching new players the game, I usually offer Ursula as an option, which I feel does speak to a well-designed and inoffensive character. Investigating after moving encourages an explorative game style and incentivizes you to take cards that make you feel like a brisk speedster. Possibly my favorite part of the character is that they didn't feel the need to limit her ability to basic investigations, which allows you to string together combos like using your investigate ability on Fingerprint Kit or even burning the Midnight Oil. Even something like Unearth the Ancients, it's still technically an investigation. And the 4 agility also gives the impression of a character that's more world-weary and physically capable than the average seeker. Someone who seeks in more obscure and dangerous locations, very Indiana Jones. So the ability's good, but Jake Williams is not it. It's a good enough ability, but unfortunately a lot of him feeling so not great to play is the ubiquitousness of incredibly powerful Seeker allies that you would much rather play. Is that a flaw with Jake? Not necessarily. You could argue it's more of a flaw of level 0 Seeker ally design, but I would also argue that the fact that people still aren't trying to make him work regardless means he clearly isn't inspiring players very much. Which makes sense as his ability is both incredibly basic and oversaturated within Seeker. A Seeker signature that only draws cards will never seem that special. Think back to Analytical Mind. If you're power gaming, yes, the main point on that card is the draw, but in terms of design, the draw is an enabler for the actual ability of Global Commits. It replenishes the cards that you're giving away. Therefore, it's a much more interesting signature card, and I'm in 2 minds on the weakness. I do like how much it guides your play and pressures you when it's drawn, but it can be a bit mentally irritating to have to remember the trigger every single round basically for the rest of the game. Sometimes it feels like a relief when you just take the horror and shuffle it back in. It's like, man, I get a break now. But I think the flavor is very strong, capturing the obsession present in the character. And the core concept of being forced to move and investigate is an idea that I think is mechanically worth pursuing in design, so I'm really not too down on it. Currently, my main criticism with Ursula is definitely her deck building. The relic access is still incredibly limited, and it's like a very obvious idea for this character. Obvious ideas can be good, but I don't think they're always worth doing if they don't actually create new strategies or tell you anything new about the character. But all things considered, I don't have any major gripes with this character. I think she's a very, very solid design, hence A. And now we have Finn Edwards for our most recent S tier. I just love every part about this design. I think Finn is one of the coolest investigators ever. I acknowledge a potential bias as Finn is also one of my boys, but I think that the narrative and gameplay of this character is airtight in the way that I would want for an S tier character. I don't always consider context or release order for this list, and I'm not necessarily doing it now, but I would like to point out that rogues having low willpower wasn't a trend until after this character. Skids had 2, Jenny had 3, and Safina had 4. This idea has proven itself to be both flavorful and has created a unique and thematic weakness to be shared across the entirety of the rogue identity, and I think it's because it was proven to work on this character. Just every single part of this character's design screams slimy bastard. The 1 willpower is certainly a factor, making him feel very cowardly and unheroic in the context of the rest of his design. He's confident and can do anything. Unless things aren't going his way, then he just utterly crumples. I'm a big fan of extra actions that are fairly narrow because they allow you to make decisions based around it that aren't so obvious. You start thinking, how can I maximize this extra action, and take stuff like pickpocketing and dirty fighting. It's so incredibly on brand for this character. I feel that in a big way, Finn is such a poster child for the entire rogue archetype and supports almost every rogue strategy you can think of thematically. Big money makes so much sense, rogue tricks like pilfer makes so much sense, dirty fighting makes so much sense. All of the rogue cards with selfish titles take on a new life with this character. If Tony plays You Handle this one, it feels very different narratively from Finn playing it. Now there is an elephant in the room in the fact that he actually can't take high-level rogue cards, only high-level illicit cards, and that the level 4 to 5 illicit card pool is actually quite shallow. While I do agree that this is technically a limiting factor in deck building and gameplay, I don't find it quite restrictive enough to affect my decision on Finn being S tier. I do, however, find it to be incredibly flavorful. Finn isn't naturally a rogue, he's a rogue by happenstance. Crime is his true class. I think people undervalue the ability for deck building to tell a story, and I see Finn's restriction as flavor text masquerading as game rules, and I absolutely love it. His signatures are all just home runs as well, in my opinion. His gun is, in my opinion, the most flavorful investigator-specific gun. If you want to laugh, just compare them to Jenny's twin 45s. The flavor on display here is just perfect. He tricks the enemies and only shoots them when their back is turned, avoiding a real fight. Smuggled goods is also just so awesome. It really encourages the illicit deck building, and not being able to use it while you have enemy eyes on you is spectacular. It's more flavor text disguised as rules text. The card would not have been overtuned if it worked with engaged enemies at your location. It's purely there for the theme. He only gets the goods when no one's watching. Caught red-handed doesn't do anything very often, but when it does, it feels like a complete catastrophe, and you think to yourself, oh shit, how am I going to get out of this one? In Finn's narrative, this is likely how he'll one day meet his end. And no matter how much planning you do, you will eventually, inevitably, be caught red-handed. It's just so dramatic when it actually happens. The magic to Finn is that even though he's so simple, all of the parts of his character are just so wonderfully detailed. What a beautiful, elegant, uncomplicated, but resonant character. One of my all-time favorite designs for sure. I really do think that this character's design was so successful, and so obviously successful, that it had a part in shaping rogue identity moving forward, and that says a lot. As a quick aside as something that wasn't relevant to the decision to put him in S, a lot of the time if I'm playing a campaign by myself without a specific goal of like a particular path to take, like not doing specifically doubt or specifically conviction in Carcosa, I'll usually try to make decisions I feel the lead investigator would make as a character. And a lot of Arkham characters are like moderately heroic in their own way, even the rogues. Like for example, I would go to the police in Carcosa if I'm playing Tommy. And it's just really cool to have a character that actually picks like the arsehole options. It's very funny. And now for Father Mateo, I think I'm going to put him in the B tier. In terms of how I personally feel about Father Mateo, I absolutely love him. I think it's common for people who have been playing a game for quite some time to sort of latch on to not particularly good characters. There's something about the shortcomings of a character that can give them a certain allure or like a purity to them. And Mateo is definitely that for me. I even liked playing him for some reason before the Bless cards even came out. That being said, his uncomplicated purity is a big reason why he's just in B tier. He really doesn't have much going on for him at all. I think it's interesting to compare Mateo to Parallel Daisy because they have a very similar problem. For most of the game, your ability effectively does not exist, which makes your character feel incredibly vanilla. And by not existing, I mean it's a once per game ability, so you can't keep using it round after round. So 9 rounds out of 10, you don't have an ability. However, I think Mateo's is a superior implementation of this idea. And the reason for this is that this isn't a proactive ability that you trigger, it's a reactive ability that you use in response to a game state. So as a result, the ability feels more present because you're on the lookout for the potential to use it. As Mateo, you find yourself really paying attention to what other people are doing. If this is like a really high value skill test with a lot of skills committed, or a particularly pivotal moment in the scenario, you get excited for the potential of a super dramatic turnaround. Some of the most exciting social moments I've had playing Arkham is having a teammate draw a catastrophic tentacle, and you look at them in the eye and you say, "Do not fear, my child, for the Lord smiles upon thee." Honestly though, that is all Mateo has going for him. I'd like to address the idea that Mateo's true ability is his Elder Sign. I have seen some people say that. I think there's merit to it considering that a lot of the game text on the Investigator card is dedicated to the Elder Sign ability, and also supported by the fact that both of his signatures interact with the Elder Sign. And I do think that Mateo is one of the few characters that actually has an Elder Sign that's worth attempting to trigger multiple times. I agree that it's a new strategy, it's a new way to take the character, but it's exactly one new strategy, and it doesn't affect your evaluation of many cards at all, and especially post-Bless, there are many Mateo builds that completely ignore this aspect of the character. So overall, I don't really buy his Elder Sign as an ability either. I'd like to take a moment as well to discuss the 5 bonus experience. It's going to be a bit of a tangent, but I think now was the best time to mention it, since it's the first time it's come up for a non-parallel character. So far, 3 characters have been given the bonus 5 experience: Parallel Roland, Father Mateo, and Kaimani Jones. Now, the stated reason why Kaimani has 5 bonus experience is that they have come into the campaign with pre-campaign Mythos-adjacent adventures. Now, conceptually, I do think that is a very interesting idea. It is incredibly internally inconsistent, and there are a vast majority of characters who should have this bonus experience, but simply don't. The idea that Kaimani deserves 5 experience but not Mark, Ashcan Pete, Joe Diamond, Leo Anderson, or Zoe is complete insanity to me. There are plenty more that you can make an argument also deserve it, but these characters are stated in lore on the back of their card to have prior conflict with supernatural forces. Now, I'm not deducting points from Mateo or Kaimani or even from Parallel Roland. Just because it's stated in supplementary interviews doesn't make it gospel. Death of the author and all that. The point that I'm trying to get across is this. What exactly does this experience represent in text? It doesn't represent prior experience with supernatural powers on Mateo. The backstory on the card is simply about dealing with the problems of preaching in a country where it's illegal, and he basically only just discovered cult activity in the final lines of his backstory. There are additional details in the Investigators of Arkham Horror book, but you shouldn't need a supplementary book to understand a character and their motivations. If you do, you have failed to design an evocative character. And I'm not saying that Mateo is a complete failure, I'm just saying that supplemental material is worthless when considering the design of the character as they exist on the board. Now, the Blessed deck building is also an interesting discussion point. It's very, very good. It suits the character very nicely, and it allows a new freedom of expression that wasn't available when the character was released. So now we have a question to consider. Does the Blessed deck building mean Mateo is more well-designed, or are the Blessed cards well-designed? Which part of the equation gets the credit for the decision? And I'm leaning towards Mateo on this issue. We know for a fact they designed cards out of order in a certain sense. It's very possible that Blessed was in a preliminary design state when Mateo was actually released, and the designers were simply looking for a critical mass of actual cards to release in a box, or they simply needed more time to refine the idea fundamentally. Regardless, the Blessed and Curse mechanics have been in the Arkham Horror IP for a very, very long time, and in a way, it's almost inevitable that a version of these mechanics would show up in Arkham Horror the card game. So I also applaud the forethought on display here. It gives Mateo a flavor that's unique for Mystics, and I certainly think it's a worthy idea for him, but it's still not the most creative. It's just a very sensible idea. For the weakness, I do have a soft spot for Serpents of Yig, but it is still just a big dumb enemy, and they're generally not very interesting weaknesses. And I think the Codex is a bit less cool than it seems on first appearance. It's interesting that you get to bank an Elder Sign. You can be a bit clever on that, like playing it for your last action if you've correctly identified that bad variance on like a Mythos phase is the only way you can lose, so you can save it for that. But the play pattern is usually you play the Codex and then you immediately auto-succeed a test on it, which is actually fairly boring. You usually just refund the action that you spent to play the Codex. I really would have liked it a lot better if you could give it to other characters. Maybe that's a bit of an overpowered effect, but I think it takes a lot of team coordination. You need to spend an action with Mateo, you need to move into their location. I think it would have been a lot cooler. As is, you rarely deviate from an exact play pattern. So Mateo is a fairly unproblematic design with some unique aspects, but in comparison to other characters, he's just very conventional and safe. I just enjoy the combination of like slight jank and relative simplicity, but this isn't a personal enjoyment tier list. And now we have our next parallel with Parallel Father Mateo, and I'm going to put him in A. This is going to serve as more of a continuation on the Mateo discussion, as if it wasn't long enough, as this is where I'd like to discuss the main reason as to why Mateo feels very plain or odd. Any Bless card you play, with the sole exception of Blessing of Isis arguably, doesn't function synergistically with Mateo as a character. Say you just built a Bless Agnes deck and then transplanted that deck into Mateo, it would be impossible to tell the difference just by how the deck functions. Similarly, whatever ability you want to call the front of Mateo, it's not supported by his deck building. So the core of what I like about Parallel Mateo conceptually is that this is the first parallel where I feel we've been given two fixed copies of a character. When Mateo was released, the Mystic cards in the set revolved around sealing, which implies that the Mateo strategy was to seal tokens to increase the likelihood of hitting the Elder Sign. And at that point in time, the Blessed deck building was basically just flavor text that let you take Eucatastrophe. Later on in the game's life, Mateo was uniquely allowed to take almost all the Blessed cards, and that's now considered his identity. Now you play Blessed style Mateo, and his front feels completely vestigial. It's clear to me that the intention of this parallel is that the sealing deck building goes with the original front, and the parallel ability goes with the original deck building, and I think that's genius. I think this is likely also due to the fact that they're re-exploring sealing in the Drowned City, in particular in Seeker, due to Agatha Crane. Of course, this does involve considering hypothetical cards that don't currently exist yet, so if what I'm saying actually comes to pass and he's completely awesome, then he's an A+. The actual ability itself is also really nice. It's simple on face value. It's kind of similar in a way to Vincent Lee, where you're basically handing out +2s to skill tests. But it's more complex than that description and synergizes with lots of other cards in interesting ways. You can do a lot more with the Bless token than you can with an Unexpected Courage. I think it's good they're retaining Mateo's implicit support role by allowing his Bless ability to interact with others while making it flexible enough to be used yourself. I like the flavor of literally blessing people like a priest. The advanced signatures are a bit of a miss, but I think it would take a lot to make them not feel like clumsy retools, because that is what they are. But to wrap it up, I just love this idea of really leaning into parallel mixing and matching to create two distinct takes on a character. It feels like it's fulfilling a promise that was implicitly made when Parallels came out, the idea of being able to mix and match them. And until this character, there wasn't really a reason to do that. But now it encourages independent use of two halves of an incongruent design. Very exciting idea. And our final Forgotten Age investigator, Calvin Wright, in the A+ tier. The discourse surrounding Calvin is utterly fascinating to me. I have noticed a big ongoing debate within the community. Is Calvin Wright a strong character? Although I've said many times this isn't a power tier list, I actually think this debate is relevant to my argument on the strength of his design. Cards on the table, where I stand on the issue is that Calvin is, relative to other characters, very weak. The reasons as to why are beyond the scope of this video. Keep an eye out for my power tier list coming soon. But I feel the fact that there are so many people who think he's strong is a testament to how well designed he is. And this is a pattern that persists in other card games as well. As an example, in the game Slay the Spire, there's a deck archetype that one of the characters, the Ironclad, can build towards. You essentially take cards that boost the character's strength, which adds a flat damage modifier to each attack that you play. So if you have 3 strength, every single attack you play has +3 damage. As a tool, strength cards have their place, but as a deck archetype, it's considered a very flawed strategy that rarely comes together at high levels of play. Strength decks, however, are beloved by more casual players and are generally the go-to style for a lot of newer players. I'm sure if you're into League of Legends, you could think of a League of Legends champion that's similar, or if you're really into Magic the Gathering, you can think of a Magic the Gathering deck that's similar. A weak, high effort, but big reward kind of character that attracts casual players because it feels crazy. And I'm not saying that people who think Calvin is good are bad at the game overall. I'm just saying that suboptimal strategies like Calvin or strength scaling, they do have something in common. They are strong enough to win with, and they feel like you've been rewarded for putting in the effort, which makes them feel disproportionately strong. And I'm a sucker for it too. I love playing Calvin. You feel like an absolute god when the plan is working. He perfectly captures in gameplay that grim determination of sitting on the razor's edge, mustering up all of your inner strength to persevere and survive. And I think he's very well designed within the context of the Survivor class. Survivor is famously the class with many cards designed to turn failure into success. And you can start the campaign with a higher density of cards like that, then move into ways to leverage high stats later in the campaign as you accumulate trauma. It's so strategically interesting. You want as much damage and horror on you as possible, but you must plan around it. Say you have until the end of time in play with no horror on it, and you have 2 sanity remaining. Well, you probably can't take that extra point of horror because if you crash the Rotting Remains test, you're now dead anyway. But then you draw I've Had Worse on upkeep, and now the minigame to sensibly and without losing tempo take 1 more horror begins. It's a fantastically rewarding game loop, and it makes Calvin feel great and is also very thematic. Speaking of Until the End of Time, it's very basic but very sensible. I think it's very smart to give a signature card that solves the direct damage and horror problem to an extent, and I think Calvin would be worse off with a different signature. But the weakness is much more of a highlight. Playing with trauma is very cool, and I love that the campaign-long rhythm of the weakness actually mirrors Calvin's playstyle. Early on, like with damage and horror, you're very, very happy to see it, but the closer you get to the edge, the more this weakness starts to scare you. Once you get to 3 trauma, it's kind of on the verge of getting a bit scary. And once you're on 4 trauma, now you're starting to open yourself up to bad luck totally wiping you out, and it gets incredibly stressful. But maybe you're confident and you just want to ride the lightning. I think the deck building is also very fun and thematic. Spirit is a very evocative trait and meshes surprisingly well with what he wants to do. With things like Ward of Protection and I've Had Worse, it doesn't really open up any new strategies for him, but the overlap of cards he can take is very cool. Calvin, to me, is borderline S tier. He's just held back somewhat by his deck building and mostly on vibe. S tier is going to end up fairly stacked by the end of this, and for a moment I did have him in S tier, but I didn't really feel bad putting him in A+, even though I couldn't imagine doing that with like Parallel Agnes or Mark. So by that criteria, I guess he's not S tier. As for the designs here on the whole, they're a bit less ostentatious than the ones in Carcosa, but I think this batch in a way nailed a good balance of simplicity and strategic depth. It feels more like a fleshing out of the Investigator pool rather than a bold new direction, and in general these Investigators don't push new archetypes so much as making versatile, solid characters for people of all skill levels. Fantastic expansion. Alright, and now let's put Carolyn Fern up in the A tier. Before we get into the nitty gritty about Carolyn, I just want to point out something that might seem hypocritical. I spent basically the entirety of Dunwich complaining about abilities that give you effectively +1 to something or other. And here I am telling you that Carolyn's ability is worthy of A tier. But I think there is a distinct difference. Zoe, Jenny, and Rex's abilities are all effectively automatic. Jenny's actually is, and Zoe and Rex's are going to be triggered by doing the thing you were going to do anyway. However, Carolyn's is reactionary to cards that you play. As a result, it changes the evaluation of the cards that you play. It serves as a pseudo -1 resource cost to cards that heal horror, serves as resource generation if you identify sources of repeatable horror healing or 0-cost horror healing cards. Like maybe logical reasoning doesn't interest you very much, but what if it only costs 1? How about Spirit of Humanity? Now it's Bless, Curse, and resource generation. And even better than that, it's not just limited to your character. Soothing Melody now does everything it was already doing, but now it's half of the level 0 stand together as well. It's spectacular as a social ability. But I do have an issue in that it tends to still be a bit underwhelming. Your teammates will usually endeavor to figure out their own economy, because even if you build team economy, you still can't rely on other people drawing the cards required to help the team. If my curve is too high, I'm not going to rely on someone else drawing a Faustian bargain to make my deck work properly. It doesn't mean the ability is worthless, it obviously increases economic consistency. Like now potentially multiple things have to go wrong in order for you to not be able to afford your deck. I just don't think it's sensible for your team to radically change their deck building composition just because they're working with a Carolyn. It mostly serves, in my experience, to fund your own completely insane adventures with your weird deck building. And man, that deck building is just unbelievable. It's the main reason why she's up here. It's honestly my favorite deck building in the whole game. And the sheer variety of it means that every single Carolyn deck will speak to the biases and preferences of the person making the deck. It's one of the ultimate forms of self-expression in the game. I would argue even more so than Lola, because Lola is so weak that you end up having to solve the puzzle. You don't really have the space to do really wacky stuff. You need to figure out the best thing to do because you need to cover for the investigator's weaknesses. Which is creative and exciting in its own right, but for Carolyn, she's just good enough to give you leeway to build basically anything you could ever want to do. And they could have so easily done something like give her Akechi's deck building where it's just monocolor with a stipulation, in this case horror healing, but they just went completely all out and gave her restricted tri-class access, with an additional non-class, non-trait based stipulation in horror healing. And that's just so bold and innovative, it's so cool. I feel like I could basically play Carolyn forever and still figure out new things to do with her. And her regular signatures are just alright, in my opinion, unfortunately. They're the main reason that she doesn't get into A+ tier. Hypnotic therapy is okay enough, but it feels hard to justify engaging with it due to the heavy action tax of both playing it and activating it. And the extra horror heal is more of a luxury that helps you get rid of your weakness, in my opinion. But honestly, a lot of the time I just find myself committing this card. And Rational Thought is more interesting due to being more severe, but I've found this card to be less punishing and more restrictive. Say I want to build a Carolyn deck that only heals in very specific and small ways. For example, if you're building around Field Agent, a lot of the time you just want to heal in increments of 1. In this instance, it starts to restrict your deck building and your creativity. Even though you may only want cards that heal horror off of allies, now you feel pressured to run things like Logical Reasoning that can heal in big bursts but don't contribute to your main strategy. Because if you don't do it, all of your horror healing is shut off, Inspiring Presence doesn't work anymore. And I'm not backpedaling and saying that weaknesses that you have to tech for are now bad. I just think it could be tweaked to still be punishing but more broadly solvable. Maybe if it could be healed as though it were horror on Carolyn or an ally she controls. It still would feel absolutely terrible to use an Inspiring Presence on Rational Thought, but at least you would be able to. And that's it for the character, but I also have to say that a psychologist in this game is just so cool. It's a perfect subtitle. And unfortunately, the only really inspired part of Carolyn is her deck building, which is fantastic. But since that is all there is, I do have to just put her in A. And now the Seeker for the box, Joe Diamond, and we're going to put him in A+. It's the first time, and so far the only time, that they've tried a dedicated Seeker fighter, and I think this was a brilliant way of doing it. Bonus points for the dynamic of having a Clue Guardian and Fighter Seeker in the box. I love contrasting designs and cycles and things of that nature. You can't really discuss Joe without discussing the Hunch deck first. It is utterly magnificent. It fully encapsulates the flavor of the Private Eye following his gut instincts, as the Hunch deck literally guides your decisions during the turn. If you reveal a clue finding event, you head to the clues. If you reveal card draw, you make time to use it. The Hunch deck always feels impactful and powerful, because it plays with the notion of card advantage and cost. Working a Hunch, for example, is quite literally free, as it's no actions and no resources now, but also it doesn't detract from the phantom resources that the cards in your hand represent, in the sense that if you play Working a Hunch out of your hand with 5 cards in your hand, now you have 4 cards in hand. And the point that I'm trying to make is that because of all of this adding together, even relatively weak cards like Working a Hunch feel incredible. It's also a fantastic application of variance, as there's no way to fully stack or manipulate the Hunch deck. So it's never truly 100% reliable, but you can manipulate the cards that you choose to put in the Hunch deck to mitigate that variance, which is very satisfying when you make it work. Even spending experience to upgrade cards in the Hunch deck specifically feels really special, as it's a way of improving your character's power that other characters don't have access to. Brand new mechanics unique to the character that are flavorful and tastefully implemented score high marks in my book. His stat line is also perfect for this character. Not perfect in terms of his power level, but perfect in terms of the fantasy of the character. 4/4 intellect and combat allows for a lot of variety. It doesn't guide you in a particular direction. Maybe you want to play full Seeker with spicy Guardian cards, or a fighter who can still investigate at 5 with magnifying glass, or any combination of those two philosophies. I also like that Joe has very clear weaknesses, as it encourages creative solutions. Joe's puzzle is the sum total of the following questions. How do you protect against your bad mythos stats? How do you utilize both your intellect and combat? And how do you optimize the Hunch deck for maximum value? To me, questions like these indicate good gameplay and good design. Despite the detective cults being a bit plain, I do like the additional hand slot idea. And not just because it spawned the utterly iconic combo of Bandolier 2 and the cults. Octo Joe is a very fun deck, by the way, if you haven't tried it. But what I love about this card is that it allows you to fight enemies without obstructing your Seeker identity by taking up your hands. But it's not universal. If you want to use this gun, and to be fair, maybe you don't, but you also want to use your hand slots to help you investigate, then they're going to have to be tools. You can't use the Grim Memoir, for example, which is also good deck building. Now you have extra considerations, extra questions. If I do have to criticize, I dislike the fact that killing with the cults puts the insight on the bottom of the Hunch deck. It very rarely comes up and usually just means you'll see it again like at the very, very end of the game, if at all. And intentionally missing a hunch to shuffle the Hunch deck, I think, is not a good idea and feels really terrible. So I do wish the insight just shuffled in instead. Unsolved Mystery, I think, also gets points for being a weakness that interacts meaningfully with the Investigator's core mechanic. That's a design philosophy that I praised when talking about Safina, and I do think it's good here as well. If you recall as well, Skids has a weakness that penalizes your experience, but this is a significantly more thematic way of doing it. Of course you didn't get experience, you didn't solve the case, you didn't learn anything from it. So I think Joe is utterly spectacular. He's borderline S tier. Maybe if instead of the cults he had some weird spicy permanent, he might break through. But as is, he's a very solid A+ in my opinion. And now for Preston. Get ready for it. S tier. As always, I fully admit to bias. Preston is my favorite rogue. With that being said, I'm still right. Preston is a fantastic design. Obviously, Preston having a 1 in every stat is gameplay first, theme second, but gameplay triumphs theme, and the gameplay on display here is wholly unique to Preston and incredibly satisfying. In my opinion, Preston is mechanically perfect as the Rogue Survivor, able to leverage both the Rogue Money Matters cards and the Survivor Fail Forward cards in a way that no one else can. He breathes a new freedom into your deck building. What can you accomplish with an extra 4 resources a turn, but no stats? And the great part is that while making a truly incredible Preston deck, I think does require some skill and creativity, he's not a challenge character like Lola. You're rewarded for your creativity, but you're allowed to express yourself without turning your run into a masochist run. You're only limited by your creativity, but simultaneously you aren't restricted to perfection, and I can't understate how much of an accomplishment that is in terms of design. To highlight my point, Rather Incoherent, another Arkham tier list guru, said something in his Investigator enjoyment tier list that stood out to me. He posited that the obvious best way to play Preston was to build a level 0 Dark Horse style deck, and not spend any experience until you have enough to buy an entire big money package at scenario 3 or 4. Now to me, a borderline Preston main, this idea seems completely absurd to me, and I'm very skeptical that it's actually an optimal strategy for the character, which is obviously no offense to Rather Incoherent. The point that I'm trying to make here is that I never once considered doing something like that. And not only that, but there's a massive disagreement on whether or not this is a good idea. And I think Rather Incoherent is a fairly skilled player, and I think I'm not too bad myself. And to me, this disagreement perfectly highlights that Preston is a playground of ideas, just waiting to see what you can come up with, using almost the entirety of Rogue and Survivor. And the real core of Preston's brilliance is family inheritance, and I can't sing its praises enough. It's both elegant and complex in equal measure. Of course you can't just make a character that just gets blanket 5 resources a turn, just build big money and wait 2 rounds. Instead, you're forced to use them. But in order to not restrict your creativity, if you want permanency in your resources, you are allowed to make it work. It even enables Survivor no resource cards because they aren't actually in the pool. So baseline, it works as an encouragement to run high value cards. It also intersects with opposing, mutually exclusive Survivor and Rogue strategies. It's a money card that somehow both works with big money and Dark Horse. It's brilliant. Just to highlight how creative you can get, I've played decks with haste in them with the intention of activating Flashlight or Old Keyring or other such cards to get a free activate on the family inheritance itself, because it's also an activate action. The sky's the limit. Not to keep ragging on Parallel Wendy as well, but this is how you do a permanent. It blows the title shell out of the water, if you'll excuse the pun. This ability is dead simple, but the fact that it is a permanent allows it to enable these additional complexities like haste, Dark Horse, big money, and it prevents the character card from being overloaded. It's a basic idea that has been given additional nuance. You could have made Preston just like Resource Patrice, where he like refreshes his resource pool up to 6 every round or something like that. Like he can't go over 6 or 7, but it'll just come back to 6 or 7. It's functionally similar, but it's not nearly as good. Lodge Debts isn't as inspiring as the rest of the character, but I think the gameplay and strategy of the card is excellent. In a way, no matter which style of Preston you're playing, you are planning around this and teching for it. Even if you don't plan on doing big money, maybe you put in Faustian Bargain so that you can activate Faustian, put all your resources in the pool, and play the card. Or maybe you can find a break in your turns where you can not use any money and move them over to the resource pool to play the Lodge Debts next turn. It feels very difficult to get rid of, and it absolutely is. You can't just deal with it so casually as generic double action weaknesses. But the weakness also doesn't do anything while it's in your hand. You have the whole game to plan around it after you've seen it. So the way you want to go about it is very flexible. An underrated weakness in my opinion. And Preston is just a beautiful, beautiful character. Truly spectacular work. And now Diana's turn, and I think she goes to A+. Very solid box so far, huh? Diana is the queen of abilities that change the evaluation of cards that you take. By that I mean she's part of a category of characters whose ability changes the way cards that you play work. But before we get into the specifics of her mechanics and why I think they're so brilliant, let's get into the theme first. The Cancellation game plan and Guardian Splash speaks to a sense of moral character and justice that other mystics lack. And it works well to express the idea of a cultist who got in just deep enough to both learn what they're up to and to know it's not for the greater good. The way that Diana plays, I think, is very tempo control and really unique among investigators, despite not being a very complicated ability. I think that stuffing your deck with encounter card protection isn't always a good idea in other characters. Just stopping what the encounter deck doesn't always progress the game in a meaningful way. Especially for a class like Mystic, a hand of 2 Ward of Protections and 2 Deny Existences is actually not very good at all, because you can't actually use your cards to express the power of your character through your willpower. You're effectively not doing anything, so you're wasting the tempo that you just gained from cancelling the encounter cards. But now that all of these cards replace themselves in terms of both resources and cards in hand, this makes it so that your deck isn't just a cancel deck, it's like a value engine that you can use defensively. It's a platform of strength with which you can build any sort of Mystic archetype on top of. To clarify, by helping defang the encounter deck, you are baseline contributing to the team. So if you want to make a Sixth Sense token pulling strategy on top of that, you have a bit more leeway to make that work because you've contributed enough, if you see what I mean, even if the Sixth Sense strategy isn't coming together quite how you want it to. In contrast to other characters, Diana finds it much easier to build these Mystic archetypes on top of the cancel deck. Other Mystics will usually just be able to do the cancel stuff, and everything else is incredibly inconsistent. What I'm telling you may seem like it's a power-focused discussion, not a design-focused discussion, and of course power isn't always good design, but being powerful enough to allow for variety in other areas is good design. And some cards just have their evaluation completely turned upside down by this character. On Diana, I've had worse as just the most insane version of Easy Mark anyone could ask for. 3 resources, 1 card, 1 more willpower, cancel 2 damage and or horror. And yeah, it's reactive, but that's the fun of the character. By design, you watch and wait and react to the challenges. So even though I think the ability is quite basic, it passes my criteria for being a good, simple ability, encourages new styles, reacts to your play patterns, and feels great. And the idea of Diana's willpower boosting to 6 is very, very cool. I think it mostly serves as an intentional restriction on the character, but it's not a restriction that's supposed to make her weaker, which is why they've allowed it to go up so high. By starting at a 1 in willpower, you're encouraged to put in cards that don't necessarily just rely on your willpower, because you won't be able to use them early on, which encourages you to consider team support. First watch is good no matter how high my willpower is. Then once you get to 6 willpower, just like Calvin, you feel like you've earned it. I wouldn't call the willpower thing a core part of her strategy, but it's just another fascinating detail to inject some life into a relatively simple character. Diana's dual signatures are also just perfect. Dark Insight is such a sensible design, having a guaranteed cancel to start the game off. I think it's necessary for this character to function smoothly, and they absolutely nailed the power curve on it. Making it universally applicable, but not global, I think was genius. It has advantages and disadvantages compared to every other cancel, but the power level is massive. And now you have to ask yourself, based on what I know about this scenario and what I know about my teammates, who here has the potential to get wrecked the hardest by an encounter card? Maybe the Seeker drawing an enemy or Finn drawing rotting remains. Positional gameplay is always great. On the flip side, some will argue that you simply save it for the first sensible thing to counter to get the engine running, then after you get to like 4 willpower, you get pickier with the cancels. Which method is correct? Do you go gung-ho with the cancels until a certain point, or do you carefully consider them from the start? And like most well-designed characters, the answers to their questions are, it depends. Silver Twilight Blade is also so cool. It's both generically powerful, but also fills you with the excitement of the possibilities. Whenever I play Diana, I'm always tempted to run like Scroll of Prophecies and Backpack 2 and Prepared for the Worst just to find this thing and build a whole strategy around like locking down the encounter deck. It appeals to people who want to just push things as far as possible. And the weakness, well, I don't really have too much of a problem with it conceptually. I'm a little bit sour on it due to how unintuitive the ruling changes have been on it historically. For those who don't know, it used to work in such a way that effects like this and Sister Mary's weakness that deal damage via multiple sequential choices, in this case for every card underneath Diana, you individually make a separate choice, it would deal the damage as essentially one big block and the whole thing could be cancelled with something like Deny Existence all at once. I never liked it working like that, and they have changed it, but now we're at an awkward spot where before it was trivially easy to deal with the weakness, and now it's absolutely backbreaking. And to be fair, I much prefer it now. I guess I'm just still annoyed that it even happened at all, or that it took so long to change that we all got used to the old one and now the new one feels weird. Bottom line, I do like this weakness. There are a lot of different factors to consider with it. Are you replaying any of the events? How much willpower do you need? How much horror can you take? It's certainly not a weakness where you can just lock in a predetermined choice, like for example, defaulting to picking agility on Whispers of Hypnos. You're gonna have to make a new decision every time. Brilliant character, very solid. And now for Rita Young, and we are going to put her in B tier. And I find Rita a little hard to evaluate. I've put her in B, but a big part of me feels like that isn't right. This whole thing is complicated by the fact that I find Rita extremely fun. I've always loved assassin-style decks. I played a dirty fighting style Finn back in the Dream Eaters days before even the 25 automatics came out. It was literally just based on Hatchet Man and Delilah O'Rourke being a good combo, with the free evade of course. So the point I'm trying to make is that this kind of character, to me, is inherently appealing. So basically, I love Rita, but is this ability actually good? I think I can at least say with certainty that Rita's ability is very good. It's very versatile. If you want to outright kill an invaded enemy, or at least contribute to killing it, you can do so. But if it is viable to just leave the enemy alive, the free move feels spectacular. It's clearly not as versatile as Finn, but in a way that's part of the appeal. It makes Rita feel less backstabby and more nimble than Finn, I feel, because it's tied to movement or specific character action. And as a character, it's important to note that Rita has had the biggest glow up in recent expansions. Her trick-based deck building was a bit of a joke for the longest time, but recently the designers have shown a desire to significantly expand tricks as an archetype. We can think back to Mateo with his blessed deck building, and back then I called it a great display of forethought on the designer's end. And is that the case here? I think maybe no. I'm not as impressed because tricks as an idea are a lot more broad and less directly thematic to this character than Bless was to Mateo. You see Bless on Mateo and you think, oh, that's cool, he's a priest, that makes sense, and you don't really think about the gameplay. But you see Trick on Rita and you're like, ooh, I wonder what interesting cards I can take. But unfortunately, the strength of the Trick card pool comes from a very recent push towards making tricks good in Rogue, and Rita seemingly just happened to benefit from this direction. In my eyes, it's a lot less resonant dominant than Bless was for Mateo. Now, credit where credit is due, as she exists right now, her deck building is awesome, and I love it, but it's a big contributing factor to my difficulty in deciding where to put her. If I think it's bad and it just happened to work out later, I'm rating her B. If it was always planned to work something like this, I would want to rate her an A. But at the same time, I'm now assuming intent from the designers. And making a character like this meant that there was always potential to make them good, so it's certainly not bad deck building, it would just be a bit more uninteresting. So the fact that it's not necessarily bad initially makes me want to put it in A. But the real nail in the coffin is Rita's signatures. No More Running in particular, I feel is just on the same level as On the Lam. It might even be worse, honestly. In the context of modern Rita with dirty fighting and damage tricks like leg sweep, it's basically just a fancy vicious blow that you can very occasionally squeeze 2 shots out of, or maybe 3 against a boss, but I've never done it. It is so unbelievably narrow and unsatisfying, except on super rare occasions where you can moderately pop off for like a turn. But we're talking like max 3 extra damage. Realistically, it's maximum 2. And it doesn't even have the courtesy to have icons as good as On the Lam. I also just realized I've been calling it the wrong thing the whole time, but I'm just going to leave it in just to highlight how uninspiring this signature card is. And Hood's is considered one of the most weirdly punishing enemy weaknesses in the game, and I'm inclined to agree. Considering Rita in the context of her raw output as a fighter, it's completely ridiculous. I mean, Jesus, just compare it to the Graveyard Ghouls. But that's pretty interesting, isn't it? They're actually 2 very similar cards. The only difference is in their rules text and having 1 less evade. The key difference is that in context, Yorick has 4 combat, runs tank assets with higher base sanity, has access to Guardian damage compression, and his ability triggers by killing them for some reason. And for those reasons, I considered the Graveyard Ghouls to be a badly designed weakness, so since Hood's is everything they aren't, is it a better weakness? The answer is yes with a but. They are better to an extent. The only really sensible way to deal with this weakness yourself at level 0 is to hit it with something with a stunning blow committed, and even at higher experience levels, a sweeping kick is probably the most sensible option, but you still get hit with both of these. So I do feel as far as weaknesses go, it's incredibly backbreaking, and to me that's actually 100% okay. I like the Hoods because they're always a struggle. Maybe you even want to ask someone for help dealing with them, but I don't think they're really good because they aren't very cleverly designed. It's just tough because it's overtuned, not because it's a specific silver bullet against you that interact with your character's ability in unique ways. So I guess I'm slightly positive on them, but it's more medium. So I'm up on the ability, very down on I'm done running, and in the middle about Hoods, and to me that adds up to a B. But it's like a deceptively good B. She is really, really fun. And now it breaks my heart, but I am going to put Marie in the C tier. This is going to be a bit of a long-winded discussion, but Marie has a bit of an interesting history within the game and its release schedule that I think is relevant to this discussion. She was initially available as a promo investigator that came when you pre-ordered the Investigators of Arkham Horror book, which released in December of 2016. But the game itself came out November of the same year. If you are ever curious as to why the Circle Undone has 2 mystics for seemingly no reason, this is why. It was to make Marie publicly available, because by this point in the game's lifestyle, she effectively didn't exist for people who didn't have the book already. This is similar to the book promo investigators we've had in the years following, which are Silas, Carolyn, Dexter, Norman, and Gloria. The difference here is that these investigators were eventually released with new signatures and supporting cards in their box. Marie, however, was completely tacked on and unsupported. Only 1 card in the Circle Undone interacts with Doom, and it's De Vermis Mysteries. Prophesy doesn't count because it just interacts with the amount of Doom in play and is universally applicable because of that. And yeah, it's a good card, but it's not proper support for an entire archetype. When they actually gave Doom a formal try in the Scarlet Keys, it was designed around Amina Zidane, who can place Doom inherently on cards. So there were a large amount of cards that didn't generate Doom, they just worked by having Doom on them. The poster child for this is El Rubash, who improves the cards with Doom on them, but unless you're Amina, it only works with such an incredibly small amount of cards. Same with Sin Eater, it's just assumed that you have the Doom on them already. And of the small subset of cards in the Scarlet Keys that actually put Doom on themselves, Marie can't actually take any of their upgrades, which is a bit of a joke. And they also only tangentially relate to Marie's ability by not being spells, therefore not getting the bonus action. In terms of your options for Marie, it's pretty much just Ghastly Possession with El Rubash as like a janky combo, or Sin Eater and upgraded Moonlight Ritual. Those are the only 4 cards I would consider using in Marie. Without even talking about what Marie does, this is the thorn in the lion's paw for this character. The Doom archetype as it stands does not have synergy with the Doom character at all. It makes her feel like a custom character. Because what custom content creators will do is exactly what's happened with Marie. You make a character, but you don't design an entire cycle's worth of player cards. And that's not how the characters are done in the actual official product. They're always released with significant cards to play with them. If any of you have played Norman before he was formally released, it feels pretty much the same. He felt confusing to operate because it was so difficult putting cards in his deck that felt like they interacted with him in a meaningful way. Now, with all that out of the way, I love playing Marie, once again showing my affinity for underdog characters. I think she's much stronger than people give her credit as well, but we'll get to that on the power tier list. The main issue, or one of the main issues, and the primary contributing factor to her feeling out of touch with the other Doom cards, is her ability. She gets a free action to play and activate spells if a Doom is on a card she controls, as you know. I think, in a vacuum, this is a fabulous ability. It's well done because having a Doom on a card you control carries a significant risk, but as a result you get one of the most flexible and versatile 4th actions a character has access to. It is definitely a good foundation for a Doom archetype, but the Doom cards that we got, they're not about generating or removing Doom. They're more about strategically moving Doom around and benefiting off of that. Sin Eater, for example, barely works with Marie. You can't natively place Doom on cards, so you can't replenish charges. You're basically just limited to refreshing Arcane Initiate or Renfield or maybe Abyssal Tome if you're feeling spicy. Like, it's the cornerstone of a Doom archetype, a permanent even, and I would never consider running it in Marie. I'd rather just stick with Sacrifice and Moonlight Ritual and just kill the stuff with Doom on it. Marie's real style of play is you just put one Doom on something and you just sit on it. So she's not a Doom character, not really. She just uses good Doom cards without interacting with the archetype as a whole. There's no such thing as a Doom Marie deck, not really, just Renfield, Initiate, Blood Pact, and Sacrifice or Moonlight Ritual. You then just use that as a platform to play Mystic Spell archetypes like 6th Sense token spam, that kind of stuff. That's not to say that this is inherently bad design. The bad design is actually mostly the fault of the Doom archetype in the Scarlet Keys, which most people consider to be something of a flop anyway. But at the end of the day, it still means that you won't be able to shake the feeling of something not quite being right when you play Marie. And I think this is a big contributing factor as to why she's so unpopular. Like I said before, she just feels like a custom character that's been unceremoniously dropped into the game. And that's because it's kind of what happened. And this is part of why I personally quite like Marie. She's so broad and unsupported that in a way she necessitates creativity because she doesn't push you in any particular direction other than a tiny Doom package. And that appeals to me as a veteran player. I've made Astronomical Atlas decks, Power Word decks, Sixth Sense decks, Archaic Glyphs decks, Curse decks, and more besides. And I feel good playing those decks because it feels like it takes effort to find these synergies because of the vacuum that Marie's lack of supported archetypes creates. But I think that good gameplay can be separate from good design. As she is a extremely unsatisfying character. You feel forced to play Doom cards, which isn't necessarily bad, but you're not able to express yourself within the Doom cards that you pick because there's so few sensible options. It's literally just the same every time. I think this game has very few true staples, but Marie has a disproportionately large amount of them, and it's simply awful. And the reason she's in C and not D or F is because she's mostly just bad in context of the current card pool. This could actually change in the future. There's an alternate reality where she was released in the Scarlet Keys instead of Amina and she was given sensible and synergistic Doom cards, and we'd have a completely different discussion about her right now. But we can't just evaluate these characters in a vacuum. And I think that for F tier characters, the context required for them to be good designs would be a game so fundamentally different, it just wouldn't be Arkham anymore. Or they have some blatant, borderline mathematical mistake on them. For Marie, all she needs is just some decent cards. Her signatures wouldn't really change her placement too much, but I still would like to talk about them because I think they're neat. Mystifying Song is awesome. I think it was a great idea to give the Doom character a signature that every Doom character would want. That is to say, a panic button. As for Baron Samedi, I'm in two minds. I kind of enjoy it in the same way that I enjoy Dark Memory, in the sense that it's an incredibly punishing weakness that has some wiggle room to be leveraged if you're smart about it. He turns your ability on, but he's definitely not beneficial overall. I think in hindsight, however, making him take up an ally slot was a mistake. Of note, this is the only weakness that's an ally. As the game went on, they've strayed away about the idea of forcing allies on you, because allies have ended up in a way being a highlight of your deck, or like a central strategy card, and often they're archetype defining. In Dunwich, they would frequently give you allies that took up the ally slot, while in future campaigns they would add the stipulation of them not taking up an ally slot. I firmly believe that if Marie was designed today, Baron Samedi would not be an ally. Maybe an enemy? I like the idea of him being an asset with Doom, but this is simply too much. There's no sensible tech against him, and because of him, I will basically never run high experience cost Mystic allies in Marie. I'm already running Renfield, Initiate, and this guy by necessity, and I don't want to pay for what could potentially be 2 copies of Charisma. Like, you can't run El Rubash without also running Charisma, and if you're using Down the Rabbit Hole, that's like 10 experience. So I don't really like this weakness, even though I think the idea is pretty cool. I think Marie is another character where the nature of her bad design appeals to me on like a different level, but I can't use that to justify putting her higher. And I think there's a good chance she's just gonna sit here forever. She's been in the game in one form or another since the very beginning, and Doom on player cards has proven to be incredibly difficult to balance. They must be incredibly strong by necessity because the penalty is so extreme, but it really means that you're riding a razor's edge of power. You can't make them too good, but it's too easy to make them crap. So it's possible the archetype as a whole is something of a design dead end, but hey, if you told me Clue Drop would be one of my favorite archetypes after Quick Study came out, I'd think you were crazy. You can't make dropping a clue worth it, is what I would have said. So maybe there's hope for Marie. The Circle Undone was another incredibly bold and innovative release. Again, Arkham has shown a keen interest in pushing the boundaries of the classes and what is possible within the rules, while still allowing newer players to play simpler characters as well. It's definitely a more advanced set of characters than the Forgotten Age, which I would overall consider very beginner friendly. But the thing is that these characters for the most part aren't baseline complex, but they have a higher complexity ceiling, which I think is a very tasteful way of introducing complexity creep. Carolyn is very, very simple, but her deck building has the potential to create incredibly complex machines, for example. And now for another personal favourite of mine, Tommy Muldoon for A+. He's another really simple but incredibly tight design. Tommy's fantasy as the heroic protector is a great direction to take a character, and I think they've made smart concessions to the theme to facilitate good gameplay. Clearly, in the narrative, Tommy reshuffling the ally on defeat is meant to represent Tommy saving that character. The two things that potentially interfere with the fantasy is the gaining resources aspect, and the fact that it works on anything with soak. But I think these are smart decisions that don't ruin the fantasy and also grease the wheels of the gameplay loop. For such a simple ability, it's both incredibly thematic and does great work to make you reevaluate cards. What I want out of an ability is for it to make me excited to pick cards that I've otherwise taken for granted or ignored. All these random soak assets and allies now pay for the next one in the chain. Tetsuo, for example, gets defeated, pays himself back or more, and finds the next one in the cycle, while potentially helping save your teammates some damage and horror. He's a bit of a tough ask in anyone other than Tommy, but in Tommy, he doesn't really impact your resource curve in the same way, and having it work on a broader variety of cards than just allies broadens the depth of his deck building. Again, now you're looking at Cherished Keepsake and saying, oh, that's +2 resources, and it goes deeper than that. Now that you're incentivized to run soak, the next step in logic is to run soak payoffs. Now maybe you look at Solemn Vow and Blood Eclipse and especially Spirit of Humanity to leverage your ability and up the pace of the resource generation. And even better when you consider economy cheats. It's such a good light bulb moment to realize that a card like Ever Vigilant messes with the math on the resource cost to soak ratio of the allies. Same for motivational speech. I know there's some debate as to whether or not Tommy's strong or if all of this soak stuff is actually a good strategy, but the point that I'm trying to make is all the ability is you just get paid for the damage and horror on your soak assets. But I can talk about this ability for such a long time because it does so much despite being so simple. Simple, but nuanced. It makes it so that building this tank/paladin style feels encouraging, and it's very appealing to characters who like to play big splashy cards. Additionally, this ability doesn't really solve anything. You still have to pay the upfront cost of the allies, you'll want to refill your hand for when your assets die, and you still have to be able to kill things at the end of the day. The ability is a great enabler, but it still leaves Tommy with clear weaknesses that you have to solve through your card choices, instead of pigeonholing him into an obvious best strategy. I've probably made something like 10 to 12 distinct archetypes of Tommy decks, just from the versatility of his ability and card pool. And he is without a doubt one of my favorite characters. I feel enabled instead of restricted by the ability in a way that I don't by someone like a Marie, for example. I also think that Becky is just utterly spectacular. In the beginning of the campaign, it's a fun and flavorful gun that recontextualizes his ability, but then it also makes your imagination run wild as an infinite ammo weapon to attach all sorts of janky crap upgrades to, which is also very on theme for Tommy. He loves the gun enough to name it. By the way, it's the only named gun in the entire game. Every other signature gun is just Roland's whatever or Jenny's twin such and suches. So clearly he loves it enough to upgrade it. It's a very flavorful way of designing a signature gun, and I give it points for interacting with his ability in a very unique way. And Rookie Mistake is another highlight of a weakness for me. It's in that sweet spot of being completely devastating if you don't play around it, and totally manageable if you prepare for it. In other words, if you lose because of this weakness, it's because you made the rookie mistake. You always have to consider strategically the possibility that this is the next card that you draw, and to me that's exactly what a weakness should be. It encourages unique decision making. If you already have a damage on your Tetsuo Mori, should you then put a damage on your fresh Beat Cop? Or do you make a riskier play that doesn't involve damaging the Beat Cop in order to preserve its health? Maybe it's okay because the rookie mistake won't blow you out completely if you lose both allies because you have 2 other allies and an Ever Vigilant in your hand. These are all things to consider that happen due to your weakness simply existing in the deck, and it separates the skilled Tommy players from the, if you will pardon the pun, rookies. It's also a heartbreaking narrative of a card. Blunder and flaw traded. Perfect. And even though it breaks my heart, I'm going to have to put Mandy Thompson in F tier. We had a really good streak there for a while, didn't we? You already know why Mandy is in F. It's the taboo. She's one of the only 2 characters to be tabooed for game balance reasons in terms of them being overpowered. And I think it's a great taboo. As she exists currently, Mandy might be my favorite Seeker. She's always been one of my favorites. This character is just unbelievably cool. But I think it's an uncontroversial opinion to say that she proved to be a bit of a toxic design. Can a character even be considered toxic in a game like this? Socially, probably not, but this character has proven to have a problematic knock-on effect beyond just her that has set a bit of a bad precedent. This cycle in particular is when Seekers solidified themselves as the obvious best class in the game, a notion that many still hold true to this day. Additionally, she spawned the meme that Rogue keeps suffering for Seeker's sins, with all the taboos their cards have received that were inspired by their interactions with Seeker cards and characters, specifically at the time Mandy due to her access to those cards. Most of Mandy's best cards have been tabooed in one way or another. Pendant of the Queen, Sleight of Hand, 3 Aces, Mr. Rook, and then eventually Mandy herself. An ability like Mandy's is obviously a fun idea. Searching for cards is exciting. It works on the same sense of satisfaction all card games gain from having built-in variants, the excitement of the unknown and the decision-making involved. Increasing the power of searches and enabling a searcher deck is worth pursuing, and I think that the researched cards that came with Mandy are an incredibly cool idea that was unfortunately abandoned. And I think the relative abandonment of both the research cards and cards that explicitly state search goes to show the effect Mandy has had on this game, and also why I think a taboo was necessary even after tabooing her problem cards. She introduced a new style of play and then immediately began limiting that design space by being so pushed and overpowered. Similar to Daisy with tomes that use actions. They were hesitant to make more for the longest time, and this ability is just so obviously outrageously strong. It's a power gamer ability geared towards consistency and card advantage on already strong effects, an engine and enabler for any idea that you already thought was the strongest. It's superficially similar to drawing an extra card every turn, which is already close to like an S tier ability in a vacuum, but it is just so much stronger than that. The second card that you pick is always the most perfect card you could have wanted. It's never a weakness, it's never late. It's so much stronger than just a draw. Mandy was the best home for every single Seeker archetype, and it wasn't even close, because she made it work earlier and fueled it better than everyone else. So obviously a character with this ability should have been designed very carefully, with a suboptimal stat line or restricted deck building or other such downsides. But her stat line is basically perfect, and her deck building in context is just completely cooked. There was a purely theoretical restriction in her increased deck size, but really it was a self-imposed restriction. For the record, I usually picked 40 cards because 30 was obviously overpowered and this is a social game. I would knowingly and deliberately make my character worse in order to enjoy the game because making her stronger frequently ruined the game. And speaking of obviously overpowered, the Rogue Splash. Again, if you had any interest in trying to make good choices, even as a casual player, Rogue was the only sensible option. Mystic and Survivor were fine, but they served as tech cards mostly. Rogue in Mandy was a force multiplier, a combo enabler, free actions, economy, draw. It was completely unhinged. 3 copies of 3 aces, 3 copies of Easy Mark, 2 copies of Quick Thinking, and 2 Decoy with Dream Enhancing Serum made you a monster with infinite money, draw, actions, and evasion, and that wasn't even the best stuff you could do with her. And even though this isn't a power tier list, it's important for the discussion on Mandy's design, because Mandy's blatant overpoweredness made power gamers out of casual players, because the sensible cards weren't just sensible, they were optimal. All it took was 2 copies of Mr. Rook with 30 card Mandy and the game has gone completely off the rails. It barely mattered what other cards you picked. So it breaks my heart because this character is so vibrant and creative, but this was a complete failure of a design in the same way that something like Affinity for Magic the Gathering or Spirals for Yu-Gi-Oh! Were. Other than her suffocating strength, I love absolutely everything else about this character. Choosing the deck size is so awesome, and I love that it gives extra copies of the signature. That signature, Cold Evidence, is a home run too. It's so exciting seeing one in a search, and it's very strategic in the sense that you don't just blind search at the start of your turn, you move to the clues and then search in case you see one. Shocking Discovery is also a perfect weakness. It lives up to the name, it really is a shock. I think the intention was that maybe you would be a bit more conservative with your searches in this card, maybe searching shallower to avoid seeing it or searching deeper if you're ready for it. But with how Mandy was, you just went high gear every single time because no encounter card could stop you or out-tempo you. So in terms of where Mandy stands now with the taboo, I love her more than ever. Now the searches are so precious because the most abusable one in Mr. Rook costs an action to use, and also the amount of searches in your deck is a lot more diluted with 50 cards. So now there's additional strategic depth. Almost all of your searches now cost an action, so you have to generate more than one action worth of value from your searches. Now your weakness is actually a complete blowout because you probably spent an action, a card, a few resources, and you were expecting to do something like draw 2 great cards and discover a clue from occult evidence. Now there's actually a reason that you might search deeper just to find your weakness in an opportune way. But I can't ignore the fact that this character at her core was one of the few characters to be so overtuned that they had knock-on effects to even the word choicing of the game, hence the rising prevalence of look instead of search. And she has also resulted in many taboos, capped off with her own. And now for Tony Morgan, we'll put him in A+. He's the first truly dedicated rogue fighter, and they absolutely pulled it off. He has one of the most flexible and powerful extra actions you can get in this game, but they've cleverly tied it to a limited thematic resource in the bounty contracts. This is another fantastic example of a design that is enhanced very well by the addition of a permanent. This is a fresh and exciting way of making fighting feel rogue, extra actions, and getting paid to do it. The bounties themselves are also very tactile and satisfying to use. I'm gonna keep crapping on Parallel Wendy because whenever someone like Tony pops up, I can point to her and say, see, you just have to do the opposite of that. Specifically in the case of Tony, placing a component from your play area to an enemy feels so much more involved than simply conjuring these bounties from the token pool. It's also very tactical as you need to decide when the enemy spawns if this is going to be the best way to spend the bounties. What if we draw a more critical enemy later in the Mythos phase? Do I need the extra action? You can only get the extra action once per round, so there's not much reason to place 2 bounties around. Despite seeming like a simple decision, it's actually surprisingly easy to find yourself placing the bounties suboptimally if you're not paying attention. And whenever you draw an enemy, there's a new strategic choice unique to Tony. I also like that you can overload the bounties. It's basically never the right thing to do, but if you have a long cold out and a particularly massive enemy or final boss shows up, or you desperately need the money, I like that it's an option. More options is usually good, even if they're fringe, because it's more strategic detail. The long colds are also a masterful design. It's hilarious because they completely embarrass Jenny's twin 45s as well. Gaining a boost for contracts is cool, but refunding the contracts for landing killing blows with them is just spectacular. Especially for larger enemies, it feels so stylish to Switchblade or Mauser them down to 2 health and then finish them off execution style with the long colts. It's like a calling card. And while that extra ability to play 2 at once is almost never the correct thing to do, I mean, come on. As if you don't do it anyway just because it's the absolute coolest thing in the world. It's borderline flavor text, but that's what makes it so so special and feel so good. It embodies such a spectacular event in your mind when it happens, quick drawing the two guns like a real bounty hunter, that you just couldn't care less if it's the optimal play. Now, unfortunately, the only thing really holding Tony back from S tier is his weakness. Like, it's fine, and I do like that it interacts with bounties to an extent, but if we compare it to something like Finn's, Leo's, or even Skid's weakness, it's just not very evocative by comparison. He's just a goofy little guy, a fancy acolyte, if you will. There's just not much story to be extrapolated from here, despite the fact that he's literally in Tony's backstory. Similarly, I don't think that this weakness has the strategic depth of something like Preston, Tommy, or Safina's weaknesses. It spawns, and either the doom matters and you kill it, or it doesn't matter and you don't. And it's almost always a very basic decision. I wouldn't go as far as to call it bad by any stretch, but it's close to the minimum of good before becoming bad, if you see what I mean. And it feels like more of a missed opportunity because Tony's bounties are so interesting that in a way we kind of missed out on something really creative on the level of Safina's weakness. So honestly, that's the only thing holding him back from S. I think I'm just in general not a fan of enemy weaknesses, I'm discovering. And now for Luke Robinson, maybe to no one's surprise, up in S tier. When I look for characters to put in S tier, one of the things I consider is this internal feeling of being unable to imagine any aspect of the character being done better. Luke is definitely a perfect design by my criteria, maybe even the best one. It's difficult to start talking about any one aspect of his design because they are all inexorably linked together. Both of his abilities should be considered in tandem, as well as his weakness. Given that, we'll start with being able to play events as if you were at connecting locations. Already, it's just such an incredibly satisfying and skillful ability to use. It doesn't increase the numerical power of your cards, it's not extra clues. Its power is situational to your position and the position of where you fire off the event. It allows for fantastic skill expression because it requires forethought to maximize and has a lot of exploitable edge cases that reward creativity. A classic example is the ability to play shortcut as though you were at a connecting location, which either allows you to move 2 locations away, or another example is positioning yourself in between every single investigator so that you can globally use counterspell or time warp on other players. Basically, even in a vacuum without the context of the rest of Luke's abilities, it's a fascinating and elegant ability. But the Gatebox is just one of the biggest triumphs this game has ever released. What an unbelievably inspired idea to give a character their own personal, summonable location. We were 5 expansions in at this point, and I remember being shocked when I saw it. And again, this is just a perfect idea for an asset that starts in play rather than text on the character card. Now you can actually interact with the card as it sits on the table. You can recharge it with Enraptured, or the card recharge itself, or even allowing it to be returned to your hand or deck via scenario effects such as Lost in Time. And it's another ability that lets you show your skill at this game. Teleporting away is always good, but knowing when exactly you're allowed to teleport increases the power of the card. Is your rogue about to basically win the game with an insane combo that'll get crushed by the autofail? During the commit skill card's timing window, teleport to the Dream Gate with Time Warp in hand to allow them to retry it if they fail. There's a window before and after committing cards, so after they've finished committing all the cards, you can do this. Or the classic idea of letting hunter enemies move to you and then teleporting away in the timing window after moving but before attacking. That also works with ending your turn with an engage action so that other players can walk away. And it's so beautiful using your Gatebox to enter your own location connected to every other location to turn your skills global. One of my favorite decks I've ever played was an Assassin Luke style deck that used damage events like Spectral Razor and Blood Rites, as well as Knowledge's power to turn your fight assets like Shriveling into global ranged attacks. Which brings me to the deck building. In my opinion, Luke is one of the absolute hardest characters to build a deck for because of the sheer amount of great cards he can take. The build variety the character encourages is just staggering, and it comes from a versatile and deep card pool with a powerful, universally applicable and card adjusting ability. And with that, the flavor of the weakness is on full display. Luke is trapped in his own lotus-eating machine. He willingly travels, but he is so drawn to the dream that he ignores reality. His weakness is also just perfect. It's incredibly punishing, effectively skipping your whole turn, but you're able to break out of it if you really want to try. And you still get the consolation prize of a free teleport once you're done in timeout. After it's all done, it doesn't feel too bad despite how potentially devastating it is because it feels like another use of your ability, which it is. What's happening is that Luke is choosing to ignore the board, ignore the team, ignore the mission, and ignore this pointless reality. It's a beautiful story told in just a few words by stringing together gameplay mechanics and card subtitles. Truly masterful design, perfect gameplay and storytelling experience, well worthy of S tier. And now for Patrice, we'll have to put her in A tier. For the positives, she is one of my absolute favorite characters in the game, and I love her mechanical design in terms of the gameplay, and her ability just completely reshapes the way you think about the game. The ability is just fantastic. Actually, it's hard to even call it an ability. Rather, it's more accurate to call it her rule set. One of Arkham's most brilliant fundamental rules is the stat icons to commit cards. Any dead cards in your hand are potentially useful, and there's not really such a thing as a true brick in Arkham. And there's interesting decisions to be made about the opportunity cost of committing versus playing a card. Now I know that Patrice is somewhat lifted from a Lord of the Rings The Living Card Game character, but because of the commit rule, I can't imagine this design fitting better in any other game. It's a rule that is such a perfect fit for Patrice, to the point that a design like this doesn't seem sensible in comparison in a game that doesn't have these icons. I'm always amazed when they make characters that twist the rules so fundamentally but still feel so at home in the game. You end up making just the most bizarre looking decks with Patrice. You only want a small amount of assets, but you still want them because they let you retain power in between hands. A shriveling in play allows you to still fight if you've drawn a hand with only investigation tools, but too many assets and now you might be stuck having to play those assets, or you might not see them again for a long time. You can't wait to play them at the opportune moment. You also barely play any reactive cards like Ward of Protection. Some are still nice if you think that they're universally applicable enough to throw them out when you have them. Like Ward of Protection 2 in a 4-player game, you'll probably find something good to use it on. But you think about these cards differently. There's now pressure to use them as fast as possible then to move on to the next thing. Every round as Patrice is a new puzzle of figuring out what exactly it is you can do with this random assortment of cards you've been given. Patrice's violin is also a nice piece of the puzzle here, allowing you a bit of leeway to adjust your hand with the draw or utilize cards you weren't planning on using by turning them into resources. It's a very sensible design for the character, and it makes Patrice feel very comfortable when it's in play. Her weakness is also spectacular. You're all but guaranteed to see it pretty fast, and while getting hit with it is very rare, reducing your hand size by gumming it up is absolutely horrific in this character. Similar to the Lodge Debts, it's a weakness that weighs on your mind and hand, and once you see it, you're now in the mindset of trying to do anything to get rid of it, even though all it's doing is just sitting there, watching you. So the weakness tells a great story, but does anything else? To be honest, Patrice is just in high A for gameplay reasons alone. This design could be literally anyone, it just happens to be Patrice. Truthfully, I haven't played Patrice in any other Arkham Files game, so I don't know if her being a weird rule breaker character is somehow on theme for her. But is there any reason this couldn't have been Kohaku or Rita or Amina or something? I don't know. There's not much reason for this design to be any of those characters, but there's not really much reason for it to be this one either. Now, to be fair to Patrice, this ability is so abstract and weird that I don't know exactly how you could make a story about it. So I'm not saying the design isn't worth pursuing, far from it. It's just part of the criteria of getting into the higher grades on the list. The ability just is not evocative. Even her deck building is just for gameplay purposes as far as I can tell, giving you options to use willpower in this purposefully underpowered stat line. It's a good choice for gameplay, but there's even less justification for Patrice to be Mystic than Daisy. Funnily enough, when I got the Investigators of Arkham Horror book, her story was the first one I read because I felt like I didn't know jack shit about this character. It was pretty cool. Didn't really answer any questions about her mechanical theme in the card game, but still cool. So what do I think about the Dream Eaters as a whole? Well, I think it's probably my favorite expansion in the whole game, and it's reflected by just how many high tiers there are here. Even Mandy, she's an F tier, but she's not F because she's not evocative or doesn't play well. She's absolutely awesome even as printed. She's just proven to be problematic game balance wise. And in a cooperative game, it's not the end of the world, to be honest. The box just has no misses and every character is fun and interesting and has aged incredibly well. Now we'll take a bit of a detour from the campaigns to focus on the Investigator starter decks, since chronologically this is when they came out, in between Dream Eaters and Innsmouth Conspiracy, which means we'll be starting with our Guardian, Nathaniel Cho, and I'm going to put him in B tier. Nathaniel is quite interesting as our first truly event-based fighter, and I think he has a surprising amount of nuance in his gameplay. I'm always a fan of once per phase abilities, and it is very fun to string together damage combos out of turn sequence to try and maximize the ability. And whenever you play Nathaniel, he does feel like an absolute monster. Tommy Malloy and Randall Cho unfortunately leave a lot to be desired, however. Randall is so obviously just here to act as a third copy of boxing gloves, and I despise this idea. You don't play other weapons in Nathaniel, so what other weapons am I finding? And it speaks to the fact that his design is so clearly built around boxing gloves that they felt the need to add an ally that doesn't synergize with Nathaniel, they synergize with the boxing gloves. It's absolutely awful. I would have much preferred some kind of crazy event, maybe like a similar level of one-shot impact as Winifred's signature, like some kind of knockout punch. Make it fast and play during any player window and make it do something crazy. Tommy Malloy is also boring enough to be a basic weakness. It's neat enough that he can't be bonus damage to death, but he's just still a big dumb roadblock. And unfortunately, all this comes together along with the deck building to create a character that feels incredibly restrictive in their deck building. Nathaniel decks almost always look exactly the same with minor variations, and if you do something wacky with it, then you know you're just building a meme deck. You need so many events to make this ability work consistently, and you don't need weapons because you do enough damage with events. And the variety of good events are incredibly small because it's only pulling from one card pool. But he gets to be for surprisingly solid gameplay, and loses some points for bad build variety and uninspired signatures. And as a quick aside, since I didn't really talk about Nathaniel for very long, I want to elaborate as to why build variety is important as a design feature. A very core appeal of card games, in my opinion, is the fact that building a deck and deciding what you want to accomplish with it is a valuable part of self-expression. There's a reason why new Magic the Gathering players latch onto certain colors or archetypes so strongly. It's because it is, in part, a reflection of your own values and identity as a player. If a character doesn't allow you to meaningfully choose a path, it doesn't allow you to engage with that aspect of the game. Nathaniel having so little options or wiggle room in his deck building means that if you get two players to build a Nathaniel deck, it's going to look much more similar than if you ask them to both build a Vincent deck. There's no beauty in it. And Nathaniel is a poorer example than most because he can't meaningfully engage in other Guardian archetypes. He needs a critical mass of specifically fight events. We'll get to Winifred in the same box, but I think she completely avoids this issue because Rogue has a lot of distinct archetypes and Winifred doesn't really push you into any particular direction other than having skills, which Rogues would already do. With Winifred, her value engine is a platform for whatever archetype you want to engage with. And while you can certainly make the argument that picking Nathaniel and picking Guardian fulfills the criteria of self-expression, it is purely numerically not as deep as any of the other characters. Even the other monocolored characters. He is probably one of the worst ones. Harvey Walters. D tier. I don't really know what I'm supposed to say about Harvey exactly. He is just, of all the Seekers, he is the Seeker. He seeks. He has an ability that draws extra cards, and a signature to draw cards with, and he only takes yellow cards. Thrice Damn Curiosity is interesting enough as a punishing weakness, encouraging a cards in, cards out style of play, but beyond that I have nothing to say other than the fact that card draw is barely a theme, other than simply abstractly representing knowledge. The way that classes can draw cards can be a theme, but drawing cards is not a theme. You don't even have to pick special cards in Harvey because Seekers want card draw anyway, and he just draws cards better. That's the entire thing of the character. And he has a perfect stat line. That's all. And now from a character that barely avoided F tier to a character that barely missed S tier, Winifred. Her ability is one I wouldn't hesitate to call iconic at this point. It's incredibly exciting gameplay. You have cards enter and exit your hand at such a fast pace. There's a wonderful sense of momentum with the double commits. You often end up finding yourself using excessive force with this character, cycling cards out of your hand just for the thrill of triggering the ability. It's very resonant for the character. And it's still a great puzzle because unless you're helping it in some way, it's still overall card negative. 2 cards out, 1 card in. But even though unless you're going over the top, you'll often only break even with the ability, the part that's so exciting is that you have a constant flow state of cards in and out at a nearly 1-to-1 ratio, which accurately conveys a sense of manic speed and momentum. Fantastically fitting mechanics for the flavor. And good lord, that signature is just stunning. It's another trademark Arkham wow moment. It's so bold. The weakness is also quietly very flavorful. You keep drawing because you have good momentum going and all the success makes you arrogant. The better you're doing, the more you'll see it, the faster you'll see it. and the arrogance is making you a little bit sloppier, represented by the -1 to all of your skill checks. And once you fail, that's when you pull your head out your ass and stop being so arrogant. But the momentum builds back up again, and eventually you cycle your deck and the arrogance comes back again. It really does a great job of conveying a fatal flaw in her character. It just keeps coming back. She never fully gets rid of her own arrogance. Absolutely wonderful. It wouldn't feel wrong to put Winnie in S, but it doesn't feel wrong to put her in A+ either, which to me means A+ is the right choice. She might have gotten a slight edge with some fancier deck building. And now for Jacqueline Fine, I'm gonna have to put her in the B tier. The Mystic token fishing archetype is one that I think is very, very interesting. It's a mechanic that can't really be translated cleanly to other card games because it interacts with a very specific mechanic to this game, the Chaos Bag itself. Therefore, despite being a simple ability, Jacqueline's ability is very unique, and the idea to theme it around fortune telling is very creative. Seeing the possible ways that the test could go and picking your path through it, and avoiding the downsides to your Mystic assets feels very clever, and it feels even more cleverer to intentionally trigger them, or even to get creative and use it for non-skill test token pulls such as the consequences of astral travel killing an item or ally. So it's a home run ability. You can use it in unintuitive ways, it's fantastically thematic, it's incredibly exciting, and it enables and enhances unique strategies. Her weakness is also very, very cool. I'm a big fan of dramatic traits, and it doesn't get much more dramatic than Omen and End Times. And I like the story here in that your weakness isn't allowing you to avoid bad futures until you finally find the one golden path in the Elder Sign, clearing up the future, almost like a time travel story. It encourages you to save up all of your abilities and cards that pull multiple tokens, such as Dark Prophecy, Olive McBride, and your own ability to combo the weakness to death. Unfortunately, the signature is just a complete flop in my opinion. Unbelievably lazy. It is just a copy of your ability with no strings attached, if you will. It does pass the bare minimum margin of being exciting, but that's because it almost literally just doubles your power, but it's not doing anything new or exciting at all. So I do obviously have to take that into consideration. And breezing through the Investigator starter decks, we finally end up at Stella, and I'm going to put her in B tier. I think Stella is a very solid if somewhat unexciting design. The ability to flip failures into actions encourages a neat combo style of play with cards like Dumb Luck and Look What I Found, and it's a very good ability to attach value engines like Drawing Thin and Rabbit's Foot to. It's very, very versatile. And the idea of attaching this mechanical identity to a male woman is very cute as well. I just find myself not having that much to say about Stella. I actually think neither Rain nor Snow is incredibly cool, and it was a smart idea to include something like this in her kit. You can't just fail every single test and expect to win. You'll have to pass the tests eventually, and sometimes failing will just outright kill you. But the weakness is just so bland. Of all the signature weaknesses in the game, this is probably the one you'd be most easily able to confuse for a basic weakness. She's perhaps more interesting than someone like Nathaniel just by basis of her card pool and her ability allowing you to go whatever direction you want. And I've played Stella on just about every single point of the fighting versus clue spectrum. I do think that there's potentially an argument to be made that as these starter decks are characters that are intended to be beginner or entry point characters, it was a bad idea to make a character that's not afraid of failing tests. Now, I don't really buy this, as I think it's not quite as simple as Stella just out and out not caring about ever passing tests. Eventually, you will find that critical test that has to happen and can't be counteracted by just having your action refunded. So I think Stella is a great beginner character, but I think it's very easy to find yourself wanting to move on from this kind of simplistic design. So the Investigator starter decks. The designs are all incredibly simple, which is the stated design goal, characters for new players. And I think despite their simplicity, for the most part they have a surprising amount of depth, with the exception of Nathaniel and Harvey in my opinion. Despite their relatively low rankings, I do think this is a solid set of Investigators, but I'm glad that it's not an actual Investigator expansion. Getting back on track with actual expansions, we have the Innsmouth Conspiracy, Sister Mary. We'll put her in B. It's important to note that Bless and Curse debuted in this expansion, and I think it's very telling that Mary is the only character that actually ended up interacting with the mechanic, and in particular, it's telling that she interacted with it in this way. Bless and Curse are so far the only mechanics in Arkham Horror that are parasitic. For those that don't know, a parasitic mechanic is a mechanic in a card game that requires other cards to work. A classic example is Splice onto Arcane from Magic the Gathering. The way it works is that certain cards will say splice onto arcane and then an effect, and a cost. When you play a separate arcane spell, you can pay the splice onto arcane cost to add the effect to the arcane card, but the original splice onto arcane card stays in your hand. So now if you were to print splice onto arcane into other sets, you would have to print arcane cards as well. That's what makes it parasitic. One feeds off of the other. While Bless and Curse doesn't fit the true definition of a parasitic mechanic, I think that for Arkham this is very much close enough. Bless payoff cards have to be printed in a Bless set, because for people that don't own a previous Bless expansion, these cards become unusable by nature. So although it's not truly parasitic, it is parasitic to the physical components that they require. What that means for Bless and Curse characters is that they can't just sprinkle support in other expansions like a random one-off Doom card for Marie or something like that. It has to be all or nothing. Effectively, Sister Mary doesn't get support until the next Bless set. With that in mind, and considering the fact that only a very limited amount of Bless cards can actually be printed in this set, I want you guys to consider the following. Consider a hypothetical Sister Mary that requires Blesses in the bag for her ability to work. Think along the lines of Bless Parallel Wendy. You would essentially be forced to run every single Bless generation card you could get your hands on, probably every single one printed in Innsmouth. And if you don't find them, your ability does not work. Considering the context of limited Bless card pools, they widely chose to make Mary's ability Bless Generation instead of Payoff. Now all the Bless payoff cards in the box naturally work much more smoothly with the Bless character. If you're struggling to get value out of Neptes, well, there's a character that will automatically make that card work properly. But you can still run Bless Generation if you want to saturate the bag. So for the time that she was released, in context of the limited Bless card pool, I think this is more or less one of the best and smoothest ways you could have made her. Generating Bless always works even if you never print another Bless set again. And because the generation is locked down, the Bless payoff cards always work. However, and I'm sure you know what I'm going to say next, this is the absolute most bare minimum possible design for a Bless character. It simply puts them in the bag once a turn, no caveat or strategy or condition involved. It is the Dunwich legacy of Bless Generation. The signature is the same. It's basically just 3 Blesses and 3 health worth of soak. It's just numbers. You can heal it, but that is the absolute limit, highest level of strategic depth with this signature card. The weakness is also similar, it just flips the Blesses to curses. But there is a bit of strategy. You might want to not totally saturate the bag with Blesses until you see it, but it's still very minimal strategy at best. Bless itself, however, is a relatively complex game piece with a lot of rules attached to it, and I appreciate the restraint of this character. Blesses are absolutely something you can build a strategy around, and it does allow for a lot of expression. It is still +1 to game component, but the component itself is very complex. It's not just another resource or charge, it is a defining archetype. So Mary gets points for that. Another complicated character to rank, we have Amanda Sharp in the B tier. This is a quite subjective placement because based on my criteria, I could put her much higher or much lower. I've opted for something of a middle ground here, and it'll be clear why in a moment. To start off, she's a lot like Patrice, I think, in that there's a very flimsy or non-existent theme going on almost by necessity due to the complexity of the gameplay concept at work. Just getting that out of the way to start with. And I think any discussion about Amanda, whether design, personal enjoyment, or strength, must start with her power level. Most people agree that if she isn't the best character in the game, she is bare minimum top 3, and I agree with this sentiment. She is, in my opinion, blatantly overpowered. However, her ability is so complex that I don't actually think she suffers from Mandy or Rex's problem, that is to say being so overpowered that beginners will accidentally invalidate the game with obvious card choices. It is totally possible to completely fail as Amanda, even with a deck that an expert has perfected and then handed to you. Figuring out how to balance your power turns with a high value skill beneath you, and your off turns with a dead card beneath you, does require skillful piloting. You always have to have your next turn planned out and carefully manage your hand so you can ensure that your next turn is actually productive. I'm currently playing Amanda on my team for Hunters of the Mythos, a fan-organised competitive playthrough of TFA, and her turns have been the ones where I've had to stop and think the most. If you want to get the best out of Amanda, it's not going to happen automatically. You have to put the work in. However, that's in the context of trying to maximize experience with extra stipulations to try and get extra points. For a regular game of Arkham, Amanda is a nuclear bomb that so far exceeds the power level required to beat a scenario comfortably. Once you reach that level of skill and familiarity with the character as well, you can't go back. I barely ever play Amanda because when I do, I feel like the other characters on my team are basically invalidated. So to an extent, I think her power level is, arguably, problematic to her design. I haven't put her in F because for one, even though I think she would absolutely be deserving of a taboo, it hasn't actually happened yet. And two, she's overpowered in a way that is engaging and uniquely appealing, and still incredibly complex and rewards strong decision making. And the ability is also just great. Having the 2 in all stats is also very cool. And the practice deck building also contains fun and interesting cards like Unrelenting, Momentum, 3 Aces. You can even enable combat with Overpower and Vicious Blow. Obscure Studies is also, I think, a very smart design. There are multiple ways of using it. It can just be a card to put underneath Amanda. You can just commit it once just to boost yourself for one skill test. Or you can use it to extend the life of your cards underneath Amanda. You can also use it to counter your weakness. There's a surprising amount of depth to the card. Maybe if you have a forced test at the end of your turn from a Persistence Treachery, you could be more aggressive with the timing on this card. You could keep deduction underneath you for all 3 tests that you do a turn. The weakness is also very cool for interacting with your ability, and there is a nail-biting tension to drawing it on your upkeep and hoping for a skill test during the Mythos phase so you can get rid of it. But it is an absolute slap on the wrist, and if you're playing her properly, you'll only ever place it under her when you're going to replace it with her signature anyway. It all contributes to the overpowered picture of Amanda. So she's a fascinating character with some gameplay problems. So like I said, she could go either way. I opted for the middle option. And now for Trish Scarborough, and we're going to put her in A+. Evidently, what I look for in this list are elegant and concise cards that tell a story and encourage decision making and strategy that's unique to the character. Obviously, this ability absolutely crushes this criteria. It's all the best parts of Roland's ability with added complexity, partly due to the fact that you have to enable it with cards. One of the things that's so smart about Trish's ability is that it's technically 2 abilities. You could have an ability that just says, when you discover a clue at an enemy's location, gain an extra clue. You could also have an ability that just says, when you discover a clue at an enemy's location, automatically evade that enemy. But she has both. Working a hunch as a fast, testless evade, Intel Report as a global evade. Any evasion card is now able to technically discover an extra clue if you just investigate afterwards. And it's not automatic. The extra clues don't just fall on your lap, you have to make them happen. The difference between a good and bad Trish deck and player is night and day. And because the ability is still so universally applicable, as long as you make some deck building considerations, you can basically just play anything you want on top. The build variety on Trish is completely insane. You can play every rogue archetype and almost every seeker archetype in the game as Trish. For example, I've had a lot of fun playing a Ravenquill Grim Memoir deck with the upgrade to make the tome not trigger attacks of opportunity. It was so cool. It's also so on brand for a spy, the sneakiest of all rogues. And we do have to touch on the taboo, however. We've now reached all 4 characters that have had a taboo, and this is the only one where I'm not penalizing the character for it. I don't think that this taboo meaningfully impacts the strength of the character, and it didn't really need to happen. It seems to just be an effort to bring her ability in line with other abilities like this that don't work on elites, which is fine enough. She did have the potential to cheese some scenarios, but I see that as a part of an investigator being specifically strong or weak to certain scenarios. I mean, hell, just look at Luke. He literally snaps Devil Reef in half. It's okay that some characters serve as counterpicks to certain scenarios, and vice versa. So I'm okay with the taboo. In my opinion, it honestly could have just been an errata. So on to her signatures then. They're pretty good, to be honest. Not astonishing, but she is A+, not S. In the Shadows is everything On the Lam wants to be and so much more. It's kind of embarrassing. For starters, it actually just works properly. With On the Lam, enemies just can't attack you, so at best you've just delayed the problem 1 round. But In the Shadows actually is Trish disappearing. It also works in conjunction with your ability to allow you to get the full value from the extra clue. You don't have to use the free evade. Additionally, having the icons it does is also very smart because at the end of the day, it is still a very situational card, and sometimes you just need icons for your pilfer test. In fact, it has so many icons that it still feels special even when you commit it, which is great. You already know that I don't think much of enemy weaknesses, but Shadow Agents is about as good as they can get. Enemy weaknesses are hard to get right because usually they can just be bludgeoned to death and don't interact meaningfully with the investigator they belong to, and I do think Shadow Agents is one of the better ones. It locks off your clue cheats but can still be evaded and can still be automatically evaded. So you have 4 ways of dealing with this enemy: evasion with a test, automatic evasion, investigation, whether taking the hit or dodging it somehow, and dealing 3 damage, which you can totally do as a rogue seeker. That's a lot of options for an enemy weakness, and I wouldn't call any of them trivial really. If you can't do one of those things, then it's devastating, so it still feels tense that you feel smart enough for dealing with it. Another basically flawless character design. In any other game, Trish would be like a high S tier, but this is just the best game ever made, so A+. And now another one of my favorite characters, Dexter, we're going to put him in A+. He's here for similar reasons as Leo, but I consider him an even stronger design. The ability is deceptively complex. It appears to just be a value engine, and in a way it is, but the amount of edge cases and smart ways of using it are absolutely astonishing. Dexter's good gameplay is apparent whenever you play him, but what truly amazes me about the character is just how flawlessly the story and flavor of the character have been executed. A stage magician who has discovered real magic, Dexter feels like a true synthesis of rogue underhandedness and mystic arcane prowess. The classes are synthesized further with his ability. In terms of flavor, it obviously represents sleight of hand, but it also speaks to a magical skill that he can change things around on a whim. There may be an element of transmutation to it. It also very easily could have been a more restrictive ability. It could have been limited to item assets to really stick to the sleight of hand idea, but similar to Tommy, they've smartly expanded the scope of the ability to accommodate gameplay. Swapping Arcane Initiate for Brand of Cthulhu right after an enemy has spawned directly on top of you just feels awesome. The scope of the ability as a whole is based on what you plan on doing with it and what you're capable of coming up with, which is a hallmark of a great ability. One thing that I'm trying to accurately get across as well is just how right a lot of Dexter decks feel. I don't know if others have experienced this, but often your Dexter decks that you didn't intend to be so thematically resonant just end up making complete sense for the character. And due to having an ability that's so broad as well, he has an astonishing amount of build variety. He really just synergizes with assets as a concept, and I love that you often find yourself looking to replace skills and events with assets. I could play Guts, or maybe I could play Blood Pact instead. It blows open the potential assets you could play, and enables really ludicrously asset-heavy decks. But not ones where you put like 10 assets in play. You want something like 3 or 4 or 5 assets in play and then never spend a play action ever again just because you're constantly swapping them out. In terms of signatures, I wish I could include Molly Maxwell. She might even put him to S. You could make a strong argument for her being the best designed signature in the game. But the signatures that we got are also excellent. Most of the time, the most satisfying and flavorful things you can accomplish with Dexter involve holding on to assets in your hand and swapping them in when you specifically need them. So I like that Showmanship really leans into this idea. With Showmanship, you don't just want to play out your shriveling, you want to play it when an enemy has entered play on you. It's super fun and also synergizes with rogue extra action cards such as Quick Thinking. It encourages you to construct these combos in a very rogue fashion. Occult Scraps is also quite good in my opinion. It passes the criteria of being a weakness that meaningfully interacts with your ability, and while it's very disruptive, you do get a consolation prize as you're able to use it later to swap something else in. It's finely balanced in the sense that it definitely isn't giving you much value, but it does soften the blow by providing options later. And now for Silas, our final Innsmouth character, we will put him in A. I think he's great, but he just doesn't quite hit the highs of some other characters. There is also a controversial aspect to this character, but we'll touch on it when we get there. Starting with his ability, it is just spectacular. He's a fascinating way of designing a skill-based character, enabling a strategy where you ensure that your skills hit their maximum value. When you commit Perception to a skill test that you're already +2 on to bring you up to +4, you fully expected to pass that test and you've committed the card to make sure that you do. Now with Silas, you can do this over and over and over again. You don't have to follow through with your committed cards. It's just so Survivor that it hurts. It feels like Lucky as a whole character. And you can do interesting tricks. For example, you can commit take heart and a skill to actually try and pass the test. And if you would fail the test, you pull back the success card, and if you would succeed, you pull back the take heart. So no matter what, you get some kind of value out of it. There is an argument that Silas has degenerate interactions with cards such as Unrelenting, because those skills trigger on commitment, not on resolution of the test. I think honestly that this rule is significantly more intuitive and less broken than people make it out to be. All the skills it works with are ones that have an immediate effect on committing to the test, and use the phrase after you commit X to a skill test, do Y. I actually find it to be surprisingly intuitive considering it interacts with skill test timing, which is one of the most complex parts of the game. I think it would end up being much more confusing if something like Daring worked. And in terms of being degenerate, I think only Unrelenting is potentially problematic, but trading your ability for draw every single turn I think is a little uncreative and potentially not actually the best idea every single turn. And if it was, the fault would be on Unrelenting because the ability works sensibly if you understand the rules. And similar to Dexter, I wish I could consider his book weaknesses for this. They are, in my opinion, significantly cooler. Nautical Prowess is my favorite skill signature in the game, and Dreams from the Deep being a skill weakness is also much more fitting. I think the Harpoon and the Net are a bit of a miss, to be honest. The Harpoon is basically just a gun that requires skills for ammo, and double evasion with the Net is very situational. It's definitely interesting that you can construct combos with returning the assets to hand, which, don't get me wrong, is cool, but it doesn't happen very often and usually isn't worth it, and the weakness is classically bland in my opinion. Another basic weakness hiding as an Investigator weakness. An Investigator's weakness should be more evocative than a simple double action remove. It's easily the worst part about Silas. I also like the subtle characterization of the innate deck building. The names of the cards you play can tell a story, and with Silas, half your deck tends to be full of cards that are just Silas himself putting in the work with his own dexterity and strength. This is also kind of what I was getting at with Dexter's deck building, making him very resonant. Awesome character. I think one of the things I love about Innsmouth as a whole is more what it isn't rather than what it is. It would have been so tempting to just make a bunch of Bless Curse characters, but only one of them is the actual Bless character, and there are no Curse characters. I think that would have made this expansion feel like a very insular and isolated experience. All of these designs are of an overall very high quality. I would even go as far as to call them classic, timeless Arkham designs. And now for the first Edge of the Earth character, Daniela Reyes, and we're going to put her in the B tier. Edge of the Earth is one of the few expansions that had a pervasive deck building theme. The only other one is Dunwich, and arguably the core set, and a significant amount of the discussion in these 5 characters will center around the deck building. To say it's controversial is a bit of an understatement. It's probably the only deck building I've seen people consistently express dissatisfaction with. As to where I stand, I think it's absolutely spectacular when it's done well. I think most people consider Daniela to be the biggest victim of this deck building style, and while I don't agree with that, I do understand the dissatisfaction of the Retaliate character being unable to take cards like I've Had Worse, Guard Dog 2, Hunter's Armor, and other such archetypal cards. I think that's part of the fun of Daniela. Upgrading from the fighting class into a more support/technical class I think is a very interesting gameplay puzzle. To me, Guardian monster fighters are, in a way, a support class, and your fighter taking something like Alter Fate or Lucky 3 is very sensible, and it makes for very interesting upgrade paths and decks. She becomes incredibly unique by campaign's end, and that's a big reason why I love this deck building. The characters feel so tangibly different after upgrading. It brings back a bit of that RPG aspect where you start at a completely different place than you finish at, and because half of your color is restricted, the process of planning a deck is much more engaging to me than an 0502 deck building character. Although I do appreciate that the 0502s typically have a greater build variety. My problem with Daniela is that I have literally no idea why she upgrades into Survivor. It doesn't seem to make sense from a narrative perspective, and clearly people don't think it makes sense from a mechanical perspective. And I agree, it just happened to work out in such a way that it makes her more complex than the average Guardian in terms of upgrade path, but it's incredibly arbitrary. It almost feels like they had the other 4 upgrade into 4 of the 5 classes, and they just needed to fit someone into the Survivor upgrade slot, and Daniela happened to be it. I guess the bottom line for her deck building is that it's nonsense thematically, but it happened to be interesting, so it's not the end of the world. And with that out of the way, her ability is very, very good. It's very narrow to trigger, which requires planning and forethought on your end, but it's overwhelmingly powerful and incredibly versatile, so you feel rewarded for making it work. I'm so glad that it doesn't just work on attacks of opportunity, and that it encourages you to look out for cards that trigger attacks via other means. It also very much plays into the whole Guardian Protector idea, engaging fighting enemies off other characters just to retaliate later feels very heroic. Now the wrench is also great, but it's still nonsense thematically. But again, I'd rather have a card that plays well and doesn't make sense than a card that makes sense but doesn't play well. It's always exciting to draw the wrench because it just feels like it enables you so well. You have so much more control over the enemies and how you deal damage. The mob goons, however, are a complete joke. And the goons and the lack of theme of the character are the main reason why she doesn't get higher than B tier. They're appropriately named because they are literally just goons that have nothing to do with Daniela or how she plays. Having uncancelable direct damage and horror attacks is very, very loosely related to Daniela, but frequently she just machetes them with a vicious blow or brute forces them and they're just gone. Incredibly boring weakness. A bit of a medium start to Edge of the Earth, but we'll see how the rest of the box goes. I am very excited to announce that Norman Withers is S tier. This, to me, is a prime example of what this deck building is capable of. We haven't used this word in a while, but Norman is incredibly evocative. He's such a classic Lovecraft character, a scholarly type who flies too close to the sun and is forced to interact with forbidden knowledge. And the way the deck changes and morphs throughout the campaign is a prime example of telling a story through game mechanics, and it's utterly beautiful. Even in gameplay, you start thinking about how you can shift over from classic intellect to spicy but powerful willpower spells. The more Norman learns, the more he's able to shift over to Mystic, away from traditional education and intellect-based clue getting. He becomes more powerful by embracing the unknown, and you will inevitably see this story unfold in your deck building. When this deck building is on theme, it's one of the best individual pieces of storytelling this game has to offer. Now in gameplay, Norman is just as good. It's Joe's hunch deck, but it's your own deck. Seeing the next card you draw and flipping over the top card of your deck is physically satisfying and feels very special. And the way you can work with it and use predictive cards is awesome. Even something like seeing Astounding Revelation on top of your deck and waiting for it to commit Eureka feels awesome. But even without trying to be fancy with it, it's so much fun to get the value of the pseudo draw from playing a card that isn't actually part of your hand. And Norman's signature is in contention for my favorite one in the whole game. The amount of things that you can do with Norman's ability absolutely explodes with this card. For starters, skills are now eligible to be useful on the top of your deck. But it counts as pseudo draw. You get to draw whatever is on top of your deck if you need it in your hand, and put whatever it is in your hand that you need on top of your deck there. It enables cards like Foresight to be used on cards that were already in your hand. You can put Astounding Revelations back on top of your deck. You can put Winds of Power back on top of your deck and then investigate committing Perception. The level of manipulation you have over your deck and hand with this card in play is completely insane. And the synergy with Astronomical Atlas is also incredibly fun, but I think people have let themselves become pigeonholed by it. There's actually so much more you can do with this character than just looping deductions. The Livre d'Ibon is good enough by itself without needing a second card to enable it. Don't be afraid to try a Rod of Carnimagos or Sign Magic build, or even just a Magnifying Glass or Hawkeye folding camera, and try something different with the experience you just saved. Maybe it's not optimal, but it is fun. You might expect me to take points off for the double action remove weakness, but to be honest, it's the best one in the whole game. It still interacts with your ability by locking it down completely and interacts with your deck itself in a unique way. It also works on the flavor front because it completely stops your astronomy from predicting the next card of your deck. It would be cool if there was a different way to solve it, but in a way I think it's also better balanced. It's a Seeker weakness that they can't ignore if they want to do cycling shenanigans. Most Seekers that have a double action basic weakness just ignore it the whole game and keep looping the deck, deliberately leaving it in play. So I like it from a balanced perspective as well. Norman is elegant, evocative, and plays in an incredibly unique way, which is everything I want to see for an S tier character. And now let's put Monterey Jack in the D tier. I think that in terms of the Edge of the Earth deck building and the somewhat bad reputation it gets, none exemplify the problem more than Jack. The idea is weakly supported in narrative and unsatisfying in gameplay. A lot of Jack's design is actually quite good, but I feel like this deck building is the primary reason why he gets D tier, so I'll save that for last. His ability is well done. Resources are draw that you do have to put in the work for and want to enable using cards. It communicates the idea of gaining from exploration. Presumably Jack is finding these cards and resources at the new location. It feels really nice getting the effectively full double upkeep. The whip is also cool enough. It's very well done as a flavorful rogue enemy management / flex agility solution that fits the character nicely, but I do feel that this isn't too far off of just being a generic 3 experience like rogue card. It doesn't feel particularly special or unique to the character, and the weakness is nice, capturing the idea of finding something so astonishing that you must know what it is, must discover the secret, and you literally can't pull yourself away from what you've found, and if you can't find the ability to comprehend it, it horrifies you. Very, very nice weakness that engagingly locks down his ability by locking you down. So now we move on to the beating heart of the problem. The Seeker card pool, in my opinion, simply does not suit this character outside of a flimsy and underdeveloped mechanical sub-theme in movement. There are so many upgraded Seeker Edge of the Earth cards that were so clearly printed just to patch holes in Jack's deck building. Hiking Boots being the absolute worst offender. It's so unsatisfying in theme as well. He goes from a rogue explorer to a scholar. He gets cards like Cryptic Research and upgraded deductions and Studious. I'm not sure what this narrative is exactly supposed to be. You might even expect him to care about relics as an identity, but he can't take them. There aren't really that many sensible cards for Jack to actually take, both in gameplay and in theme. Pathfinder makes sense, Hiking Boots makes sense. Then what? I just find myself taking generic Seeker value cards like upgraded skills and draw because I can't build into Seeker archetypes reliably without better Seeker 0 access. And you just forget about using your agility other than your level 0 pool. When people complain about not being able to take Guard Dog 2 and Daniela, I find myself not really minding so much. But I so desperately want to take Lola Santiago and I am so confused when I can't. Being Seeker 0 also more or less excludes you from all of the Seeker researched cards. It's such a massive sacrifice taking the level 0 versions of cards like Dream Diary. And because he doesn't get upgraded Rogue, he can't even take Adaptable. Maybe I'm just being unfair and it's not that big of a deal to other people, but it's the weak narrative that seals the deal here. Because when done properly, this is the most evocative deck building in the game, and I feel like there has been such a missed opportunity. Going back to Dexter, you make Dexter decks and they make so much sense for the character. For Jack, I feel like I've just put together a random pile of cards and I have no idea what they're doing here. He's not fundamentally broken or anything, and he doesn't play badly though. It's just the weak theme and the crappy deck building. So considering everything I said about Jack, you might be expecting Parallel Jack to do a bit better, but unfortunately I'm going to have to put him in F tier. You probably expected a higher grade considering what I had to say about regular Jack and how unsatisfying his deck building is. I do think that Parallel Jack has much better deck building and makes a lot more sense for the character, but with no exaggeration, this ability might be my least favorite in the entire game. It is so much work for so little payoff, and it requires you to utterly mutate your deck building in order to make this ability trigger reliably. You feel so pressured to run a critical mass of relics and charms because the search on this ability is just so shallow. I'm currently playing a Dexter deck in Hunters of the Mythos, and it runs Arcane Initiate with 12 arcane cards, and you will still whiff occasionally. Not often, mind you, but Arcane Initiate is just a card draw card where you're happy if it triggers twice before it dies, not your Investigator's entire ability. And yeah, the ability is much more powerful than that because it discounts and plays the asset, but if you clear a 2-shroud location, good luck finding something. And missing on this ability feels absolutely awful. Psychologically, missing with an ability like this feels worse than hitting with it, and unless you fill your deck with garbage, you are eventually going to miss. For a 33 card deck, I would want 10 hits minimum on top of assets you already want to run like Lola Santiago. It's just too many assets. And say you put in something like St. Hubert's Key because the idea of playing it for 2 and fast is super appealing. Well, what happens if you draw it? If you have 10 or more relics or charms in your deck, you are going to draw some of them. And some of those relics or charms are only going to be in your deck because of your ability. It just feels awful seeing a handful of 4th and 5th best relics. When I played Parallel Jack the first time, I took In the Thick of It for Relic Hunter because of the 111 different assets he can take as part of Relic and Charms, 50 of them are accessory slots, and 30 something of them are hand slots. How are you making a deck with 10 to 15 charms and relics when the overwhelming majority of them all take up the same slots? As a result, Parallel Jack decks are absolutely hideous. And it's so awful because this character would be completely fixed if the ability just read search X times 2. Like search 6 for clearing a 3 shroud location, search 4 for clearing a 2 shroud location. It would completely fix the character. You would be able to run way less relics and charms, which means you can just run the ones that you want. And maybe you could put 1 or 2 luxury ones in, like St. Hubert's Key, just to get off the ability, but it won't feel like half your deck is just doing this. In terms of numbers, say you have a 28 card deck because you've drawn your hand of 5 cards and you have 10 relics in the deck currently. You clear a shroud value 3 location. You have a 75% chance of hitting something, a quarter chance to hit nothing. If you search 6, that's a 95% chance. And come on, this is not overpowered. There's no reason the search had to be so small. You're clearing an entire location's clues. And I think that's a fair reward for warping your deck around this archetype and for also clearing out clues. You should be allowed to play what is effectively a strong no stone unturned. And the worst part is you need to actually be finding the clues before you can trigger your ability. So I hope you weren't basing your strategy around a relic that finds clues. At its core, this is an unreliable, value-based ability that you simply cannot plan around and does not change the gameplay of the assets that you even put in play in the slightest. Without pulling any punches, I think this is an awful ability. You bend over backwards and ruin your deck just for an action and some resources saved here and there. Also, shout out to the advanced version of Buried Secrets that actually removes flavor from the card. You can no longer accept that you won't understand it and horrify yourself. You have to pass the investigation check. I would, however, like to point out my preferred way of playing Jack. Parallel back and original front Jack. You miss out on the fairly boring value engine seeker cards like Pathfinder, mostly Pathfinder, but now you can use all the cool cards like Lola 3, which you can also use with Otherworldly Compass and Momentum now if you want. Upgraded lockpicks, level 3 Pilfer, Black Fan. It's a much more satisfying and resonant way of playing the character without being bogged down by all those forced cards that they made just to make Jack function better at higher levels. And for Lily Chen, I think we're going to put her in the B tier. I think Lily has a lot to offer in terms of a strong design, but there was a bit of a missed opportunity here, I feel. The disciplines are absolutely the highlight of her character and make up the entirety of her ability, really. I really get what they were going for here. Lily is like an RPG character that levels up her stats and gains new abilities. And it's a new design space. We've never had a character that really works like this. And they have smartly designed the disciplines in such a way that the stats that you don't need as much have the most powerful abilities. Obviously, putting Lily's combat to 5 is incredibly desirable, so they've given it a very situational but still useful ability. Conversely, the intellect boost from the intellect discipline isn't helpful at all, but the ability is absolutely insane. And the willpower and agility disciplines both kind of go in either direction. The boosts and the abilities are both moderately useful. And it is very exciting to unlock a new discipline as well. So far so good, this is all very cool. I also do like the deck building. It is quite thematic and creates an interesting little puzzle. She makes decks that are very distinct from Sister Mary and Diana Stanley as a character who's more overtly combat focused. To me, however, that focus on combat is the critical issue with the character. By the nature of her stat spread and her deck building, she is absolutely a fighter's fighter. There is simply no such thing as Clue Lily, or really even Flex Lily. You can get some clues, but a true 50-50 flex I don't think is really doable with Lily. And other than slightly wacky, combo-oriented agility discipline decks, most Lily decks are very mid-range, straightforward, and even slightly dull combat decks. I feel like this discipline idea has so much wacky potential, and it just feels wasted on Lily, if I'm being harsh. We could have had a character that could have gone in any direction, a true like role-playing character that gains actual printed stats and abilities when you level up, but we just got another fighter. I wish we could have even seen a Lily that just went all out and was like a neutral character. I can't really fault her too much on missed potential, hence the B tier, because what we got is actually pretty decently put together, and she is still a bit of a twist on the combat idea. The fact that I don't really have anything else to say about her kind of shows what I mean here. I should be going on for ages about Lily and all the variations and permutations of the disciplines you can do and how to flip them back over again, but it's literally just get the combat discipline and put Runic Axe in your deck, and there's barely any variety here. And the wacky decks are still just combat decks. Let's move on now to Bob Jenkins, and he's going all the way to the top of S tier. This is another case of the Edge of the Earth deck building really showing what it's capable of in terms of narrative. And not only that, but he's richly detailed in the same way that a character like Finn is. His ability is incredibly elegant. We've seen a lot of fourth action abilities, but a lot of them are more what you do rather than what you play. Finn is an extra evade, Daisy is an extra action to use tomes, Tony is an extra fighter engage action, but Bob essentially gets to make his items fast every now and again. It totally changes the game on assets and tempo. It's wonderful. Not everyone is okay with playing leather coat, but as soon as it becomes fast, it's just instantly appealing as a defensive option. To say nothing of cards like Sparrow Mask that you would happily play anyway. And the cherry on top, the detail that I talked about, is Bob being able to play other people's items for them. It's so fantastically social, and it makes the game feel like more of a group experience. And I'm going to come out swinging, and I'm just going to say it. Shrewd Dealings, in my opinion, is the best signature card in the game, design-wise. I also think people tend to underestimate how strong it is as well. We're also used to sorting ourselves out that it's hard to appreciate the value of sharing assets like this. Please note, and this is very important, it works in such a way that you can play other people's items under anyone's control. If you're like me, the explosion of possibilities that entered your mind made you feel so happy and so right. He completely blows open the limitations of cooperation in this game and allows for team-based deck building strategies. The first time I played Bob when he came out, I used Underworld Support, Untimely Transaction, Black Market, and Shrewd Dealings to just basically roleplay as the Resident Evil 4 merchant. I put a bunch of assets in my deck that I didn't really even have intentions of playing. It is probably one of the most fun campaigns I've ever played in this game. And I'm not just gassing up Bob because I think he's fun. Shrewd Dealings and the item synergies are fantastically on brand as a salesman. It encourages you to embody the character and even act like him, making offers to your teammates. And the deck building is just the cherry on top. It's thematically perfect. You start with absolute garbage. Old derringers, teddy bears, some keys, a flashlight. By the end, you've moved your way up to Mausers, cursed clocks, fancy alcohol, and all sorts of weird artifacts. Bob feels dramatically different as you upgrade him, and that's what I love about this deck building. He feels truly changed by the end of the campaign. Your items become shinier and higher quality, and you start leaning into big money strategies. And Survivor Rogue as a combination feels like such an underhanded and self-serving combo of cards as well. The personality on display is just wonderful. Overall, they've made a character that's very multifaceted. They've cleverly designed it so that all of Bob's abilities can just work for yourself as well. Shrewd Dealings is just great, even if you never play any other items for anyone else. And just playing your own assets with an extra action is also great. Bob's a fantastic solo investigator, but he's a truly incredible story-driven 4-player character. And Greed also speaks volumes to his character. It's simple but flavorful. It feels like Bob is waking up to his financial situation whenever he draws it, realizing just how much he doesn't have and being greedy and envious about it. And if you have literally no money, he basically drives himself mad with greed. It organically pushes you towards hoarding money and increasing wealth, and you're always thinking about this weakness. Absolutely brilliant. Edge of the Earth obviously is pretty divisive, even on my end, but I would still consider it one of my favorite expansions because the core idea is so bold. Yeah, it led to a couple of B's and D's, but it also led to 2 S's, and I think this idea deserves another shot. It's brilliant. My most wanted is probably Guardian into Rogue, get a bit of moral ambiguity going, starting as a hero, but then getting a bit more underhanded. Lots of cool ideas you can do with this. And now for Scarlet Keys, we're going to go for Carson Sinclair, and I'm going to put him in S tier as well. 2 S's back to back, very nice. Carson is, to me, an utterly flawless implementation of the Guardian support archetype that has been slowly gaining pieces throughout the game's lifespan. The way they've encouraged and enabled you to embody this playstyle in all aspects of the character's design is just excellent to me. Carson poses an interesting puzzle and an exciting new proposition. His stats are bad enough that they aren't worth building around, but his actions can be given to others. This creates an environment where you can effectively contribute to clues and combat via other people's assets. The fundamental misunderstanding about Carson is that you aren't giving away your actions, you're taking actions as other characters. Carson gets clues by, in a sense, investigating with someone else's assets, stats, and stat boosts. So now you don't have to play Flashlight, you don't have to play Beat Cop, you don't even have to play a weapon. Anything. If you look at the average Seeker, maybe half or more of their deck is dedicated to intellect or clues. And since Carson is playing as someone who's already done that, you don't have to do that. So now you have completely freed up all of your asset slots and your deck for all sorts of cards that can help in more obscure ways. First time I played Carson, I used the Obsidian Bracelet because I simply didn't need weapons or clue assets. And I tanked nearly a full hit of Rotting Remains for my Finn. The card did a surprisingly massive amount of work, but I would never ever consider taking it in any other Guardian. You have space for First Watch, Let Me Handle This, Self-Sacrifice, everything. So many powerful and interesting cards that you just can't play sometimes due to the requirements of passing tests and compressing damage or clues. How often have you built a Guardian deck and cut First Watch because you just needed Overpower or Steadfast, you just couldn't get away with not having the stat boost? So he builds completely new decks, but what about gameplay? Carson has again been accused of being a boring character because he just gives all his actions away. People don't say this as much anymore now that they've tried him, but I remember people saying this heaps when he was announced. And I just think that's such a numerical, uncreative way of looking at this character. Carson, more than any other character in the game, requires you to branch out mentally and play a heavily positional playstyle. You need to identify what every teammate is capable of, what they can do right now, and how you're going to position yourself to capitalize on it. And you should be thinking turns in advance about this ability and where it's best to be in order to quickly help your teammates. It is so dead simple as far as abilities go, but if you know what you're doing, no one plays like this. It's absolutely wonderful. I also love that he has low health and sanity. You're literally playing a support character, like in a video game, one that dies if the boss starts to focus them. If an enemy goes on Carson, people will come to save you because you're able to get them back on track with his free actions. Everyone knows to protect the support. I think his signatures are maybe a bit plain, but I think that Carson is actually one of the more complex characters in the game secretly, so I think that they're still very good for what they are. And I love As You Wish. It's simple but very versatile and way above rate for skills. I think that the way that they've made it so that it guarantees a cycle no matter if you succeed or fail, but the person that gets the card changes, is really interesting. It's actually a relatively rare ability, as the core set neutral skills give you a card if the other person succeeds. And Selfless to a Fault I think is a plain but sensible weakness. It encourages you to do what you already wanted to do, and the mental load isn't as extreme as something like, say, Ursula's weakness. And it is a flavorful look into Carson's state of mind, similar to Bob's greed. And I think Carson's deck building is so good. In fact, I think he particularly benefits from this deck building as opposed to Mandy and Tony, as he looks at cards very differently, so it allows you to reevaluate cards through Carson's lens across a wide variety of classes. In particular, I've really enjoyed using Lifeline in Carson as a survivor, but I'm particularly fond of Seeker Carson, because Seeker has gotten a lot of support cards that just simply are not worth running in a dedicated cluer, and because Carson isn't expected to hard carry, he just gets to play all of these cards now. Guidance is so cool. I love this character. Now we have our third S in a row with Vincent Lee. I think I can be fairly brief with this character because a lot of the upsides of this character are shared with Carolyn. And Carolyn gets a lot of points for being the first attempt at something like this, but Vincent really refines and perfects the formula. We all expected a damage version of Carolyn eventually, but I think this is the best way they could have done it. For starters, once again, the deck building is just wonderful, allowing you to craft Vincent in whatever way you see fit. No two people are going to make the exact same Vincent deck. And one of the things that helps Vincent get a leg up over Carolyn is how flexible Vincent's stat line is. With Carolyn, there were ways of making her somewhat flexible in terms of fighting, like gang up or toe-to-toe and such, but the fact that Vincent gives stat boosts as a reward for healing means that you can direct his stat line in any direction you want, which massively increases the amount of sensible Vincent cards you can take. The stats are there to support whatever playstyle you like. And On the Mend is just an all-time fantastic Arkham idea. Giving them to other players feels so much more cooperative, tactile, and evocative than Resources, which are both thematically nebulous and not as immediately present as a card is. It feels so much more significant healing others when you get to hand them a real card as opposed to a little token. The comparisons to Carolyn here are actually quite significant, because I rated Carolyn fairly high just based on the deck building. but I criticized the minimalist nature of the ability and the relative plainness of the signatures. We've already discussed how evocative On the Mend is, and it is truly brilliant, but Vincent's signatures are also very thematically satisfying. I've given signatures a lot of points for having extra details that really tell a story to them, and Bonesaw fits the bill perfectly. It being Meat Cleaver for damage is already such an awesome idea for the character, but that extra ability to perform what is effectively battlefield surgery is just the coolest shit ever. It's an ability I have actually used. It is so intense when you pull the token. It almost feels like something out of an old school CRPG or like an immersive sim. I could see this kind of item and ability being in the original Fallout. It's such brilliant flavor. And the Wounded Bystander is also a much superior version of Rational Thought. It does share the key problem of that card in that it can only be healed by a certain type of card, in this case only cards that heal allies, but the key difference here is that it doesn't completely lock you out of your ability at all. Rational Thought should have been able to be dealt with flexibly because of just how hard it restricts you, but Wounded Bystander doesn't restrict you at all. You're welcome to have the guilt of this man's death on your conscience, but that's entirely up to you. Some Vincent decks, I don't really bother dealing with it, but some have the leeway to put in tech healing cards specifically to deal with it, and it plays very dynamically as well. If you're incrementally healing it as opposed to healing it all in one go, it can be a really tense back and forth battle to save this guy, and it still gives you On the Mend as well, so it doesn't feel like a waste playing the cards to heal him like it does with Rational Thought. As I said, the weakness works by applying pressure to your healing rather than restricting it, which I think is better. Weaknesses should be punishing, but they shouldn't prevent you from playing the game. Funnily enough, in terms of actual enjoyment, I do prefer Carolyn. She's a bit of a pet character for me, but I think Vincent is a stronger attempt. He's pretty much flawless in every way, an incredibly evocative and fun design. And unfortunately with Kaimani, we will have to break the streak and put them in D tier. They're a really interesting concept that is unfortunately bogged down by incredibly clumsy execution. Not to the same extent as some lower tier investigators, but enough that I always found Kaimani to stand out compared to the average investigator, and especially in the otherwise astonishingly good Scarlet Keys expansion. I understand what the ability is trying to do thematically. It's kind of like an environmental kill, Hitman style. Perhaps you evade the enemy, then push him down the stairs or something, or other such assassinations. I just think that the way they wanted to implement this idea doesn't work within the framework of the rules. This is exemplified by the weird re-engage exhausted enemies ability that only exists to make the rest of the ability function at all. What I do like about the ability is that it enables a lot of cool stuff and is very unobstructive to the cards you want to play. It was really good foresight to make it an ability that latches onto any evade at all, which leads to situations like Suggestion adding willpower, intellect, and agility all together, or Slip Away adding intellect twice, as well as being a good enabler for the Succeed by X cards. But I just feel like this Investigator card is overloaded with text. It feels like asset text, but on the Investigator card. This might be a bit of a hot take, but I actually think that Kaimani should have had a permanent card. And I think their reaction ability, basically the entire text except for engage an exhausted enemy at your location, that could have been offloaded into this hypothetical permanent. This could have improved the ability by giving it some extra contextualization through art and card name, or some extra complexity could have been added like Sophie or bounty contracts. Then instead of this awkward free triggered ability, Kaimani could have something simple like once per round you can evade an enemy at your location, and the reminder text could just tell you that you can evade exhausted enemies at your location. And now there's additional depth. You can evade enemies that are engaged on other investigators. Again, this isn't to say my idea is better, I'm simply trying to highlight that I feel the ability as printed is both clumsy and potentially a little undercooked. It feels a bit like a first draft or a custom investigator. The grappling hook is cool enough as well, but it just feels like a neat design in a vacuum that's more or less unrelated to Kaimani as a character. Unfortunately, I also don't know exactly what this ability has to do with the concept of a grappling hook as a whole. In essence, it's a signature weakness that fails to capture the character that it's tied to, but also fails to capture the theme of the title and art of the card itself. It's a very medium, mechanics first, basic asset, not impressive at all. It could have been like a 2 experience, 3 experience rogue card, and anyone would have been able to take this. Similarly, Agent Fletcher is barely related to Kaimani mechanically other than weakly interacting with the ability. Without stat boosts, all it's doing is just a -2 to the test and nothing else. Although I do have to point out the absolutely gorgeous art by Lin Hsiang, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, who I would pick as my favorite Arkham artist. They are just consistently excellent. Also see Flurry of Blows, Miasmic Torment, Coterie Agent, Ethereal Slip, and all of Lily's disciplines. Either way, for Kaimani, unfortunately, it's a design that is both awkward while simultaneously being a little plain in my opinion, but they're still not too bad. The signatures also combine to be very boring though, so D tier. Now for easily the most controversial Scarlet Keys character, we have Amina Zidane, and I'm going to put her in C tier. I find Amina a bit of a struggle to rank. She's obviously laughably underpowered, but so far, being underpowered hasn't been a consideration for this list, unless you count Lola being so bad that she needed a taboo. I think if I did put her in D tier, no one would really bat an eye or question it, but it doesn't really feel right to me based on everything that's come before. A 3 resource cost discount on assets you play is completely insane, and putting a Doom on that asset is a well thought out trade-off. You save so much money that cards you maybe wouldn't consider using are viable. I think a lot of people have found renewed love of Scroll of Prophecy with this character, and even the staples you were going to play anyway are now unbelievably undercosted. Having your economy built in so hard like this is great. You only have to use this ability 2 or 3 times to get an insane amount of value out of it. Conversely, the Doom is a serious consideration. You have to carefully think about this ability both in deck building and gameplay, but the reward is worth working towards. So I would argue that Amina's ability is well designed. She looks at cards differently and plays existing cards in unique ways. Word of Woe and Wheel are also really cool. They're not the most excellent or thematic signatures in the game, but they're certainly not problematic. And I like this design space of dual signatures that interact with each other while they're in the discard pile. I do wish they were spell traded, however, to make them a bit more accessible with things like Arcane Initiate. Deafening Silence is hilariously overtuned as a weakness. Kick Amina while she's down, hey? But I do prefer a weakness that you're actually scared of as opposed to one that you don't give a crap about. So the ability and cards are serviceable, so what's the problem here? The theme of Amina is overall very, very weak, even if the backstory itself is ultra cool. But the big problem is this stat line. I don't normally talk about stat lines in the rankings. I have every now and again, such as with Joe Diamond, but I feel like I have to with Amina because this stat line is truly awful. I fully believe that in context, it's the worst stat line in the game. Gimmick characters like Preston, Charlie, or even Carson don't really have bad stat lines because that's not how they approach the game. Similarly, this stat line is worse than Jenny's or Lola's because those characters exist in classes where it's actually possible to generalize hard enough to use the whole thing, even if not necessarily all at once. Jenny can end up taking Black Fan and Geish, and suddenly that stat line isn't so bad anymore. And Lola would be weird if she had anything other than her current stat line, because she's supposed to be able to take any card and she's also a challenge character. This stat line in this class with this little of an off class is so bad that it constricts your deck building freedom and gameplay rather than enabling it. You must take as many will boosters as possible, as many willpower icons as possible, and you must upgrade your spells immediately. I can't afford Sin Eater or El Rubash because I literally can't function without Rite of Seeking 2 or Shriveling 3, that line of thinking. In order to get this character to function, you have to optimize the shit out of her, and there's very little wiggle room. If she had a 4-3-3-2 stat line or something like that, I probably would have put her in B+ or A, but as she is, she's just C tier. But I think if you know what you're getting into, this character feels better than a C tier design, and I don't consider her a failure at all. She's much more interesting than the likes of Jenny or Harvey, so she gets to be the queen of C tier. She just has a gameplay flaw that's big enough that it stifles the gameplay just enough to be tangible. And maybe it doesn't feel right putting her this low, but that's the criteria. If the design hinders your gameplay and creativity, it's not a good design. And now for Daryl Simmons, we're going to put him in A tier. Daryl is just a very solid implementation of a strong gameplay identity that's justified by a theme. I don't consider him as evocative as a Leo or Dexter, but is in a similar category of design. The Kodak is just great gameplay. It not only simulates the idea of Daryl himself being on the lookout for evidence by going to places and taking photos, but in a meta-narrative sense, you, the player, are also looking for the ideal game piece to put the evidence on. In a 4-player game, the Kodak is a wonderfully complex decision, as you can't retroactively decide what was the optimal card to put the evidence on. So anytime anyone draws a Mythos card, you have a couple of things to think about. Is it going to appear at a location with clues? If it does, can I get those clues reliably? If I can I get there reliably? Then once you've figured all this out, you have to consider if it's maybe not worth doing and waiting for something a little bit easier. It's similarly appealing to the bounty contracts, but I feel that it's usually fairly easy to choose an enemy for the bounty contracts, as no matter what, you will get the extra actions as eventually you will fight it one way or another. The Kodak is a bit more complex in that regard. that, as if the enemy is killed or the treachery is discarded, you lose the evidence. You have to consider if this semi-easy evidence might be followed by something incredibly easy, and it makes for excellent gameplay. And the ability to spend evidence for the -2 skill reduction is pretty much exactly how I want an ability like this to be done. It can be used in ways other than just using your Investigator ability. You now look at evidence cards in a new light. They could have easily made the Kodak to just give photo tokens or something like that, but now things like Hawkeye folding camera are very resonant with the character's gameplay and theme. As well, I always love it when abilities can be used socially on other characters, and this deck building is just marvelous. Despite him being obviously the Shroud Reduction character, there are a lot of different ways that you can take Daryl because that ability is so versatile. He has a strong, versatile ability and a strong, versatile card pool, which means you can take Daryl whichever direction you want, and that's really great. Ruined Evidence is also an ideal level of punishing for a weakness. 4 Horror is absolutely crazy, but 4 Evidence can even be worse. A lot of the times it feels better to take 2 Horror and lose 2 Evidence, but you have to really work towards making that happen because you can't mix and match. You don't want to just go completely crazy on how much evidence you spend because of this weakness, and that's a good weakness in my opinion. Well done and simple. Daryl to me is kind of the gatekeeper for A tier. If you're better than Daryl in my opinion, then you're higher than A tier. And for our next proud S-tier investigator, we have Charlie Kane. Charlie is the most unbelievably awesome and creative gimmick investigator we've received thus far. Basically, every aspect of this character is absolutely perfect. He doesn't play the game like anyone else and has infinite possibilities for creativity. For starters, I've already said that the commit icons are one of Arkham's most finely designed ideas, and the way Charlie interacts with them is just so fascinating. It adjusts your evaluation on these cards so much. Even something as simple as Art Student now gives you a clue, 2 Horror Soak, and a Perception once per turn. And you can combine all these allies in any way you want to craft whatever stat line you desire. And it's so much deeper than that. There's always the strategic question of spreading out your boosts or just smashing it all out on one mega test. He plays with numbers in a way that causes an extreme amount of cognitive load, but it's incredibly awesome to make it all work. Similarly, just having 4 ally slots is such a crazy line of text that you can't help but smile when you see it for the first time. The fact that every class has ways to synergize with both allies and assets means that every single class combination Charlie has access to just makes perfect sense. And no matter what you pick, you always have access to your core group of allies. Every class combination feels so unique, but they all still feel like a Charlie deck. I've played at this point almost every combination Charlie has to offer, and none of them felt like a bad choice. I think the only one I have left is Mystic Guardian now that I think about it. Being faced with a class decision makes you question what exactly it is that you're trying to accomplish with your deck in the first place, and that confronting question is completely unique to Charlie. Off the top of my head, I'm thinking for Mystic Guardian Charlie, maybe the way to go is a bag control style of play. Ritual Candles, Recall the Future, Dark Prophecy. When you're controlling the encounter bag that much, being able to use these variable stat boosts is now, it seems really exciting. You could use Read the Signs to remove the -4 and then just try to boost up to +2. And if you don't draw the -4, you can do it again, so you've extended the lifespan of your characters and their stat boosts. And then Guardian can just supply the economy with stuff like Ever Vigilant and Motivational Speech. Sounds really fun, actually. To get back on track, you realize that many archetypes or deck concepts are carefully designed to fit most of them within the level 0 to 2 range because that's the off class. All of Clue Drop is level 2, most of Bless and Curse is level 2, most of the Thorns archetype is level 2. A lot of big money cards are level 3, but you can still do it in Charlie. Well Connected is level 0. His ability and his deck building make me say with confidence that it might be impossible to exhaust every possibility Charlie has. He's probably even more versatile than Lola because he's not a puzzle. He's actually powerful, so you can play janky crap in him too and it's probably gonna work. Like my bag control Mystic Guardian Charlie deck that I just came up with. And Bonnie is everything you could ever want as a signature. She complicates your math so much by allowing you to double dip allies. If you have 2 art students in play, you can test at 3, and then 3 again, or test once at 5. With 2 art students and Bonnie, now the possibilities have become so massive it's no longer in the scope of this discussion to list them all. Try to figure it out for yourself, just write out all the possibilities, you'll realize it's ridiculous. The weakness is also very well done. having the opportunity to hit you really hard if you play recklessly and push your allies to the limit. If you draw it during upkeep, you have to carefully consider what allies you might need next round, which can be very hard to work out. And drawing it during your turn off a perception or something might even remove that choice for you entirely. You might just have to kill the ally. It passes the bar of being a weakness that can shape your gameplay and forces you to make hard decisions. It also implies a sense of moral ambiguity in Charlie. He's pushing these people to the absolute limit to get what he wants done. I tell myself it was for the greater good. Was it, Bonnie? Quietly very thematic card, I think. And I just can't believe how much they've done with such little text on his card. There's no crazy permanence to offload complex text. He just looks like a regular character if you look at him. Other than the stat line and the class, of course. Absolutely perfect character, maybe even the best one. To convey exactly how I feel about the Scarlet Keys, here's my top 3 best expansions. For the characters anyway. I would put Path to Carcosa as number 3, Dream Eaters as number 2, and the Scarlet Keys as number 1. Even the bad characters in this box are at least interesting in the case of Amina, or fun in the case of Kaimani. Because Kaimani is fun, they're just clumsy. And Amina isn't boring, she's just very weak. But the other 4 characters are cream of the crop. You could easily make an argument for Daryl being A+. For me, he is so close. And then 3 S tier characters. Just unbelievable quality. And now for, at the time of recording, the most recent expansion, the Feast of Hemlock Vale, and we're going to start with the Guardian as always, Wilson Richards for B tier. I actually enjoy playing Wilson quite a bit, and I think the general sentiment of him is that he is surprisingly fun. The ability he has is a fairly basic value-orientated ability, and I have criticized abilities like this in the past, but I've also specified that abilities like this that are more conditional are better. I like that you can't just trigger this ability automatically. You have to look for stuff like matchboxes and think, oh hey wow, this is flat out free in this character. So while it is very minor, it still is an ability that makes you think about cards a bit differently. Fingerprint Kit at 3 is a lot more palatable. Similarly, the ability to gain stats on using tools does mean that Wilson is overstatted as a 3-4-4-3, but it's not automatic, you do have to work for it. As a result, I think he is the best implementation of the dreaded all 3 stat line, which is an impressive design feat in itself. But Wilson is a bit of a bare minimum design. He's really just an enabler for fun cards. You can play most of Wilson's deck in like a Joe Diamond deck and it will feel very similar. Same with Roland, really. All Wilson does is just smooth out the tool cards a little bit. The exciting part of Wilson is just that the tool cards are really swingy and fun and powerful, like Fingerprint Kit or Sledgehammer. Wilson is fun and interesting only because cards like that are fun and exciting. But once everything's all in play and set up, Wilson himself doesn't really do anything to enhance the gameplay. Ad hoc as well is a bit of a flop in my opinion. It is strong, but it feels a lot like Heirloom of Hyperborea in a sense that it feels like support for a deck that doesn't really exist yet. It's a card that you could potentially build a whole strategy around, but at this point in the game's life, you really can't, honestly. Discarding a Fingerprint Kit for your Fingerprint Kit test does feel completely insane, but that's really the limit of what this card is actually capable of. Hasty Repairs also does just suck. Just a basic double action remove that you just do straight away. It's about as boring as a weakness can get. But Wilson gets to be for still making you look at cards differently and for actually being fun when you play him. But he's at the minimum requirement to get to B tier, in my opinion. He's the gatekeeper for C tier even. Our final seeker for today, Kate Winthrop, is going to be put in the B tier. Similarly to Wilson, I think Kate plays much more fun and smoothly than she seems. I was worried when she was revealed because she reads similar to characters like Parallel Wendy or Parallel Jim, and I do think that in a lot of ways this is a very messy design. The idea of moving clues onto science and tool assets for bonuses is excellent. It's incredibly powerful and informs both your gameplay and deck building, as well as having interesting synergies with clue drop in a way that's very unique. It's a very fun and engaging version of the Investigator who gets roundabout +2s, and I like it a lot. Now, before we talk about the Flux Stabilizer, I want to jump ahead a little bit and talk about the Etheric Currents. Conceptually, the idea of reusable events that put the clues back onto Kate from your assets and is more easily reusable than a normal signature is absolutely excellent. Just imagine Kate like this. clues for boosts, and reusable events that reset the clues. That core idea, I think, is golden. Unfortunately, the Flux Stabilizer introduces an inelegant flipping permanent and a choice between the two events to shuffle in. It plays less clunky than it looks, and Kate does have good strategic gameplay, but I can't help but feel this design reads a little bit ugly to me. I always thought this, but Duke, the new designer, also said in a recent AMA that he did consider Kate to be a design regret for similar reasons, which I consider fairly validating. The flipped Flux Stabilizer giving +2s to a test could have easily just been Kate's Investigator card ability, and the two Etheric Currents could have been reworked into something that reshuffles into the deck or is repeatable in a similar way without being tied to the Flux Stabilizer. Putting clues from Kate's assets back onto Kate is something that could have been done an infinite number of ways, but this feels very unrefined. Not like a first draft, but maybe a version 3. I do like the weakness, however. It's an absolute nuke, which I like. It's very punishing, but can also give you a very slight silver lining by getting clues off of your assets, which is fairly good design. So the core of the character and the actual gameplay makes Kate, I think, distinctly better than a C-tier design despite my issues, but it feels like we didn't need the Flux Stabilizer at all. Now let's move on to Alessandra and put her in the A tier. The inevitable Parlay Investigator, in my opinion, did not disappoint. We've discussed a lot of bonus actions by this point, and I think you know what makes a good one in my eyes. 4 actions around is such a powerful effect that by rights it has to be limited in a way that's both flavorful for the character and also narrow in application in order to encourage new styles of play. This is a fantastic foundation for this character. The real treat of the character's design is Beguile. It's great because now you're looking at the board in a completely new way, with a new sphere of influence. But it's not just an automatic solution to enemy management or clues. To make the enemies you've beguiled into true minions, it's worth investing additional resources such as using Existential Riddle. This is in contrast to Parallel Pete, who does the enemy movement idea to such an insanely pushed extent that it invalidates the actual strategy of the idea. Moving enemies with your free action is outrageously powerful, as is evading with them because it removes the need to engage enemies, but there's strategic depth in the opportunity cost of using your free action on moving the enemy instead of something like Grift or False Credentials. There's no opportunity cost with Pete's guitar because it only moves enemies and rewards you for moving enemies. In my opinion, Beguile is a far superior design with significantly more strategic depth. Now, based on Beguile and her ability, I would put her in A+, but Zamakona really brings her down for me. I strongly dislike this weakness on a fundamental level. I like that he's beefy and him accruing doom for parlaying is nice. It's also a great use of the elusive keyword. What I hate is that you can't parlay with him at all. He's a really ugly combination of incredibly punishing, but with incredibly limited options to actually deal with him. You feel obligated to run pretty much exactly backstab just to deal with him. You need to load up your deck with parlay cards to consistently trigger the ability, although this is another reason why Beguile is such a good design. It allows you to run light to make space for other rogue archetypes, but now you need ultra specific silver bullets for just this guy. I don't have a problem with weaknesses that you want to tech for, such as running Glimmer of Hope in min to deal with the king in yellow, but for this guy the rest of your deck literally does not function until he's dealt with. And that is quite similar to how the king in yellow works. You can't commit just one card, but almost any combination of 3 or 4 cards can actually get rid of it. You can deal with the weakness in an infinite number of ways, but all those ways feel like a lot of effort. For Zamakona, there's 2 ways of dealing with him. You backstab him, or someone else deals with him. I actually just think that having Zamakona be an enemy wasn't a good idea. They clearly didn't want you to be able to parlay with your weakness, so why have him even be an enemy at all? Perhaps this rules text on a location-based treachery with some kind of parlay on it to remove it would have been more sensible. Something like searching for Izzy, perhaps. Unfortunately, my go-to solution for Zamakona is to just ask someone else to deal with him when he comes up. Zamakona is a uniquely badly designed weakness which has overtaken the discussion a little bit, but I think in the grand scheme of things, it's still a relatively minor issue. It really just prevents her from being an A+. This is an excellently done investigator for the most part, and I think a bad weakness is the least detrimental aspect of a character's design. Like, if something's going to be bad about her, I would want it to be the weakness. And now for our final S-tier character, Kohaku. Before Kohaku, I thought that the idea of a blessed and cursed investigator, from here on referred to as a paradox investigator, was a fundamentally bad idea, and I thought Wendy proved that. A paradox build can be fun and janky, but surely designing a whole character around the idea means that the character will just be doomed to be totally overloaded. If you don't have to engage with curse, why would you? unless you want to do a curse build, in which case why bother putting in the bless cards? I similarly was not impressed with any custom investigators I saw that tried it. Paradox is fundamentally so rules heavy and diametrically opposed to make it work. Blesses and curses come with a lot of extra rules text and complexity. Kohaku totally proved me wrong. I cannot imagine a more elegant and beautiful way of doing this type of character. Kohaku solves every problem I could ever have had with Paradox. They've done this by putting a low impact bless curse generating effect and a low impact bless curse payoff. You are disincentivized from running a pure bless deck because in doing so you generate curses as a side effect, and vice versa to a lesser extent for curse builds. You want to run cards that help you carefully manipulate the amount of blesses and curses in the bag to consistently put in the tokens that you want. Simultaneously, you don't have to run curse payoffs if you don't want to. You have a built-in ability to clear them out for an advantage, but you have to sacrifice the tokens that you actually want as well. Because of this, even though you don't want to run exactly pure bless or curse, the exact percentage of bless or curse is completely up to you. You could totally run 90% bless with Gabriel Carrillo, and if you have 2 blesses in the bag and 1 curse in the bag, Gabriel will add the second curse and you can either take another action or add another bless. And that's the key to this. Curses are bless generation is curse generation, and you use both simultaneously for an extra action. So even if you don't want one of those tokens, you're going to get rid of it by taking the extra actions. Hell, you could run 90% Curse, but run Keep Faith and Neptes for rapid access to fast actions. And anything in between is possible. There is limitless creativity within this framework. And the Book of Living Myths is just the cherry on top. It's truly magnificent. It fully emphasizes the idea of carefully controlling the Bless and Curse token levels in the bag to manipulate which one you can pull and which ones you add to the bag. And even if you're just doing Bless or Curse, it can be a way of controlling the other type of token in the bag. His abilities in this card combine to create a character that is marvelously fiddly in the best way. The flow of his little minigame is just so entertaining, and I just can't believe they pulled it off. He's a Paradox character with 2 abilities, but he's elegant and concise. And good lord, his deck building is at this point almost on the level of like Vincent and Carolyn. There are so many cool, weird cards that you can take out of class. For example, he is one of the only characters in the game that can take the Seeker Grizzly Totem and Astronomical Atlas. From memory, Parallel Daisy could do that as well as Amina, but I think this is the coolest way to do it. I also really like the Weeping Yurei. It is by far the best ghost enemy that they have ever done. It never engages you and it's elusive, so it's very flavorful. It doesn't really directly harm you, it just haunts you. It's definitely not on the level of the rest of Kohaku's design because it is still an enemy weakness and they tend to be a little bit worse for wear. But to summarize, a lot of why Kohaku is an S tier boils down to the fact that I'm just so amazed that they made a Paradox character that's simple and elegant without feeling undercooked. He's the best design in the box anyway, but it's a design that I didn't really think was possible with what we'd seen before. And now the last character for my favorite class, Survivor, we are gonna have to put Hank in D tier. Hank is unfortunately almost a complete miss in my book, which is a shame because this is a really cool idea and I think Survivor is a great home for this idea. It's bold and shocking and exciting in the way that only Arkham is. 2 different forms that are both overstated after you die is fantastic. My problem with Hank is actually very similar to my problem with Lily, but significantly worse. It's the starting stat line. Hank is so overwhelmingly geared towards fighting stat-wise that it feels silly to put anything in his deck that actually uses intellect to find clues. And since you're only fighting, why would you not just change to the form that gives you 6 combat? The first time I played Hank, I did a Dark Horse build with Mariner's Compass with the express intention of going into the assistant form and flexing. It was alright, Mariner's Compass with Dark Horse still gets him to 5 if you spend 3 resources in base form, but I don't think there's another sensible assistant build. You just can't play stuff like Sharp Vision or Winging It because it's just not functional until you die. Test 0 would work, but it works independently of stats, so that idea doesn't work either. This feels like a design that's supposed to evolve into a Clue Getter or a Fighter form from a Flex first form. But he just starts as the fighter and continues to be the fighter. So I think the build variety is absolutely rotten with this character. He just has stats and nothing else. And he doesn't even play with stats in an interesting way like Calvin, he just has the stats and that's it. And it's such a shame because this idea is so exciting but the execution just completely wastes it. As well, and I don't normally consider this, but his Elder Sign feels like it needs an errata. It's one of the only Elder Signs, actually probably the only Elder Sign, with the potential to be actively detrimental, as once you become resolute, you must transfer the damage or horror to an asset you control. It is not optional, there's no may. So I hope Jessica Hyde wasn't your only asset with sanity, or your Elder Sign just killed her. The first time I played him, I actually don't think I played it like this because it's so unusual. I just assumed that there had to be a may in there. The deck building and signatures also really aren't anything to write home about either. The deck building mostly just apes Silas and Calvin's without necessarily having the theming, in Calvin's case, or the gameplay, in Silas's case, that inform those designs. Stout-Hearted is a nice powerhouse of a card, but again, it's just overwhelmingly geared towards combat. And same with Where's Pa, it's just an enemy spawning weakness. All in all, it's a decent design, or at least a decent idea, but it's just wasted on such a narrow character. You know what, I think I've talked myself into F tier, actually. Sorry Hank, you're one of my least favorite characters. I can't imagine ever picking Hank over a different Survivor combat character because they're all just so much cooler. And it's the missed potential that really seals it for F tier for me. The Feast of Hemlock Vale is a very good first attempt from the new designers. When I think of these investigators, I think of investigators that are maybe a little undercooked or unrefined or haven't really followed through on a really good idea. But there is still that Arkham creativity here. It just needed another pass, I think. It's still an overall good box, but especially after Scarlet Keys, it doesn't really live up to what's come before. And now we get to our first of two non-campaign investigators, at the time of recording anyway, Gloria Goldberg, and she gets a big fat F. I hate this character. I've allowed myself to make something of a judgment call on this one, and this is definitely the most opinionated ranking on the list as far as I can tell. This character is blatantly, overwhelmingly powerful, and she's powerful in a way that I think is fundamentally game warping in a way that is uniquely invalidating compared to other overpowered characters. You can consider the encounter deck as the opposing player in the abstract sense. So in that case, Gloria occupies a control playstyle of determining what the opponent is and is not allowed to do. This is an archetype that other characters can fit into as well, most notably Diana as the cancel/ignore mystic, but you can definitely build towards it with the likes of Parallel Agnes or Luke Robinson. There are plenty of random cards in every class that can control what the encounter deck does to you, and you can just try to take a critical mass of those cards in any investigator. The thing about these cards, however, is that they're almost overwhelmingly event-based and almost overwhelmingly affecting just one card. Gloria creates a complete system of encounter deck threat negation. The power of handing out the exact right card to every character is so much more powerful than Malison or Diana Esperance with Ward 2 underneath her. If you can trigger Gloria's ability every turn, you are invalidating X encounter cards where X is the number of investigators in the game. As well, consider the fact that peril cards exist to prevent this exact strategy from being completely foolproof. You can't Ward of Protection The Secret Must Be Kept or Whispered Bargain or Syzygy. Gloria, however, absolutely can cancel cards like this, either by giving Whispered Bargain to the guy who teched in dodge or discarding Syzygy or just making sure she gets The Secret Must Be Kept with 6 or 7 willpower. And if it's something no one can handle, she can just discard it, and now it doesn't matter. And the thing that just kills it for me is you could shave off so much of this ability and it would still be busted. It didn't have to discard cards, it didn't have to tuck them away. Arguably, it didn't even have to look one deeper. With a sensible card pool, just the ability to choose what order people draw could have been enough. I've played Alyssa Graham in solo decks without ever intending to use the Doom ability. I just want to see what's coming next. Just knowing what everyone is going to draw is powerful enough as an investigator ability. I also have no idea why she's able to put a card on top of the deck. You can already choose the order of the investigators that draw it. If you couldn't do that, this ability could be used to give the lead investigator a particular card, and then everyone else has to be stuck with what they get. There is basically no support for this style of play, and frankly, it doesn't matter. Slap down Alyssa Graham, and every turn you're invalidating 2 Mythos cards. Slap down even base level Scrying, and the game is just completely over. First Watch basically just becomes a watchful piece when you play it, and it's a uniquely invalidating strategy because the encounter deck is effectively the opponent, the other player. It is the only way that this game has to create variance in this game, and it's the only way that it has to actually interfere with your turns. As a result, I think this is a fundamentally bad idea that was also so incredibly pushed that even if it was a good idea, this would be way too much. Similar to Mandy and Amanda, those are both interesting ideas that were made too strong. But even if Gloria's ability was weak, it would likely still be a bad design because it's fundamentally unhealthy. And the cherry on top for this is that Gloria's stat line is nuts, and I don't know why. This ability isn't attached to a gym or an Amina. Hell, even a Carson style stat line would be justified. She has, bar none, the best Mystic stat line in the entire game. One could argue that having a 1 in agility is bad, in case you're forced to test it. Someone like Parallel Agnes might be a bit scared to have a stat line like this. But Gloria will never, ever, ever draw an agility test. It's just not going to happen. Her deck building is also completely insane as well. All of these options allow her to take unbelievably optimized and streamlined power gaming tech choices. Guardian doesn't have much, but First Watch is just... I don't even have words for how strong it is in Gloria. You could be justified picking Guardian just to take that card and just have 28 Mystic cards, because what difference does it make? Since now your whole deck is Mystic, you can just take down the rabbit hole in Arcane Research and probably that's the superior choice. Meanwhile, Seeker is also completely insane with access to like Practice Makes Perfect, Deduction, Analysis, Deep Knowledge, Crack the Case, Shortcut. Shortcut on a Mystic with this stat line. Mystic and Seeker is a fantastic combination because Seeker gives draw and movement, which Mystics struggle with. And Mandy has already showed us what giving an overpowered character rogue access can accomplish, even if it's not quite so egregious here. Now that I've finished ranting, I'd like to rein it in again to reiterate my main point. It's not that Gloria is overpowered. I think Daisy and Amanda are both just as overpowered as this character. It's that she's overpowered in this way. It creates an alternate universe where absolutely everything goes exactly perfect for everyone, and it is so boring. Maybe it'd be interesting if she was like Carson and this was like her whole game. She just fiddles with the encounter deck, but she doesn't really do anything herself. But when she commits deduction via Practice Makes Perfect to a divination test, you're gonna wonder why exactly this character has a gimmick character level of ability power with this stat line. Absolutely atrocious design, and I really hope her Drowned City signatures rein in her power level so at least we can choose a reasonable version of this character. But I literally don't understand how this is possible. My biggest hope is that she's like Marie and just completely unsupported and was only put in the box to allow everyone access to a hard-to-get promo character. And considering we already have a Mystic in Agatha, I think that's likely what's going on. Quickly adding on to the end here, while this video was being made, Gloria's actual signatures were revealed. And honestly, they're actually quite good. I didn't mention it before, but the ability to tuck cards underneath Gloria was very vestigial and not really useful. Now there's actually a reason to do that, and putting the weaknesses in the encounter deck is a very sharp idea. It's incredibly flavorful that you keep seeing premonitions of the apocalypse or an awful death, and eventually what you've foretold comes true and defeats you. But it doesn't do anything to solve the fundamental issue of Gloria's special way of ruining the game. In some ways, it honestly makes it worse. I will have to play with them to see if it's the case, but even though it forces you to choose the weakness, it still doesn't stop you from stacking the deck. You've still ruined the Mythos phase. But now you also don't have the semi-useless Ruth Westermacott, and her actual signatures are so much more powerful. They're the most insane version of Ward of Protection I have ever seen. They're on the level of Dark Insight, and in a lot of ways they're way stronger. They even work on enemies. So F tier is still appropriate because the main issue is still there, but bonus points for having actually interesting and flavorful signature cards. I didn't even feel the need to mention the book signatures in this video. And now for our very, very final character, and the last character that Maxine Newman developed, we have Susie the Blob, and I'm going to put her in A tier. I know I've said this kind of thing for many different characters, but of all the characters, this one was the one that I found the hardest to rank. Like I said, it's the final MJ Newman design for the game, and it exemplifies her most unbridled creativity, but in a way that's functional and sensible, unlike Parallel Wendy. It's a character with extreme depth that doesn't play like anyone else. The rhythm of Susie gaining and losing stats and trying to rein it in with regurgitation is incredibly engaging. Even the fact that you can delay the uncontrolled hunger losing the cards underneath is very strategically interesting. She's a challenge character where the point of the character is to introduce variance and encourage a forced improvisational gameplay. This extends even to the fact that you have to adapt to your actual available upgrades. You have a limited semi-random random upgrade path, and you can't just go into a campaign with a plan, because it won't work and you're going to be forced to improvise. And the weakness being reality acid is just brilliant, no notes. It's the most iconic part of the blob and they've implemented it perfectly. However, I've played Susie through a campaign only once and I have absolutely no desire to ever play her again. And that's probably just me. She's crossed the threshold of being so fundamentally different that it kind of doesn't feel like playing Arkham anymore. And it removes the planning aspect of the game that I enjoy so much. I've never enjoyed playing this game in a draft kind of setting. It excites me going into a campaign of Arkham with a plan and executing it and trying out all these exciting new cards. And I love drafting games, I just don't think it fits this game very well, or maybe I should say it doesn't appeal to me that much. So I'm not going to play her again really due to my own bias, but I can't fault just how extreme this design is without it feeling clunky, which is a great accomplishment. The elegance of the character is in just how much this character has going on while still feeling like it all contributes to a central design theme. And if you really vibe with Susie, I could see someone putting her in S tier. I wouldn't be able to contend that, and it really is just personal opinion that I think that this design goes a little bit too far, and that's what's reining it in a little bit. And with that, we have somehow finally reached the actual end of this tier list. If you stuck around until the end, I actually don't know what's wrong with you. You're just as sick as I am. What I hope this tier list has illuminated is that Arkham is uniquely positioned in a card game space as a hybrid RPG and card game, which has created a system in which your cards and character can work together in harmony to tell stories about the characters that you're playing as, and to embody those stories in the game. Cosmic horror, Lovecraftian horror, it's a very immersive and personal type of horror. It's existential at its core and it attacks your sensibilities. And by having such thematically rich and resonant characters in gameplay and story, it allows you to more easily embody these characters and their nature, which makes the game feel more personal to you as well. I think it's more important for a game like this to nail theme and flavor than something like Magic the Gathering. Because while all of the other games do tell stories through their cards, they don't tell personal stories. You aren't involved in the story. You're essentially ripping pieces out of a story and playing a side story. And Arkham is different from that. And that's what makes it special. And that's why this idea matters so much to me, this theme idea, this tier list. I know it got rambly in some places, and I'm probably just rambling now as well. A tier list like this is always going to be rambly because by nature I do have to cover almost every part of a character, and I plan on making an enjoyment tier list and a power level tier list. Hopefully those will be a bit more brief because I don't have to talk about parts that aren't relevant to the discussion. But I plan on releasing those videos after the Drowned City comes out. But the design of these characters is more or less not going to change as new cards come out. There are potential exceptions like Amina or Rita, but most of this is very insular and unchanged by additional context from later expansions. Thank you very much for sticking around, and please let me know if I've underestimated or overestimated any characters in particular. I don't think there's any characters I'm on the copium for that are actually overrated, but I could definitely see some characters I may be a bit harsh on them, especially if there's something I'm not seeing about their theme. I tried to think about all of this quite deeply, but obviously I'm not going to get everything, so please let me know. And with that, please have a lovely rest of your day.